Chapter 222. Yun Shur-san got up and went to the Supreme Mystery Hall. When he saw the Nine Heavens sect leader, he told him his worries. The Nine Heavens sect leader's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "You're right. Although the Nine Heavens mountain has a formation protecting it, after we leave, the defense will be greatly weakened. If that person really has ulterior motives, he might not be able to avoid the banquet this time." Yun Shur-san could not hide his worry. He said, "Master, we can't take this risk." The Nine Heavens sect leader got up and ordered, "Send someone to invite the four venerables. Tell them there's something important to discuss." On the Xianji Peak, Ning Chan watched as the disciples of the main peak came up and invited Meng Xuanji to the Supreme Mystery Hall. Before Meng Xuanji left, she glanced at Ning Chan on the peak. Without saying anything, she took a step forward and disappeared. In the Qi Luo Palace, the flower venerables were teaching her new disciple the listening flower technique. After hearing the sect leader's summons, she carefully gave Yin Shuang a few words before getting up and leaving. In the other two peaks, the sword venerables and the medicine venerables also went to the main peak. They were puzzled. It was so late. Why was the sect leader looking for them? In the Supreme Mystery Hall, the four venerables all arrived. Yun Shur-san stood respectfully at the side without saying a word. The Nine Heavens sect leader told them about the matter and asked for their opinions. The medicine venerables frowned and said, "No one would dare to refuse an invitation from the four venerables' holy lands. Even if he dares to refuse, wouldn't his identity be exposed if he does anything during the banquet?" "Not necessarily." The sword venerables shook his head and said, "That day, that person hid his aura and came. We thought that he didn't want to expose his identity. But what if he doesn't care if his identity is exposed after he gets what he wants?" "You're saying that he's from the other three sects?" asked the medicine venerables. In this world, besides the Holy Lands, only the Immortal Ascension Realm, the Cherishing Flower Palace, and the Longevity Hall had the confidence to fight against the Nine Heavens. "It's possible," answered the sword venerables. "Qi Luo, what do you think?" asked the Nine Heavens sect leader. "It's not important who he is. What we need to consider most now is his goal," said the venerables. "The forbidden tome of the Nine Heavens, the separation and reunion pill, or the golden feather centipede. Other than that, there's nothing else," Meng Xuanji said calmly. The patriarch of the continent of the Nine Clouds thought for a moment and said, "The separation and reunion pills are kept by the master apothecaries, and the forbidden books of the continent of the Nine Clouds are with me. You can take them with you, but the golden feather lance controls the qi of the continent of the Nine Clouds. You can't take it out easily. It is indeed troublesome." The sword venerable nodded. At the same time, on the Xuanji Peak, Ning Chen, who had been quietly cultivating, had finally taken another step forward. He had successfully entered the second grade of the natal stage. As the spiritual energy entered his body, the three cyclones of heaven, earth, and life in his dantian's sea of qi expanded several times and spun rapidly. In the Supreme Mystery Hall, Meng Xuanji sensed something at the same time. She looked at the Xuanji Peak and narrowed her beautiful eyes. "What's wrong?" Venerable Flower asked softly. "I'm fine." Meng Xuanji regained her senses and replied. After another breakthrough, Ning Chen could feel the separation and reunion death seal in his body even more clearly. The shackles that Meng Xuanji had placed on him seemed to grow stronger with his cultivation. In the Supreme Mystery Hall, the five venerables had been discussing for a long time. Meng Xuanji returned after midnight and looked at Ning Chen, who was still cultivating on the peak. She stared at him seriously for a long time. She would not mistake this aura. However, she felt that something was wrong. This person did not seem to have any ulterior motives. The longevity banquet was just around the corner. Whether this person had a problem or not would be revealed very soon. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The five venerables moved and left one after another. The Xuanji Peak became empty. After Meng Xuanji left, no one else came up. Only Ning Qin was left on the huge Xuanji peak. On the peak, Ning Qin continued to cultivate day after day. He did not care about anything else. He had already warned the 9 heavens that it would be too disappointing if someone took advantage of this opportunity to attack again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The 9 heavens mountain was as peaceful as usual. Nothing unexpected happened. The sword venerables and the flower venerables, who were standing quietly outside the 9 heavens, did not see the person they wanted to see. They could only leave. The longevity banquet was about to begin. They could not delay it any longer. On the 4th day, everything was calm and tranquil. On the 5th day, the sun rose as usual. The disciples of the continent of the 9 heavens did the same as usual. They swept the ground, practiced sword techniques, practiced cultivation techniques, and did their own things in an orderly manner. However, at that moment, outside of the 9 heavens mountain, a rumbling sound spread in the air. The great deployment spell of the 9 heavens mountain started shaking violently. Everybody's expression changed drastically. Ning Chen was standing at the top of the mountain, looking at a person in black clothes in the distance. He narrowed his eyes. What was going to happen had finally happened. In front of the great deployment spell, a person in black clothes was standing there calmly. His right hand was on the great deployment spell of the 9 heavens mountain. A powerful qi kept shaking the deployment spell, destroying it. The person in black clothes had obviously come prepared. His blue lights were dazzling. The great deployment spell of the 9 heavens mountain was about to collapse. Boom! After a few breaths, the great deployment spell of the 9 heavens mountain collapsed and disappeared. The black silhouette quickly crossed the stairway of ascension and moved towards the main peak. The disciples of the continent of the 9 heavens mountain immediately formed a deployment spell. Sword lights dashed to the skies to block the intruder. The sword spell of the 9 heavens layer. Cultivators couldn't resist it. Everything was in vain. The person in black clothes waved his hand and blue lights spread in all directions. The disciples of the continent of the 9 heavens were blown away and crashed onto the ground like broken kites. Changjiang Li appeared, a black and red sword in his hand. He turned into a beam of light and pierced towards the cultivator in front of him. "You want to die." The dark figure snorted coldly, recognizing the sword that was rushing over. He flipped his palm and rolled up the qi of heaven and earth. The silent soul sword instantly stopped, unable to move forward. "I'll spare your life for your father's sake. Move back." Li Hua Rong punched Changjiang Li and pushed him back. Then he walked towards the supreme mystery, temple step by step. In the distance, Ning Chen was watching the battle. He was waiting for the Zun cultivators of the continent of the 9 heavens mountain. Li Hua Rong entered the supreme mystery temple and glanced around with his spiritual awareness. As he was about to go forwards, his expression suddenly changed. At that moment, the supreme mystery peak vibrated and a powerful qi was awakened. For beams of golden light shot towards the intruders. Li Hua Rong quickly retreated, but it was too late. The 4 beams of golden light were already there. There was a loud bang, and the black silhouette was blown away. Blood stained the ground. In the next moment, 4 golden silhouettes appeared and stood in the sky. They were shining like gods. "Oh!" On the peak, Ning Chen was surprised. His eyes flashed with admiration. If he guessed correctly, the 4 Zun cultivators had used the fortune of the continent of the 9 heavens mountain to create clones. In front of the supreme mystery temple, Li Hua Rong steadied himself and looked at the 4 golden silhouettes in the sky. He was shocked. The 4 clones moved their feet and pressed forward. Their majestic aura surged, and even the sky and earth changed color. The golden light covered the sky. Although they were just clones, they were still very powerful. Li Hua Rong fought against the 4 of them alone. 3 of them attacked and 7 of them defended. He wanted to delay as much as possible. However, the four's attacks were fierce and difficult to resist. His black clothes were soon covered in blood. "Luan Fengqin, what are you waiting for?" Li Hua Rong roared with a mournful expression. "Huh." There was a calm and indifferent laugh. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds rolled. A bright red silhouette walked out. His face was handsome, and his blood-red hair danced in the air. As soon as he appeared, the space distorted violently. The folding fan scattered and turned into a long and thin saber light. It was as red as blood and extremely beautiful. On the peak, Ning Chen's expression changed. What a powerful young man! Today, I return the favor of the temple master. As soon as he finished speaking, the rainbow saber flashed in front of everyone's eyes like lightning. The bright red silhouette stopped, and the four golden clones quickly dispersed. Before the disciples on the peak could react, the blood-red saber in Luan Fengqian's hand had disappeared and turned back into a red folding fan. Li Huarong was very upset. If the temple master had not expected this and left a backup plan, he might have died here today. However, in the end, the golden feather centipede still belonged to the immortal hall. Li Huarong walked towards the supreme mystery hall again. However, at this moment, he felt a chill on his back and immediately jumped forward subconsciously. An invisible sword intent swept past silently. The white stone floor was as fragile as tofu at this moment. In the blink of an eye, a deep and bottomless gully was created. Luan Fengqin was slightly surprised. He looked at the peak in the distance, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. 9 Cloud Mountain actually hid such a strong person. On the Xuanji Peak, Ning Chan waved his hand and sword Qi gathered in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the sword Qi swept out and once again swept towards the main peak. Li Huarong could not hide the anger on his face. He forcefully raised his body, and blue light surged like waves, turning into an airtight wall of Qi that blocked in front of him. Thousands of sword Qi were blocked and could not move forward. It was a stalemate. A cold smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. With a point of his sword finger, an ordinary sword intent swept out. In the next moment, the sky changed color. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword intent appeared out of nowhere. As it moved forward, its power became more and more terrifying. In the end, it turned into a sword that could split the sky and slash down. The blue wall of Qi shattered. Li Huarong's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword pierced through his body. His body, which had been heavily injured for a long time, could no longer withstand the sword. With a bang, he flew backwards, blood spurting out, spraying dozens of feet away. On the main peak, the disciples of the 9 Cloud Mountain, who were lying on the ground, looked at each other. The confusion in their eyes was even more intense. What had happened? Ning Chan withdrew his hand and looked at the red figure in the distance, quietly waiting for his decision. Luan Fengqin also looked in the direction of the Xuanji Peak. After a moment, the red figure dispersed and disappeared. On the Xuanji Peak, the red light flashed and Luan Fengqin walked out. Looking at the person in front of him, his eyes flashed with surprise. 2nd grade acquired stage. What a strange young man. I am Luan Fengqin. Ning Chen. Luan Fengqin thought for a moment and confirmed that he had never heard this name before. I'll remember it. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Luan Fengqin nodded. In the next moment, the red figure dissipated and turned into a beam of light that flew away. Luan Fengqin. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He also remembered this name. He was very sure that they would meet again in the future. He just did not know if the next time they met would be enemies or friends. Chapter 223. In the polar region of the western border, the wind was fierce. The visible storm swept up the sand and destroyed everything. Prince Yen walked in with Aman. The green and red swords flew out from the sword rack and circled around Man. The sword intent turned into circles of ripples and swept away all the sand. In the wind, the black sandstorm blocked most of the view. It was hard to see what was in front of them. Prince Yen walked forward step by step, not affected by the sandstorm at all. Man's pretty little face didn't show any signs of fear. She looked left and right before obediently following behind. The storm was blocked by the sword intent and couldn't enter. The small circle became the safest place in the polar region of the western border. After looking for a long time, Man curiously reached out, wanting to touch the sand outside. "Don't be naughty," Prince Yen said softly. Man immediately retracted her hand. She put her hands behind her back in embarrassment and continued to walk forward obediently. The two kept walking forward. After walking for a long time, the storm grew bigger and bigger. The black sand swirled in the wind, forming huge whirlpools. Clanging sounds came from the green and red swords. It was the sound caused by the sand breaking through the sword intent and hitting the swords. In the deepest part of the polar region of the western border, the storm had reached a terrifying level. Even the green and red swords were starting to struggle. In front, Prince Yen waved his hand and the Jiga sword flew out. The three swords covered the sky and protected Man. In that moment of distraction, a piece of sand brushed past Prince Yan's face. Immediately, blood dripped down and dripped onto his green robe. The horror of the sandstorm was on full display at this moment. The four polar regions of the four extremes were full of danger. Even strong cultivators of the three disasters didn't dare to enter, not to mention Man, who was a burden. Prince Yen was half a step away from the three disasters. However, realms weren't absolute sometimes. Just like the sword in Barren City, even if he hadn't reached the Khanate realm yet, every strong cultivator of the three disasters still feared him. Of course, there were very few people like him in the world. If they existed, they would be legends. On the Xuanji Peak, Ning Chen didn't know that Prince Yen had brought a man to this strange realm. He continued to cultivate quietly every day. The news that the main peak had been attacked was sent to the Nine Cloud Sect's patriarch by a secret technique. The five venerables quickly came back from the Holy Land. When they saw the main peak that was full of holes, they didn't look good. The two disciples explained everything in detail, including Luan Fengchen's appearance and the mysterious expert's help. In front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, Changjiang Li's gaze was fixed in the direction of the Four Stars Peak. Her intuition told her that the person who had acted that day was Ning Chen of the Four Stars Peak. Li Huarong was brought out. His face was ghastly pale, and his aura was extremely weak. There was a terrifying sword wound on his left chest that pierced through his heart meridian, and half of his heart had been destroyed. If it wasn't for the strong vitality of the congenital realm, he would have died long ago. However, everyone knew that he was already crippled. The remaining sword insight on the sword mark had already destroyed Li Huarong's vitality, and it was impossible to save him. The sword venerable stepped forward and touched the sword mark on the wound. In an instant, a small wound appeared on the tip of his finger. He had been injured by the residual sword intent. What a sharp sword! The apothecary and venerable flower narrowed their eyes. Apart from the few people at the longevity banquet, they couldn't think of anyone else in the world who had such a strong sword cultivation. He's already injured to this extent. The longevity hall definitely won't let this matter rest. We have to be careful in the next few days, said the Nine Cloud Sect's headmaster gravely. What exactly does the longevity hall want? Asked the apothecary, frowning. That's not important. Just be careful, said Meng Xuanji calmly. I'm going back first. With that, Meng Xuanji walked away gracefully, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Let's go as well. The venerable flower and apothecary sighed softly and also turned to leave. Perhaps this would be their last peaceful days. Facing that disaster king, the Nine Clouds sect wasn't confident that they could stop him. Meng Xuanji appeared on the Four Stars Peak. Seeing Ning Chen still cultivating on the peak, her eyes flickered. A second-grade congenital realm cultivator without any concealment. Just what was going on. And that strange aura. Just what was his relationship with the Longevity Hall? Meng Xuanji thought about it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure out the reason. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't make sense. Could it really just be a coincidence? But no matter how coincidental it was, the aura of phoenix blood shouldn't appear on an ordinary person. Meng Xuanji returned to the Four Stars Hall and stopped thinking about it. In the next few days, the Disaster King might come to the Nine Clouds sect. She had to recover her cultivation to its peak as soon as possible. Days passed. The Nine Clouds sect remained silent. They didn't mention anything about what had happened a few days ago, as if nothing had happened. Li Huarong was locked in a stone room, using pills to hang on to his last breath. He couldn't wake up, but he couldn't die. Unexpectedly, the Longevity Hall also acted as if nothing had happened. They didn't care about Li Huarong's life or death. No one thought that the Longevity Hall was silent because of a guilty conscience. With that Disaster King overseeing it, that was the biggest reason. The more the Longevity Hall remained silent, the more the Nine Clouds sect master and Meng Xuanji felt that something was wrong. At that moment, a bolt from the blue came. The immortal ascension realm was destroyed overnight. From the sect master to the ordinary disciples, no one survived. The Yin-Yang Jade was stolen. The entire immortal mountain became a land of death. When the news reached the Nine Clouds, Yin Shuang fainted on the spot. Everyone thought of the same person at the same time. The Disaster King. In the world, other than the leaders of the sacred grounds, only the Disaster King and the Longevity Hall had the power to destroy the entire Immortal Ascension realm overnight. However, for Immortal Ascension realm Xiantian experts, plus the Yin-Yang Jade as the core of the four symbols demon sealing formation, should be able to fight even against the three disasters. How could they be defeated so miserably? In the Tingzhu Pavilion, Ning Chen heard the news. After thinking for a moment, he said calmly, "There's a traitor." Yun Shirsan's body shook. He was immediately awakened. This was the only explanation. Yun Shirsan looked at the former with a trace of doubt in his heart. Last time, it was Ning Chen's careless words that made him think of many things. This time, it was Ning Chen who reminded him again. The first time might be a coincidence, but the second time it couldn't be a coincidence. A strange look flashed in Yun Shirsan's eyes. For the first time, he had doubts about Ning Chen's identity. "It's getting late. I'll go back first." Ning Chen saw the suspicion and didn't explain anything. He got up and left. He wasn't worried that Yun Shirsan would think too much. Yun Shirsan wasn't the only one who had doubts about him. Meng Xuanji and the woman called Changjiang Li were also suspicious of his identity. However, suspicions were just suspicions. As long as he didn't reveal his identity, the three of them could only guess. Right now, he was more concerned about the leaders of the four extreme realms and the Disaster King. These three disasters were the source of all his worries. He had to be careful. The Disaster King of the Longevity Hall had already started to move. This wasn't good news for him. The Immortal Ascension Realm, Nine Cloud Mountain, and Cherishing Flower Palace were the greatest powers to keep the Longevity Hall in check. Now that the Immortal Ascension Realm had been destroyed, it would probably be Nine Cloud Mountain or Cherishing Flower Palace's turn next. The Disaster King clearly wanted to unify the four extreme realms and suppress all the disharmonious forces before spreading the flames of war to the Divine Continent. A war between the two realms would cause endless disasters. It was impossible for everyone to agree. The ones most likely to oppose were the Immortal Ascension Realm, Nine Cloud Mountain, and Cherishing Flower Palace. The Disaster King's actions were to prevent future troubles. If the three sects were destroyed, no other sect in the four extreme realms would dare to oppose this war between the two realms. The second day after the immortal Ascension realm had been destroyed, the sacred land sent an emissary to investigate. Everyone knew who had done it. However, without evidence, no one dared to provoke the Longevity Hall. 5 days later, the palace master of the Cherishing Flower Palace sent a disciple to invite Meng Xuanji over to discuss important matters. Before Meng Xuanji left, she glanced at the young figure on the mountain peak and said, "Come with me." With that, Meng Xuanji didn't give Ningqin any chance to speak. With a wave of her hand, she turned into a streak of light and left with him. The Cherishing Flower Palace was more than 3,000 kilometers away from 9 Cloud Mountain. There are countless famous mountains and great rivers in between. The palace master of the Cherishing Flower Palace had clearly invited them to discuss the Longevity Hall. The massacre of the immortal Ascension realm in a single night had greatly shocked the two sections. No one wanted to become the next target. Forming an alliance was their only choice. Neither sect had any strong cultivators who could fight against the Disaster King. However, with the help of the Joyous Union Bell and the Gilded Feather Centipede, they still had a chance of victory. However, they had to be wary of a tragedy like the one in the immortal Ascension realm. After many days of consideration, they had also guessed that a traitor might have appeared in the immortal Ascension realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been wiped out in a single night. The Cherishing Flower Palace was an all-female sect. Like the 9 Cloud Mountain, they had 5 Xiantian cultivators. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was the current palace master of the Cherishing Flower Palace. As soon as the two of them entered the Cherishing Flower Palace, they were respectfully received by the disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace. The palace master of the Cherishing Flower Palace quickly appeared. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She still retained the grace of her youth. When the palace master of the Cherishing Flower Palace saw Ningqin beside Meng Xuanji, she was slightly stunned. She hadn't thought that Meng Xuanji would bring someone else here. Ningqin sat quietly to the side, drinking tea. He didn't say anything. A disciple softly whispered a few words into the palace master of the Cherishing Flower Palace's ear. Only then did the latter react and realize the identity of the young man in front of her. After the apprenticeship ceremony at 9 Cloud Mountain, news of this person had spread like wildfire. She had also heard of him. She had never understood why Meng Xuanji would forcefully accept an ordinary person with ordinary talent as a disciple. The palace master of the Cherishing Flower Palace unconsciously glanced at Ningqin a few more times. She wanted to see what was so special about this person. Ningqin didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He sat there quietly and drank his tea. He didn't say anything. He could look at her however he wanted. Chapter 224. Palace Mistress Xihua looked at him for a long time, but she couldn't find anything special about the young man. His talent was average, and his cultivation wasn't even worth mentioning. The only thing that was worth praising was his determination. However, in this world where strength was respected, without strength, everything was meaningless. Just like the massacre in the immortal Ascension realm. Everyone guessed that it was the Palace of Immortality's doing, but without evidence, no one dared to say it out loud. The sacred lands were envoys, and they wouldn't listen to their side of the story. Only with enough evidence could the sacred lands intervene and punish the Palace of Immortality. The disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace were brewing tea at the side. Their young and beautiful faces were filled with curiosity. They looked at the legendary Dream Lord of the 9 Heavens, then looked at the young man who was quietly drinking tea. Ningqin drank cup after cup of tea. He wasn't very interested in the conversation between Palace Mistress Xihua and Meng Xuanji. The only choice between the two sects was to form an alliance. Everything else was just pleasantries. The young girl who was pouring tea at the side was extremely busy. She was only 16 or 17 years old, so she didn't think too much. She only listened to her master's orders and served the guests of the Cherishing Flower Palace. The art of tea was an art that was easy to learn, but not easy to master. Although the disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace were still young, their level was already not low. The tea entered his mouth. It was sweet and refreshing, and had a lingering aftertaste. It was intoxicating. Ning Chen couldn't help but think of the tea that Fan Lingyue had brewed in the pavilion where the armies of Great Xia and Northern Ming had faced each other. As he thought about it, he drank cup after cup of tea. Perhaps he would never be able to find that taste again in this life. In the instant that Ning Chen was absent-minded, his aura unconsciously changed. Meng Xuanji and Palace Mistress Shi Hua looked over at the same time. There was a flash of light in their eyes. Something was wrong. Sensing their gazes, Ning Chen immediately restrained his thoughts. He regained his rationality and calmness, suppressing all his emotions at the bottom of his heart. Seeing that his aura had returned to normal, the suspicion in Meng Xuanji's eyes didn't decrease in the slightest. The feeling just now couldn't be wrong. This was definitely not the pressure that a second-grade Hotian cultivator should have. A strange look also flashed through Palace Mistress Shi Hua's eyes. She had misjudged him. This young man wasn't simple. Palace Mistress Shi Hua temporarily suppressed the idea of forming an alliance. The lesson of the immortal ascension realm was still fresh in her mind. She didn't want to repeat it. She trusted Meng Xuanji, but she didn't trust this young man in front of her. Venerated dream, all of you must be tired after traveling for such a long time. Why don't you rest for the night and discuss the other matters tomorrow? Palace Master Shi Hua spoke with a gentle smile. Meng Xuanji could more or less guess what Palace Mistress Shi Hua was thinking. She stood up and said thank you. Wang Yu, the two of you are responsible for properly entertaining these two honored guests. Do not neglect them. Palace Master Shi Hua looked to the two disciples by her side and instructed them. Yes. Two women with similar appearances walked out. Soon after, they walked in front of the two and softly said, Please. Ning Chen put down his teacup reluctantly and followed the two disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace out of the hall. In the west wing of the Cherishing Flower Palace, because Ning Chen was a man, he was arranged to stay in a small courtyard by himself. It was quite a distance away from Meng Xuanji's residence. As night fell, Daylily brought over the flower dew that was unique to the palace of Cherishing Flower. When she saw Ning Chen standing in front of the house in a daze, she placed the flower dew on the stone table in the courtyard. Young Master Ning, please, Daylily said softly. Thank you. Ning Chen came back to his senses and smiled courteously. Daylily quietly stood to the side, not saying anything as she waited for orders. Ning Chen picked up the flower dew and took a small sip before putting it down. He glanced at the quiet woman beside him and asked, You're called Daylily? Yes. Daylily gently nodded in response. It's a very good name, Ning Chen said. In my hometown, there is a type of daylily that often blooms in the mountains. Its flowers are light yellow. Every time my son travels, my mother will pick a stalk of daylily and plant it in the courtyard. She prays that my son will be safe and worry-free. Now, all that was left was regret. Ning Chen looked at the distant horizon, and a light flashed through his eyes. Was his mother in his hometown still in the courtyard, waiting for her son's return every day? Daylily quietly listened. After a long time, she softly said, Daylily will remember what young master has said. Ning Chen came back to his senses and softly laughed. I'm just speaking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. After saying this, Ning Chen finished the flower dew on the table and handed the cup and tray over. He said, Thank you for your hospitality. It's already very late. You should go back and rest. Daylily took it and bowed. She didn't say anything and quietly left. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down a cold waterfall. The figure in the courtyard quietly stood there, not moving at all. From afar, it was so abrupt. Even though it was standing in this world, it still seemed out of place. Inside Meng Xuanji's room, Palace Mistress Xihua had been sitting there for a long time. No one knew what they were talking about. However, before leaving, Palace Mistress Xihua reminded her that young man called Ning Qin is not simple. You have to be careful. I know. Meng Xuanji nodded. After Palace Mistress Xihua left, Meng Xuanji walked out of her room and looked at Ning Chen's small courtyard. When she swept her spiritual sense over it, she was suddenly stunned. The courtyard in the west wing was empty. There was not a single person in it. Meng Xuanji's figure flashed, and she arrived in Ning Chen's courtyard. She looked around and narrowed her eyes. In the night, a white figure streaked across the night sky, heading north. This was the first time Ning Chen had used his full strength after entering the Xiantian realm. Everything in the world disappeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Northern region, Immortal Ascension Realm. The entire mountain peak was filled with scars from a great battle. Blood dyed the mountain peak red. Even from far away, one could smell the pungent smell of blood. Ning Chen appeared at the foot of the mountain. He didn't stop. With a step, he disappeared. At the top of the mountain peak, a red figure stood there quietly. He looked around at the miserable state of the surroundings. After a long time, he sighed. As the white light flashed, Ning Chen stopped and frowned slightly. It was him. He hadn't expected them to meet so quickly. Luanfeng Qin turned around. When he saw the young man in front of him, surprise flashed through his eyes. It's you. This world is really too small. Ning Chen sighed. Do you want to fight? Luanfeng Qin asked softly. The red folding fan in his hand turned into a thin, blood-red blade. I'm not in the mood to fight. Ning Chen shook his head. Huh. Luanfeng Qin chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the blade turned back into a red folding fan. I've heard rumors about you, but with your strength, Dream Sovereign's incomplete separation death seal shouldn't be able to control you. Why are you still on the Jade Pearl Peak? Asked Luanfeng Qin curiously. I don't have anywhere to go. It doesn't matter where I go, said Ning Chen indifferently. Ning Chen looked at the red-robed young man and asked, I've also heard rumors about you. I heard you once challenged the palace master of the Longevity Hall. What happened? I lost. I lost very miserably. I almost died in the Longevity Hall. Luanfeng Qin didn't try to hide anything, and he lightly smiled. However, the Disaster King stopped after the last attack, so I owed him a favor. It wasn't until a few days ago that I repaid that favor on the Taishan Peak. Right, why did you come here? Do you know anyone here? Asked Luanfeng Qin. Ning Chen shook his head. No, I just came to take a look. Did you see anything? Asked Luanfeng Qin. The Longevity Hall is stronger than I thought, sighed Ning Chen. There were at least 10 different Xiantian realm auras here, and there were only 4 Xiantian realm cultivators. In other words, the Longevity Hall had sent out at least 6 Xiantian realm cultivators. Luanfeng Qin looked at the miserable situation below the peak. After a moment of silence, he said, The sacred land will deal with this. Ning Chen laughed mockingly. This isn't the first time I've heard this. You all seem to believe in the sacred land. Yunshi San and Little Stone had both said the same thing. If he didn't know that the master of the 4 extreme realms and the Disaster King had already secretly colluded to conquer the divine continent, he might have believed them too. Luanfeng Qin turned his head and looked at the person beside him. He couldn't help but frown. Why do you have such a strong opinion of the sacred land? Nothing. It's getting late. I'm going back. See you later. With that, Ning Chen took a step forward and turned into a streak of white light. Luanfeng Qin looked at the departing figure. His eyes flashed. He hadn't seen wrong. This person didn't have a good impression of the sacred land. A cold wind blew past. On the peak of the mountain, the red clothes scattered and disappeared. He hadn't returned for many years. This time, the Sacred Land's emissary had come. He needed to meet him and ask him how the Sacred Land was going to deal with the Immortal Ascension realm. Ning Chen returned to the west wing of the cherishing Flower Palace. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he saw Meng Xuanji quietly waiting there. Her beautiful face was cold. "May I ask where you went last night?" Meng Xuanji asked coldly. "I couldn't sleep, so I took a walk," Ning Chen replied calmly. Meng Xuanji's eyes grew colder. Just as she was about to speak, she heard soft footsteps outside the courtyard. "Lord Meng, Lord Ning, the palace master invites you." Wang Yu walked over and bowed respectfully to Meng Xuanji. Meng Xuanji could only take back her words and walk out of the courtyard. Ning Chen followed. When he passed by Wang Yu, he said softly, "Thank you." Wang Yu smiled gently. Her smile was very faint. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Palace Master Xihua was already waiting in the Azure Flower Palace. When she saw the three of them arrive, she frowned. "Wang Yu, I only asked you to pass on a message. Why did you take so long? Please forgive me, Palace Master. It's my fault." Wang Yu stepped forward and softly apologized. "Don't do it again. You can leave." Palace Master Xihua clearly didn't want to blame Wang Yu too much. Wang Yu bowed, then turned around and smiled at Ning Chen. She then left the palace. "Meng Xuanji, let's talk about the alliance between the Cherishing Flower Palace and 9 Firmament Mountain," said Palace Master Xihua. "I'm all ears," said Meng Xuanji calmly. To the side, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed that he had been treated as a fool. Even the act was in front of him. Chapter 225. Inside the Azure Flower Palace, Meng Xuanji and Palace Mistress Xihua were discussing the matter of forming an alliance, as well as how they would deal with the Palace of Longevity in the future. When Ning Chen heard these words from the side, he didn't believe a single word. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A golden streak of light tore through the sky and arrived at the Azure Flower Palace. "Revered Dream, return quickly." Meng Xuanji and Palace Mistress Xihua's expressions changed. Even Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Something had happened. Due to the urgency of the matter, Meng Xuanji didn't have time to say anything. She took a step forward and disappeared. "Wang Yu, bring our honored guest to rest." Palace Mistress Xihua stood up and ordered. "Yes." Forgotten Sorrow walked over and respectfully said, "Young master, please." Ning Chen didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out of the hall. In the west wing, after Worryless brought Ning Chen in, she stood quietly at the side, waiting for orders. Ning Chen looked in the direction of 9 Cloud Mountain. His eyes flickered. If he guessed correctly, the Longevity Hall had made a move against 9 Cloud Mountain. There were 4 Xiantian cultivators in the 9 Clouds. Unless it was the Longevity Hall, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to summon Meng Xuanji back. He hadn't expected the Longevity Hall to strike again so soon. After the Immortal Ascension Stage incident, all the sects were on guard against the Longevity Hall. Moreover, the 4 extreme Holy Lands had already sent out an envoy to investigate this matter. Regardless of what agreement the Masters of the 4 Extremities and the Master of the Longevity Hall had secretly reached, the 4 Extremities' sacred grounds had always maintained a holy and just position in the 4 Extremities' sacred grounds. On the surface, the Longevity Hall's actions were undoubtedly a challenge to the dignity of the sacred grounds. Worry flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. Now, the Holy Land and the Longevity Hall were one in the light and one in the dark. Be it in terms of reputation or absolute strength, they were not something that the other major sects could contend against. It was not impossible for the 4 extremes to unite. The most troublesome thing was that the sects of the 4 Extremities did not know about the ambitions of the Hallowed Grounds and the Longevity Hall. At the side, Daylily handed him a cup of tea and said softly, "If young master is worried, you can go back and take a look." Ning Chen took the teacup and his body trembled. He looked at the former in disbelief. How could this be? After a short period of shock, Ning Chen truly looked at Daylily for the first time. All this time, he had not paid much attention to this gentle and quiet woman beside him. Now, it seemed that he had misjudged her. "Miss Worryless, please keep this a secret." Ning Chen's expression was solemn as he pleaded. "Young master, please come back quickly." Daylily smiled gently and said softly. Ning Chen nodded. Then his feet moved, and he quickly disappeared into the distance. Daylily turned around and tidied up the teacups and empty plates on the stone table. Then she quietly left the courtyard. At the Nine Clouds Mountain, one person appeared and 3 inborn experts appeared. The entire Nine Clouds Mountain was on high alert. Inside the flowing light armor, a pair of emotionless eyes stared at the 4 inborn experts in front of him without any emotion. In the depths of the Nine Heavens Mountain, the gilded feather centipede shone brightly, ready to fly out at any moment. The 4 Zune masters of the continent of the 9 clouds looked more serious than ever. If they couldn't stop him, it would be a real disaster. I'll say it again. Hand over the golden feather tail, and I'll spare you this time, the Disaster King said indifferently. Impossible, said the 9 Firmaments sect leader. Impossibly stupid. The Disaster King coldly snorted and raised his right palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds covered the sky. It was an extremely frightening sight. Swish! In the depths of 9 Clouds Mountain, a golden beam of light slashed down. It pierced through space and arrived in front of the Disaster King. An enormous, rumbling sound rang out. The world's sharpest weapon faced off against an expert who transcended the 5 tribulations, a heaven-shocking strike that completely shattered space. The Disaster King waved his hand, scattering the shock waves. The flowing light armor shone brightly. It wasn't damaged at all. The 4 inborn experts' expressions were extremely ugly. Could it be that the 9 Clouds Mountain really was doomed this time? The Disaster King walked forward step by step. His divine might was unrivaled. At this moment, multicolored light condensed in the sky. A peerless figure walked out. Her slender hand slapped out. The Disaster King also flipped his palm. With a bang, the ground beneath them cracked. Meng Xuanji, as expected, you've already passed the 5th tribulation, said the Disaster King. Are you very surprised? Asked Meng Xuanji coldly. I'm a bit surprised, but that's all, said the Disaster King indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the Disaster King waved his right hand. Thunder rumbled in the sky as an ancient mirror carved with complex runes slowly appeared. Green light lingered around it and sprinkled down, shocking the minds of everyone present. Reincarnation mirror! The 9 Clouds sect's leader, Sword Zune, and the others' hearts sank. They hadn't thought the Disaster King would even bring out the reincarnation mirror. It seemed he was determined to destroy the 9 Clouds Mountain. Stop! The space between them stirred as a purple-robed, middle-aged man appeared. He held a 4-colored token in his hand as he stood in front of them. Everyone present was a true leader of a sect. They naturally recognized the talisman in the purple-robed, middle-aged man's hand. The Holy Land's emissary had finally arrived. Disaster King, you're overstepping your boundaries, shouted the purple-robed, middle-aged man. The Disaster King remained unmoved. Today, even if the Holy Land intervenes, it won't change the fate of the 9 Clouds Mountain. Is that so? What if you add me in? A red light flashed, and a red-robed figure appeared. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. A bright red saber light appeared. It was so dazzling that people didn't dare look directly at it. The Disaster King narrowed his eyes. Luan Fengqin, don't think that just because you survived once, you can survive a second time. I can try, replied Luan Fengqin seriously. Palace Master, there's a change in the longevity pool. At that moment, a silhouette appeared. The Disaster King's expression changed slightly. Retreat. The 3 Xiantian cultivators who hadn't come out the entire time quickly retreated. Meng Xuanji's eyes flashed coldly. The Long Life Temple had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If nothing unexpected happened, they would come back very quickly. "Many thanks, holy emissary," said the Continent of the 9 Clouds headmaster politely. The 4 Extreme holy emissary shook his head. "It's my duty. I wouldn't have thought that the Disaster King would be so arrogant. He even dares ignore the Holy Land's orders." Luan Feng Qin didn't wait for the Sword Saint and the others to thank him before disappearing. Outside of the Continent of the 9 Clouds, Ningchen was calmly standing on a cliff. He looked at the 4 Extreme holy emissary in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple. The Holy Land had finally intervened. He wanted to see how the 4 Extreme holy emissary and the Long Life Temple would continue acting. After a long time, Ningchen left, and the cliff became calm again. There was no one else there. Ningchen appeared in the western wing of the Cherishing Flower Palace. Not long after, Worryless walked over with a cup of flower dew. She gently placed it on the stone table. "Sir, please." "Many thanks." Ningchen raised the cup and drank a mouthful. He looked at the woman in front of him and asked, "Miss Worryless, can you tell me how you saw through it?" He could tell that Worryless cultivation was only at the 6th rank. In this era where geniuses were everywhere, she really couldn't be considered outstanding. However, this seemingly ordinary and gentle woman had greatly shocked him. Worryless smiled faintly. She didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Her body quickly merged with heaven and earth, as if she would disappear at any moment. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. A Tao physique. There really was such a physique in the world. Originally, he had thought that the ghost woman and underworld child's ghost physique and underworld physique were already ridiculous enough. He hadn't thought that there would be a Tao physique. Since when had these rare physiques become so common? The biggest difference between innate and acquired was the ability to use the energy of heaven and earth. However, the Tao physique was an exception. Those who possessed the Tao physique were born with a strong affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Their cultivation and realm were never directly proportional. In other words, this gentle and quiet woman before him might be in existence with abnormally terrifying combat strength. "Excuse me." Ningchen stood up and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he hadn't offended this woman. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. "Sir, you're too polite." Worryless still had a calm smile on her face as she replied. A thought suddenly flashed through Ning Chen's mind. He asked with a strange expression, "Miss Worryless, Worryless wouldn't also have a Tao physique, right?" The two of them looked very similar. They were obviously sisters. If another Tao physique appeared, he would really want to bang his head against a wall. Worryless shook her head lightly and said no. Only then did Ning Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were still more ordinary people like him in the world. "Sir, please rest. Worryless will leave first." Worryless tidied up the cup on the stone table and bowed gracefully. Then she walked out of the courtyard. Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief again. If possible, he really didn't want to face someone who possessed the Tao physique. From a certain point of view, the Tao physique was the most terrifying physique in the world. Even though it wasn't like the ghost physique or the underworld physique, which had an undying body, the Tao physique's ability to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was too frightening. When it attacked, it was like fighting against heaven and earth. It was truly not something a human could do. He had managed to hide the fact that he had already stepped into the Xiantian realm from Meng Xuanji, Honorable Sword, Palace, Mistress, Cherishing Flower, and the others. However, Worryless had seen through it with a single glance. One could imagine just how frightening the affinity a Tao physique had with heaven and earth. Perhaps this was a good thing. With an additional Tao physique, the Cherishing Flower Palace would become stronger. If the Palace of Immortality came, they would also encounter quite a bit of trouble. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the Cherishing Flower Palace was against starting a war between the two realms. Otherwise, the existence of the Tao Physique would instead be a terrifying threat to the divine continent. Right now, the greatest variable was the Four Extremes sacred ground. The Palace of Immortality's strength made these large sects somewhat fearful. As the only sect that could contend against or even punish the Palace of Immortality, the Four Extremes sacred ground was bound to become the leader that everyone expected. He still couldn't tell whether the master of the Four Extremes sacred ground and the Disaster King were planning to use force to unify the Four Extremes sacred ground or use the Palace of Immortality's calamity to force the large sects to submit to the sacred ground. Both methods had their pros and cons. The former would allow the Four Extremes sacred ground to unify completely, and there would be no other voices. However, it would also consume a lot of power. Although the latter method would preserve the strength of the Four Extremes sacred ground to the greatest extent, when the war between the two realms began in the future, it was unknown how many large sects would continue to listen to the sacred ground's commands. Chapter 226. In the next few days, Meng Xuanji seemed to have forgotten about Ningqin. She left him alone in the Cherishing Flower Palace, not caring about him at all. Palace Mistress Cherishing Flower also treated him well, not neglecting him in the slightest. Ningqin wasn't in a hurry to return. It was just that every time he faced Daylily he felt a bit strange. Palace Mistress Cherishing Flower clearly didn't know about this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let a person who didn't even want to face a Xiantian expert come to treat him. Daylily, on the other hand, was very natural. There wasn't anything different about her at all. She was still very quiet, as usual. When she spoke, she also gave off a gentle and quiet feeling. Ning Chen adapted for 2 days, and the strange feeling in his heart lessened a bit. He could finally calm down when facing Daylily. Wang Yu would also come over from time to time. However, the name Wang Yu clearly didn't fit her actual name. Compared to Daylily's quiet personality, Wang Yu was the kind of person who would chatter endlessly once they got to know each other. Ning Chan was often annoyed by her, but he didn't dare to say anything harsh due to Daylily's presence. Daylily doted on her little sister very much. Most of the time, she just stood quietly to the side and watched with a faint smile on her face. She didn't say anything. Ningqin, is venerated dream fierce to you? Not fierce. Is she good to you? She's all right. Then why did you refuse to take her as your master back then? That's none of your business. Ningqin was so annoyed that he almost said the last 2 words. However, when he saw Daylily smiling to the side, he swallowed them back down and changed his words. Actually, I want to enter the Cherishing Flower Palace. The Cherishing Flower Palace doesn't accept male disciples, Wang Yu said, regretfully. Ningqin faked a laugh. He had already been a eunuch once. He had no interest in disguising himself as a woman and sneaking into the Cherishing Flower Palace. Wang Yu, Sir Ning needs to rest. Let's leave, Wang Yu, who had been silent all this time, said softly. Oh. Wang Yu reluctantly agreed and followed her out of the small courtyard. Ning Chen's smile disappeared. He took a step forward and disappeared. Daylily turned around to look. A faint smile flashed across her gentle and beautiful face. Then, she continued walking forward. Outside the 9-cloud mountain, Ning Chen appeared on a high peak. He was still patiently waiting for the 4 extreme saint to appear. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. In the distance, the 9 clouds mountain was peaceful. The arrival of the envoy gave the continent of the 9 clouds some confidence. Most people still believed that even if the Hall of Immortality had a calamity king that exceeded the 5th tribulation realm, they definitely wouldn't dare be too impudent in the face of the Holy Land's interference. Ning Chen waited for 6 days. He would come every night without the slightest bit of impatience. Finally, the person who was supposed to appear appeared. When half of the night had passed, the purple-clothed for extreme, holy emissary appeared beyond the 9 heavens, heading east. On the mountain peak, Ning Chun moved his feet and followed. 300 miles to the west of the 9 heavens mountain, the 4 extreme Saint Emissary stopped and waited quietly. Not long after, an illusory figure walked out. The two of them chatted for a while before they left. The 4 extreme Saint Emissaries didn't delay at all. They quickly returned in the direction of 9 heavens mountain. However, right when he was halfway there, a plain-clothed figure appeared out of thin air and obstructed his path. The 4 extreme Saint Emissary's brows turned cold. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Young man, you've come to the wrong place." "That's right. I've been waiting for you for a long time," said Ning Chen calmly. Without further ado, Ning Chen's body instantly disappeared. Wind and clouds gathered as his sword tore through the air. Boom! The sword and palm collided, causing space to explode. This was the beginning of a life-and-death battle. The intense battle stirred up sand for thousands of feet. Rocks crumbled as they were destroyed by the terrifying shock waves. The 4 extreme Saint Emissary was shocked. He found it hard to believe that the young man in front of him was so powerful. Ning Chen condensed a sword with his finger. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy swirled as he clashed with the 4 extreme Saint Emissary. Not long after, the corners of their mouths were dyed red. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression was cold. With his current cultivation level, fighting was indeed more strenuous than he had imagined. The 4 extreme Saint Emissary's expression was abnormally heavy. He really couldn't figure out who the young man in front of him was. He was clearly only a second-stage postnatal expert, but he was shockingly powerful. In terms of control over the heaven and earth powers, he was even at a disadvantage. Retreat! The 4 extreme Saint Emissary made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. "You think you can leave?" Ning Chen snorted coldly. His figure flashed as he turned into a streak of light and chased after the 4 extreme Saint Emissary. With a loud bang, the 4 extreme Saint Emissary retreated a dozen steps. A terrifying sword wound appeared on the right side of his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. "You've gone too far!" The 4 extreme Saint Emissary was enraged. He raised his hand, and the heaven and earth powers gathered around him. He roared fiercely. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stomped his foot, and a dark yellow light rose around him. The ground suddenly trembled, and cracks appeared. "Earth scroll, 1,000 earth revolutions." The ground shook violently, causing the 4 extreme Saint Emissary to lose his footing. In an instant, the ground split apart and rose up before quickly closing in the middle. With a loud bang, the 4 extreme Saint Emissary was submerged in the ground and disappeared without a trace. The Earth Scroll revealed the 4 extreme realms for the first time. Its terrifying divine might shook the world. A moment later, a furious roar came from the ground. The 4 extreme Saint Emissary rushed out of his restraints. His hair was dyed red, and he was in a sorry state. Ning Chen jumped into the air, and with a flip of his right hand, he slammed the 4 extreme Saint Emissary into the ground once more. In the next moment, Ning Chen took a step and disappeared. He arrived in front of the 4 extreme Saint Emissary and stomped down, instantly shattering his meridians. The 4 extreme Saint Emissary was unable to bear the pain. His eyes widened and he fainted. Ning Chen walked up and groped around for a bit before picking him up. His figure flickered, and he disappeared into the night. The Cherishing Flower Palace's western wing. When Ning Chen returned, the sky was already bright. Fortunately, other than Worryless, who was in charge of serving tea, there were very few people in the western wing. Of course, there was also Worryless, who chattered all day. Once the sun rose, Worryless walked over with a basin of water for washing his face. There was a white towel hanging from the basin. "Young master, please," said Worryless softly. Ning Chen revealed a helpless expression. Even after so many days, he still felt a bit awkward. "Miss Worryless, I can do these things myself." Ning Chen bitterly smiled. Having someone with a Xiantian-level Dao physique serve him tea really was a bit strange. Worryless didn't say anything. She had a gentle smile on her face as she quietly stood to the side. "Ning Chen." Just at this moment, a clear voice rang out, breaking the deadlock. "I'm washing my face." Ning Chen replied exasperatedly. He went up and washed his face with water. Why were these two sisters' personalities so different? The only thing they had in common was that one was more difficult to provoke than the other. After Ning Chen finished washing his face, Worryless walked up to the basin and out of the room. At the door, Worryless giggled when she saw Worryless. She then skipped into the room. "Ning Chen, let's have a competition today," said Worryless excitedly. "You have the nerve to say that," said Ning Chen exasperatedly. Just what was this girl thinking? A 7th-rank martial artist fighting a 2nd-rank martial artist? Even he felt embarrassed for her. "I will suppress my cultivation base. I definitely won't bully you." Worryless patted her chest confidently. "No, I'm not interested." Ning Chen refused without the slightest hesitation. "Let's go. Let's have a competition." Worryless directly grabbed him and forcefully dragged him out. "Men and women shouldn't touch each other. You're a girl, so you should be more reserved." Ning Chen couldn't resist, but he couldn't resist either. "I know," Worryless agreed. However, she didn't seem to have any intention of letting go. She used all her strength to drag him out. After a few moments of deadlock, Ning Chen was dragged away. When he was about to leave the courtyard, he saw Worryless. He immediately acted as if he had seen his savior. Unfortunately, Worryless only smiled as usual. She didn't say anything, nor did she stop him. The two of them quickly arrived at the Cherishing Flower Palace's practice field. There were many Cherishing Flower Palace disciples practicing their swordsmanship. When they saw an unfamiliar man appear, they couldn't help but glance over curiously. Worryless quietly followed behind him. Only when they arrived did she softly say, "Go easy on him." "Don't worry, I'll do my best to go easy on him," said Worryless very confidently. Ning Chen smiled helplessly and nodded without leaving a trace. Seeing that someone was about to compete, the Cherishing Flower Palace disciples immediately scattered, opening up a large space for the two of them. "What weapon will you use?" Worryless swung the whip in her hand and smiled. Ning Chen glanced at the weapons on the rack. He took 2 steps forward and pulled out a wooden sword. He said, "I'll use this." Worryless didn't feel that Ning Chen was underestimating her. They were just sparring in the first place. "Be careful." Worryless swung the whip in her hand. In the blink of an eye, the whip coiled like a snake as it swept towards Ning Chen. The disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace all watched the battle nervously. Although they could see that Wang Yu was being lenient and had only used less than 10% of her cultivation, the young man in front of them was really too weak. No one could tell how many attacks he could take. Ning Chen raised his wooden sword and pointed it 3 feet away from the long whip in front of him. Instantly, the power of the long whip within 3 feet was completely neutralized. Taking advantage of this gap, he brushed past the long whip and moved forward. Using the wooden sword, he slapped Forgotten Word's hand. "Ah!" Worryless cried out in pain. Her hand unconsciously loosened, and the whip fell to the ground. Ning Chen put away his sword. The gloominess that had been bothering him for the past few days immediately dissipated. Seeing that Worryless still hadn't reacted, he really wanted to say that he had tolerated her for a very long time. However, Worryless was still beside him, so he magnanimously endured it. The Cherishing Flower Palace disciples all looked at each other. They clearly didn't understand what was going on. "It doesn't count. I wasn't prepared just now. Let's do it again. Worryless came back to her senses and rubbed her red hands. Ning Chen was just about to say something when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He immediately calmed himself down and placed the wooden sword back on the rack. "Worryless, come here," said Worryless softly from the side. Worryless didn't understand what was going on, but she still obediently walked over. "Young Master Ning, we'll meet again if fate wills it." Worryless brought Worryless forward. She gently smiled and said goodbye. Chapter 227. Meng Xuanji was here to bring Ning Chen back. In the Azure Flower Hall, Wang Yu and Wang Yu stood quietly to the side. However, Wang Yu's eyes were clearly filled with reluctance. Meng Xuanji and Palace Master Xihua exchanged a few words before leaving with Ning Chen. Wang Yu's eyes reddened as she watched the two of them leave. A little girl's feelings always came and went quickly. After playing around these past few days, in Wang Yu's heart, Ning Chen had already become a very good friend. The daylily was still as tranquil as before. The smile on her face was faintly discernible and faint, making it difficult for others to see it clearly. After Ning Chen returned to the listening bamboo pavilion, the first thing he did was to visit Yun Shursan. After a few days, Ning Chen noticed some subtle changes in Yun Shursan's body. Yun Shursan's cultivation had improved by half a step and could enter the Xiantian realm anytime. However, there was a trace of worry on Yun Shursan's face, as if he was worried about something. Little Shur too was also present. Ning Chen patted the little fellow's bun and asked, "What happened to your master?" Little Shur too was affected by Yun Shursan, so his mood wasn't high either. He said in a low voice, "The Holy Land's emissary left 9 Heavens Mountain at some point last night and hasn't returned yet." Ning Chen nodded and said softly, "Don't worry. The sacred envoy is an innate expert. Nothing will happen to him. Perhaps he had something urgent to attend to and didn't have time to inform the sect leader." Little Shur too responded and quickly regained his good mood. He went out to play without a care in the world. "Are you worried that the Longevity Hall will come again?" Ning Chen looked at Yun Shursan and asked. "Yes." Yun Shursan sighed and said, "Once the sacred envoy leaves, the Calamity King and the Immortal Hall receive the news. They will no longer have any scruples and will make a comeback. Dream Supremacy and the Cherishing Flower Palace have already discussed the matter of forming an alliance. As long as the two sects form an alliance, the Palace of Immortality will most likely not dare to act rashly," Ning Chen consoled. "I hope so," Yun Shursan said helplessly. Ning Chen smiled. After a few more words of comfort, he left the bamboo listening pavilion and walked towards the Jade Pearl Peak. On the Xuanji Peak, Meng Xuanji stood on the peak and looked into the distance. Her beautiful eyes flashed continuously. Ning Chen didn't disturb him. He walked to the other side and cultivated quietly. As the sun set and the moon rose, the night gradually turned cold. Meng Xuanji still stood there quietly, not moving an inch. Boom! At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. 6 powerful figures appeared outside the great deployment of the 9 clouds. The 6 of them joined forces and destroyed the great deployment of the 9 clouds. The patriarch of the continent of the 9 clouds and the 3 other Zun masters immediately sensed something. They walked out of the palace and went to the top of the mountain. "Palace Master, come quickly!" On the Xuanji Peak, Meng Xuanji flipped her hands and formed complicated seals as she transmitted her voice over. At the same time, Empress Xihua sensed something. Her figure flashed, and she left the Azure Flower Palace. However, right when Palace Master Xihua was about to move, a figure clad in flowing light armor appeared and blocked her path. "Palace Master, you won't be able to go anywhere tonight." "Calamity King." Empress Xihua's expression changed. How could this be? Shouldn't the Disaster King be at 9 Cloud Mountain? If the Long Life Hall didn't have the King of Calamities, how could they conquer the 9 firmaments? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Palace Master Shihua's mind. However, she was unable to figure out what had gone wrong. On the Xuanji Peak, Meng Xuanji watched as the 6 of them attacked the main peak. Confusion flashed across her eyes. Why hadn't the Disaster King appeared yet? In the depths of the Taishan Peak, golden light rose up. The golden feather centipede floated up and down, releasing terrifying rays of light. Among the 6 of them, one of them held the reincarnation mirror and suppressed the golden feather centipede. The other 5 attacked together, forcing the 4 venerables into a dangerous situation. Meng Xuanji waited for a long time, but the Disaster King still didn't appear. She lightly stepped onto the battlefield. The azure-robed expert with the reincarnation mirror faced Meng Xuanji. The 2 of them joined the battle. The battle instantly became intense. Ning Chen watched the intense battle on the main peak. He didn't look worried at all. The Disaster King hadn't appeared because he had expected the 9-Cloud Mountain and the Cherishing Flower Palace to form an alliance. He was most likely blocking the Cherishing Flower Palace's experts. However, the Disaster King had miscalculated. The 4 holy emissaries he had placed his hopes on had already been crippled by him. They weren't of any use. With only 6 Xiantian experts, they wanted to attack 9-Cloud Mountain. Hopefully, the Long Life Palace could afford that price. The battle on the main peak was becoming more and more intense. The azure-robed expert facing Meng Xuanji was finding it more and more difficult to fight. Before long, he was heavily injured. Without the suppression of the reincarnation mirror, the golden feather centipede was able to display its might once more. With the 4 venerables working together, the battle showed signs of turning around. The unexpected change didn't appear. The 6 of them became more and more shocked as they fought. They didn't understand what was going on. Meng Xuanji sent the azure-robed expert flying with a palm. Her figure flashed, and she entered the golden feather centipede's golden light. Her cultivation technique rapidly soared, and golden light filled the sky. It was like a golden sun had risen, illuminating the Taishan Peak. The power of the 5th Xiantian tribulation was fully displayed at this moment. Adding on the golden feather centipede's karmic luck, it was infinitely close to the legendary 3 disaster realm. The 5 of them were immediately pierced by the golden light. Only the azure-robed expert with the reincarnation mirror managed to avoid this calamity. "Retreat," ordered the azure-robed expert, suppressing the roiling blood qi in his body. "You want to leave? It's not that easy." Meng Xuanji's palm descended, and the 6 of them were sent flying. The 3 with weaker cultivation bases were finally unable to endure and crashed into the ground. Buzz! At the critical moment, the reincarnation mirror revealed a power that wasn't inferior to the golden feather centipedes. The azure-robed expert and the other 2 barely managed to block this palm and quickly escaped. Meng Xuanji landed on the ground, her face pale. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Obviously, her body had suffered a great burden from forcefully controlling the golden feather centipede to fight against the 6 of them. "Sect Master, I'll leave this place to you," Meng Xuanji instructed. Her figure flashed, and she quickly flew towards the Xuanji Peak. Meng Xuanji appeared on the Xuanji Peak. Seeing Ning Chen still cultivating on the peak, her eyes flashed. However, she was injured and didn't have time to think. She quickly walked into the Xuanji Hall. Seeing Meng Xuanji enter the hall to treat her injuries, Ning Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. Outside the 9-Cloud Mountain, the azure-robed expert and the other 2 Xiantian experts of the Eternal Life Hall hurried towards the Eternal Life Hall. Ning Chen followed them for a while, but the 3 of them were escaping too quickly. Soon they were out of sight. Not long after, Ning Chen returned. Looking at the Xuanji Hall, his eyes flashed coldly. From today's battle, Meng Xuanji should not be far from the 3 calamities. He had to make a decision quickly. Once a third expert of the three calamities appeared in the four extremities realm. It would be the worst news for the divine land. The master of the four extremities realm and the king of disasters were trying their best to find a third expert of the three calamities realm to break through the boundary between the two realms. If Meng Xuanji could enter the three calamities realm, the two of them wouldn't have to give up on what was close at hand. They just needed to find a way to get Meng Xuanji to fight once. In the Xuanji palace, Meng Xuanji, who was still recuperating, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at the young figure outside the palace, and a look of shock flashed across her eyes. Just now, she had sensed a faint, murderous aura. This was the first time. Why? Could it be that he was related to the Eternal Life Hall? Ugh! In that moment of distraction, Meng Xuanji groaned and vomited a mouthful of blood. Her aura became extremely unstable. Outside the Xuanji Hall, Ning Chen felt the chaotic aura inside the hall. He walked forward step by step, looking at the beautiful figure who was forcefully circulating her energy to suppress her injuries. He raised his right hand. Immediately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred and gathered crazily from all directions, forming a terrifying sword intent. "You want to kill me?" Meng Xuanji coughed out a mouthful of blood and said hoarsely. Ning Chen shook his head and said coldly, "Are you still hesitating?" "Why?" Meng Xuanji tried to stall for time while trying to activate the separation death seal. However, all resistance was futile. Ning Chen would not make such a mistake. Otherwise, he would have died more than 100 times. "Don't waste your energy. The separation death seal was already destroyed before I came in," said Ning Chen calmly to Meng Xuanji. "Why?" Meng Xuanji asked coldly. "Did you sneak into the Nine Heavens mountain to kill me?" Ning Chen shook his head again and said, "No, the idea of killing you was just a spur of the moment. However, if I can destroy a part of your body and prevent you from stepping into the three disasters realm, it might be a better idea." "You're from the Palace of Immortals?" Meng Xuanji said slowly as she tried her best to suppress her injuries. At that moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed past and pointed at Meng Xuanji. A sword formed from snowflakes, pierced through her body. The vital energy that she had just gathered shattered once again. "I advise you not to think about getting lucky." Ning Chen released his right hand and looked at the snow-colored sword that was dyed red with blood. He said indifferently, "As for your question, I can tell you with certainty that I have nothing to do with the Palace of Immortals." At that moment, Ning Chen's doubts had been answered. So the reason Meng Xuanji was wary of him was because she suspected that he was sent by the Palace of Immortals. However, this was not important to him. A strange light flashed through Meng Xuanji's eyes. If he wasn't from the Palace of Immortals, then why did he have the aura of phoenix blood? Also, why did he want to kill her? "I'll give you one last chance. Whether or not you can keep this part of your body depends on your answer," Ning Chen said very seriously. "If one day the Master of the Four Extremes asks you and the Disaster King to work together to open a path to another realm, what will you do?" After saying this, Ning Chen quietly stood in front of Meng Xuanji. His eyes flashed coldly. To be honest, he didn't want to hear any other answer. However, if Meng Xuanji made the wrong choice, he would not show mercy. Hearing this strange question, Meng Xuanji fell silent. After a long while, she said, "No matter when, I will never work together with the Disaster King." Ning Chen looked at Meng Xuanji and slowly said, "How can I believe you?" Meng Xuanji snorted and said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, you can attack." Ning Chen didn't ask any more questions. He stepped forward and pulled out the blood-dyed sword. With a wave of his hand, it disappeared. "I hope that in the future, you'll still remember what you said today." With that, Ning Chen turned and left. The Palace of Immortals had been heavily injured this time. They would not be able to deal with the 9 firmaments and the cherishing Flower Palace in a short period of time. There was no need for him to stay. Chapter 228. Ning Qin walked out of the Xuanji Palace. 2 steps later, his clothes scattered and he disappeared. The human dynasty was bustling with people. It was a bustling scene. Qingli City was the capital of the Lihua dynasty closest to the 4 extremes sacred grounds. Ning Qian walked quietly among the people, looking no different from an ordinary person. As one of the 4 dynasties of the 4 extremes realm, the Lihua dynasty relied on the sacred grounds to exist. Its national power had always been the strongest. This was also the biggest difference between the 4 extremes realm and the divine prefecture. The 4 extremes realm was a world dominated by large sections. In the divine prefecture, all sects had to be controlled by the imperial power. Even if they had a Xiantian expert, they would not dare to touch the bottom line of the imperial power. The divine prefecture had already experienced an era like the 4 extremes realm. However, the appearance of the Great Xia had forcefully changed the situation. Ning Qin had 2 goals in coming here. The first was to find a way to obtain more information about the 4 extremes sacred grounds, and even find a chance to enter the sacred grounds. The second was what he needed to do the most right now. He needed to find a sword. Since even Mu Bai and the senior were unable to surpass a sword without a sword, he could only treat those words as nonsense. Finding a suitable sword was the most important thing for him at this stage of the world. The Lihua dynasty was famous for its forging. The 2 divine blacksmiths were famous far and wide. It was the origin of many divine weapons in the world. It was rumored that one of the 2 divine blacksmiths, a heavenly blacksmith, came from the sacred grounds. He was also a guest elder of the sacred grounds. The title of heavenly blacksmith was bestowed by the sacred grounds. In comparison, the title of earthly blacksmith was slightly inferior. It was bestowed by the Lihua dynasty. The difference of one word was like heaven and earth. At night, Ning Qin entered the heavenly blacksmith manor. When his spiritual sense swept out, he felt a powerful aura. It was without a doubt a Xiantian expert. Within the heavenly blacksmith manor, thousands of weapons were spread out on high platforms in the 4 weapon halls. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, all of them were present. Ning Qin searched for a long time. In the end, he shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. Within the earthly blacksmith manor, a skinny old man stood beside a blazing furnace. The heavy hammer in his hand clanged as he smashed it down, sparks flying. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking old man was a world-renowned earthly blacksmith? Beside the stove, the little boy who was pulling the bellows was so tired that he was sweating profusely. He kept mumbling to himself, "Master, let's take a break." The little boy raised his head and asked for instructions. "Hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon." The old man impatiently wiped his sweat and said, "You said that 2 hours ago." The little boy grumbled, his face filled with resentment. "You're just a child, so you can't bear even the slightest bit of hardship. Stop talking nonsense and continue pulling. Otherwise, you won't have anything to eat tomorrow." The old man repeatedly raised the hammer in his hand as he lectured them. The little boy lowered his head resentfully and did not say anything else. He obediently pulled the bellows. Dang, dang! In the silent night, the sound of hammering echoed through the courtyard. As sparks flew, a silhouette in plain clothes appeared out of thin air, waiting quietly to the side. The little boy was startled to see the figure that had suddenly appeared in the courtyard, and his hands involuntarily stopped moving. A large hand landed on the little boy's head, causing him to cry out in pain. He turned his head to look at the old man with dissatisfaction. "What are you looking at?" "Keep pulling," the earthen craftsman snapped. The little boy pouted and continued pulling the bellows with both hands. Ning Qin patiently waited on the side, his eyes looking at a sword among the many weapons in the hall behind the old man. A moment later he looked away. Time slowly passed, and the iron sword in the old man's hand gradually took shape. It looked ordinary, but after entering the water, It emitted a chilling coldness. "Venerable sir, what brings you to the earthen craftsman manor?" The earthen craftsman walked to the side and placed the iron sword on the weapon rack, to be able to silently appear in front of him without alerting a single guard. There was no doubt that this person was a Xiantian expert. "This junior has come to ask for a sword," Ning Chen respectfully said. The earthen craftsman walked back to the furnace and calmly said, "Which one do you like?" Ning Chen's eyes moved. In the hall, a dark green sword trembled slightly and flew out. The earthen craftsman glanced at it and said, "Since you've come to ask for a sword, why don't you choose the one with the best material?" Ning Chen gently stroked the sword in front of him and seriously said, "This one suits me the best." There were too many divine weapons in the world, just like the divine sword in the underworld. However, if it wasn't his, there was no point in forcing it. "Help me do something, and this sword is yours," the earthen craftsman slowly said. "Senior earthen craftsman, please speak," Ning Chen calmly said. "There are 3 green jade trees in the Black Rock Sea. I need one, but there are Xiantian experts guarding the place. Whether you want to go or not is up to you," the earthen craftsman said calmly as he tidied up the tools on the furnace. Ning Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "This junior will do his best." With that, Ning Chen waved his hand and sent the sword back to the hall. With a move of his feet, he quickly left. Seeing the white figure disappear into the night, the little boy finally dared to speak. He whispered, "Master, is that person really a venerable? He's so young." The earthen craftsman picked up the hammer, tongs, and other forging tools and said casually, "There are many geniuses in this world, and there are also many lucky people. Everyone has their own opportunities. You just need to do your own thing well. There's no need to be envious of others." The little boy nodded. He didn't quite understand, but at the same time he seemed to understand something. The Black Rock Sea was 1,500 miles away from Qingli City. It wasn't a sea, but a dangerous land filled with rugged mountains. The Black Rock Sea was very large, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. On the black soil, there were black tree-shaped stones. They were densely packed, and from a distance, it looked like a black sea. Ning Chen walked over, step by step in the sea of stones, patiently searching for traces of the green jade trees. The auras of the Holy Land's experts were hidden. If a Xiantian expert deliberately hid himself, it would be very difficult for others to sense him. However, if he carefully sensed it, he could still sense a powerful pressure coming from the Black Rock Sea. After a long time, Ning Chen finally found the location of the green jade trees. His figure flashed, and he quickly rushed over. When he was 100 steps away from the 3 green jade trees, Ning Chen suddenly stopped. His aura surged, and he coldly said, "Why aren't you coming out to see me?" His domineering words echoed through the Black Rock Sea. Combined with the surging spiritual qi, the Holy Land's experts hiding in the shadows unconsciously frowned and walked out. "You are." Facing an unfamiliar expert, Yu Yangtian didn't dare be careless. A 4-colored medallion appeared in Ning Chen's hand. With a wave of his hand, it flew over. Yu Yangtian received the medallion and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He immediately knelt down respectfully. "Greetings, Holy Envoy. The Realm Master has ordered you to pick a green jade tree and hand it over to me." "You can't make a mistake," said Ning Chen. Yu Yangtian frowned once more. What did the Realm Master want with the green jade tree? "Holy Envoy, please wait a moment." Yu Yangtian respectfully bowed and then walked over to the 3 green jade trees. Circulating his true qi, the ground trembled, and a green jade tree slowly rose up. Yu Yangtian intentionally left his back to Ning Chen. As he collected the green jade tree, he was secretly on guard. However, Ning Chen just stood there quietly, not moving at all. There was nothing unusual about him. After a while, Yu Yangtian let down his guard. Perhaps he really was worrying too much. "Holy Envoy, please accept this," Yu Yangtian walked up and handed over the 4-level sacred medallion and the green jade tree. Ning Qin took them, turned around, and walked away. Looking at the former's back, Yu Yangtian helplessly shook his head. He was becoming more and more suspicious. In the earthly craftsman manner, Ning Qin returned. The earthly craftsman and the boy were stunned. This was too fast. "Senior earthly craftsman, please fulfill your promise," said Ning Qin seriously as he took out the green jade tree. The earthly craftsman's expression became a bit strange. "You really want to exchange? The sword you chose can't compare to the green jade tree in your hand." Ning Qin gently smiled. "No matter how precious this green jade tree is, I can't turn it into a sword. Without senior earthly craftsman's divine skill, it's just a piece of broken wood. You don't need to try to bewitch this old man." "I won't fall for it," said the earthly craftsman. To the side, the boy looked down on the old man. "It'd be strange if you didn't fall for it." In the end, the earthly craftsman was someone who had seen the world. After being hit by a sugar-coated bullet, he quickly recovered and said, "Actually, you can also go find a heavenly craftsman. With this green jade tree, even if you ask him to make 100 swords for you, he won't hesitate." "Huh." Ning Qin inwardly laughed. He did want to, but everyone knew that heavenly craftsmen were from the Holy Lands. For him to take something from the Holy Lands but go find a heavenly craftsman was purely stupid. Senior earthly craftsman skill is #1 in the world. "I don't like the swords made by others." Ning Qin continued to bewitch him. The earth craftsman laughed heartily and said, "Your temper is very much to this old man's liking. Since you call me senior, I can't take advantage of you. I'll take 1/3 of this green jade wood, and I'll forge a sword for you with the remaining 2/3. "Many thanks, senior earthly craftsman," said Ning Qin respectfully. The boy covered his forehead. This old man really didn't have the ability to resist. What the boy didn't know was that the earthly craftsman had heard a lot of flattery in his life. How could he be confused by a few words from Ning Qin? However, as a craftsman, what he cared about the most was whether or not he could make a more perfect product. With the green jade tree, this desire could be improved. Moreover, in this world, every Xiantian venerable had an extremely high status. Even the imperial families of the 4 great dynasties had to treat them politely, not daring to offend them. Ever since Ning Qin appeared last night, his every word and action had given him enough respect. Although the earthly craftsman's personality was strange, he wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. In any case, the swords he made were for people to use. Rather than giving it to someone else, he might as well give it to this young man who looked slightly more pleasing to the eye. After preparing for half a day, the earthly craftsman told the boy to guard the house well. Then he brought Ning Qin out of Qingli City. Ordinary flames were no longer effective in forging the green jade tree. He needed to find an old friend to help him. Chapter 229. In the north of Li Fire King City, in a remote area, the earth craftsman brought Ning Qin over. Not long after, a simple and crude courtyard appeared in front of them. The surroundings were extremely desolate. There were rocks, valleys, and everything else. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of life. Only today did Ning Qin understand what it meant to be in the middle of nowhere. He had originally thought that he was low-key enough. He hadn't expected someone to be even better at hiding than him. "Old man Li, an old friend has come to see you." The earth craftsman shouted in front of the courtyard, causing Ning Qin's ears to ring. "Old man Li, I'm not deaf. There's no need to be so loud." As he spoke, the door of the wooden house was pushed open with a creak, and an old man with a withered face appeared. He was sitting in a wheelchair, and his right leg and left arm were empty. It was a sad sight to behold. Ning Qin narrowed his eyes. What a powerful Xiantian! This seemingly ordinary old man was at least a 3rd tribulation Xiantian expert. Oh, what a young child! Old man Li also noticed Ning Qin beside the earth craftsman, a Xiantian expert who wasn't even 20 years old, was truly shocking. "Greetings, Senior Li." Ning Chen cupped his fists in greeting. To be able to cultivate to the third tribulation Xiantian with such a crippled body, this kind of perseverance and willpower was admirable. However, Ning Chen had still been careful. He had been using spiritual qi to protect himself, hiding his cultivation base to prevent others from suspecting him. "Haha." Old Man Li laughed hoarsely. He glanced at the Earth Craftsman and said, "Old Man Li, you don't come here for no reason. Speak, what do you want from me?" The Earth Craftsman's expression became serious. "I'm here to borrow your Li flame." Old Man Li was startled and asked in surprise, "You obtained the green jade wood?" The Earth Craftsman waved his hand, and a dazzling green jade wood appeared. It looked like jade, but it wasn't jade. Old Man Li narrowed his eyes. This was the legendary green jade wood. As expected, it was extraordinary. "How did you obtain it?" Old Man Li looked at Ning Chen. Without question, this green jade would have been obtained by this young man. This was a treasure of a sacred land, and the Earth Craftsman had been coveting it for quite some time. "I tricked it," Ning Chen said honestly. He knew very well that this matter could not be concealed for more than a few days. It would be exposed soon, so there was no need to lie. "How bold!" Old Man Li smiled, then turned his wheelchair around and said, "Follow me." The three of them walked towards the northwest. Not long after, a huge gully appeared in front of them. It was more than 10 feet wide, and they couldn't see the bottom. "You may leave." Old Li waved his hand, and the three of them turned into streams of light and entered the ravine. A powerful heat wave assaulted his face. Every time he descended a foot, the temperature would increase exponentially. Half a quarter of an hour later, the three of them descended to the ground. In front of them, a huge platform was surging violently, and blue flames were surging. Even from far away, they could feel the terrifying heat. A glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Was this leaf fire? It looked like a flame that was born with the help of the earth fire. It was really strange. The Lihua dynasty was famous because of the Lihua dynasty. Since old Li was guarding this place, his status must be extraordinary. The Earth Craftsman walked up and waved his hand, sending the green jade wood into the leaf fire. His hands formed a series of seals, and black runes immediately appeared on his right arm. They were like armor that rapidly spread across his entire arm. In that instant, the Earth Craftsman's aura rapidly soared, only stopping when he reached half-step Xiantian. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed he had underestimated this Earth Craftsman. To be able to receive the title of Earth Craftsman, he truly did have his own extraordinary aspects. "Old friend, it's time for you to take action." The Earth Craftsman glanced at Old Li. Old Li didn't waste any words. He raised his only right hand, and an incomparably powerful energy surged out. The surrounding spiritual qi was drawn into the flames in front of him. The leaf fire's color rapidly deepened, turning from blue to inky blue. It crazily roared. The Earth Craftsman stared at the green jade wood within the flames, waiting for the moment to change. Time slowly passed. Within the leaf fire, the green jade wood floated up and down. Green lines began to appear. They were very faint, but they were very clear to the three of them. In that instant, a black gold hammer flew out of the Earth Craftsman's hand and smashed into the green jade wood. Waves of fire soared into the sky, and the green jade wood trembled. Following the lines, it began to spread, slightly changing its shape. Clang! Another huge sound rang out as the Earth Craftsman's hammer smashed down once more. Following that, one sound after another rang out incessantly, shaking everyone's hearts. Ning Chen stood to the side and watched, not saying a word. He patiently waited. After an unknown amount of time, a small section of the green jade wood flew out of the leaf fire and stabbed into the stone wall. The Earth Craftsman didn't bother with it. He continued to focus on the black gold hammer in his hand, forging the most difficult sword of his life. The sun set and the moon rose and the sun rose again. Day after day passed. Within the leaf fire, the green jade wood pattern became clearer and clearer. The ink-blue flame surged violently. As time passed, the blue color gradually faded, turning into a pitch-black color. On the 10th day, dark clouds gathered in the clear sky. With a cracking sound, thunder rumbled and heavy rain poured down. However, before the rain could even get close to the three, it was evaporated by the terrifying temperature in the valley. The rain continued for a day and night, and only cleared up at noon the next day. The loud sounds in the valley never stopped, continuing without rest. None of the three knew that outside the valley, the entire world was in chaos. The news of the Holy Land's envoy's accident had finally spread. It originated from the heavenly craftsman going to the Blackstone Sea to retrieve the green jade wood. Yu Yangtian immediately felt that something was wrong and understood that he had been deceived. Half a day later, 3 Xiantian experts walked out from the 4 extreme Holy Lands. Led by Yu Yangtian, they went all out to search for Ning Chen's traces. As for the Blackstone Sea, there were other experts from the Holy Land guarding it. The Holy Land's envoy went missing, and the green jade wood was deceived. This was the first time in thousands of years that the Holy Land had suffered such a great provocation and humiliation. Especially Yu Yangtian, the anger in his heart was so strong that it was difficult to suppress. After the news spread, the world was in an uproar. All the major sects were shocked by this person who dared to provoke the Holy Land. The 9 Clouds Mountain became the first place the Holy Land's experts went to, because the Holy Envoy's last known location was the 9 Clouds Mountain. However, Yu Yangtian investigated for a few days and didn't find any useful clues. The Holy Envoy's cultivation was extraordinary. If he had been killed in the continent of the 9 Clouds, there would definitely have been traces left behind. The only one who had guessed the truth was Meng Xuanji, but she didn't say anything. She just watched the situation develop. Without any clues or evidence, Yu Yangtian couldn't blame the continent of the 9 Clouds. After all, the continent of the 9 Clouds wasn't an ordinary major sect. The 5 Zun cultivators were extremely strong, especially Meng Xuanji. She was the strongest cultivator in the world who had almost broken through to the 3 disasters layer. In the Fire Valley, the sword forging process had already reached the 19th day. The green jade wood was gradually taking shape in the black flames. The earthly craftsman glanced at Ning Chen and said, "It's your turn." Ning Chen took a step forwards and cut his right hand. Drops of blood fell onto the sword and quickly entered the sword's veins. The earthly craftsman's hammer continued smashing down. Blood splashed everywhere as he completed the final step of tempering the sword. From noon until the bright moon hung high in the sky, the sword that had been forged for 19 days was finally about to take shape. Boom! The moment the hammer smashed down, the sword shone brightly with blood-red light. A surge of sword intent spread out with a bang. The 3 people closest to it were immediately forced back a few steps. Their blood and chi surged. The wind and clouds in the valley instantly changed. The ground trembled and rumbled. "Quick!" said the earthly craftsman hurriedly. Ning Chen immediately stepped forward and grabbed the sword. The second tribulation of the Xiantian realm completely erupted, forcefully suppressing the surging sword intent. Arg! With a painful groan, blood surged everywhere. The sword that had just taken shape actually forced its way into Ning Chen's arm. A bloody mist filled the air. It was abnormally shocking. The sword merged with the body. The boundless vitality of the green jade would burst forth. Ning Chen's cultivation immediately rose rapidly. His heaven, earth, and life cyclones rapidly expanded. It only slowed down when he reached the 5th rank. The sword disappeared. The changes in the Fire Valley also stopped. Everything returned to normal. Not far away, the earthly craftsman looked at the sword that had disappeared from Ning Chen's arm. A trace of relief flashed through his tired eyes. His hard work had not been in vain. "Kid, I've already forged the sword for you. However, how much this sword can grow will depend on you," said the earthly craftsman. "Many thanks, Senior." Ning Chen respectfully bowed and said, "All right, I'm tired of hearing you say that." The earthly craftsman impatiently waved his hand. He then turned to his old friend and said, "Oldly, it's been hard on you these past few days." Old Manly smiled and said, "It's nothing." After saying that, he looked at Ning Chen and asked, "Have you thought of a name for the sword?" "Destiny." Ning Chen lightly spat out 2 words and replied. The earthly craftsman and Old Li repeated the name in their minds. They didn't feel too much about this strange name. It was just a name. As long as it wasn't called cat, dog, or cat, it was fine. The 3 of them rested for 2 hours before leaving the valley. Old Li returned to his small courtyard, while the earthly craftsman and Ning Chen hurried back to Qingli City. Half a day later, the 2 of them returned to Qingli City. When Ning Chen heard the news, he immediately understood what was going on. The disappearance of the 4 extreme holy emissary had been exposed. In the earthly craftsman manner, the little boy looked at Ning Chen as he softly recounted what had happened in the past few days. After hearing his little disciple's story, the earthly craftsman strangely glanced at Ning Chen, who was calmly drinking tea as if nothing had happened. He really didn't expect this kid to cause so much trouble. "Kid, you never thought about whether I would sell you to the sacred land," said the earthly craftsman. "Senior earthly craftsman isn't that kind of person. Moreover, Senior doesn't seem to have a good impression of the sacred land." Ning Chen lightly laughed. He wasn't stupid. If it was the heavenly craftsman manner, he definitely wouldn't sit down and drink tea so quietly. "Smart kid," said the earthly craftsman. "Well said." Ning Chen gladly accepted. The little boy curled his lips. These 2 thick-skinned old foxes. Chapter 230. In the palace of the Lihua dynasty, a young emperor who looked to be in his 30s sat on the dragon throne. Looking at the order from the sacred land, a cold look flashed across his face. No one was willing to rely on others, especially the emperor of a dynasty. How could he allow others to sleep beside him? The Lihua dynasty had been controlled by the 4 extremes sacred land for too long. How could he be satisfied? He was interested in the young Xiantian expert that the sacred land was looking for. He wanted to see what kind of person dared to make trouble for the 4 extremes sacred land. "Men," Li Yan said. "Your Majesty." A guard ran into the palace and knelt down. "Ask the eldest princess to come here," Li Yan ordered. "Yes, sir." The guard respectfully accepted the order and quickly retreated. Li Yan looked at the order from the sacred land in his hand. His eyes kept flashing. In terms of finding people, no one was better than his sister. However, this time they were looking for an Xiantian expert. It would be much more difficult. In the earthly craftsman manner, the 2 foxes in the little boy's eyes were sitting quietly in their seats, each thinking about something. Ning Chen frowned deeply. However, he didn't look like he was worried about anything. Instead, he looked like he was preparing to do something, but couldn't think of a way. The earthly craftsman had many things to think about. Of course, it didn't have much to do with Ning Chen. After all, he had taken 1/3 of the green jade wood. The 2 of them were now in the same boat. He had never thought of selling Ning Chen out, even if the sacred land could give him more in return, including 1/3 of the green jade wood. Now, the only thing he wanted to do was to create the most perfect weapon in his life. However, he didn't have enough materials. The green jade wood was only one of them. He still had to think of ways to get the remaining materials. Thinking of this, the earthly craftsman looked up and saw Ning Chen frowning as he thought about something. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Kid, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how to get the 2 green jade woods too," Ning Chen replied instinctively. The earthly craftsman was speechless. After a long while, he asked, "Why didn't you trick them too?" Ning Chen glanced at the former. and he felt disdain in his heart as he said, "The protectors of the Blackstone Ocean aren't idiots. It's already difficult for me to obtain one. If I were to ask for an exorbitant price, then it would definitely arouse suspicion." The earthly craftsman smiled and said, "There's no point in thinking about this. You'd better think about how to hide your identity. I believe that the sacred land is already searching for you everywhere. If there's no good way, my earthly craftsman manner won't be able to hide you for long." Only then did Ning Chen remember this. He waved his hand to disperse the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that he had used to conceal his cultivation base. 5th grade post-celestial. The earth craftsman's eyelids twitched violently as a look of disbelief appeared on his aged face. The little boy's cultivation base was very low, so he still could not see anything. Looking at his master's exaggerated expression, his eyes were filled with curiosity. "Why is this happening?" The earth craftsman asked in confusion. He had seen such a situation before. With such a huge difference in cultivation level, no one would believe him even if he told them. It's a long story. In short, I don't need to deliberately hide my identity. As long as I don't make a move, even a pre-celestial ranker won't be able to see anything. Even more so, no one will suspect a 5th grade prenatal youngster. Ning Chen replied. The earth craftsman smacked his lips in disbelief. There were indeed strange things every year, but there were especially many this year. How about we make another deal? The earth craftsman thought for a while and said. Ning Chen's face revealed a trace of obvious vigilance. He said, "Senior earth craftsman, please speak. I still need a material. Why don't you help me find it? In return, I can agree to any of your conditions." The earth craftsman's tone was full of temptation. Ning Chen probed, "What material?" "Blazing sun iron." The earth craftsman said seriously. Ning Chen's eyes moved. So it was this material. In the past, he had obtained a piece of blazing sun iron at the Qilin Pavilion ranking ceremony. However, this item was left in the Jiming Marquis residence, so he could only stare at it. "The hope of finding blazing sun iron by myself is too small." Ning Chen did not reject, but he also expressed his concerns. This was not the Great Xia, and his information was limited, especially this kind of rare treasure. The sources of information had always been scarce, and it was very difficult to obtain. "I can introduce someone to you. She will definitely be of help." The earth craftsman continued. "Who?" Ning Chen asked. "The eldest princess of the Lihua dynasty, Liu Wei." The earth craftsman slowly said. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. "Senior earth craftsman, with your relationship with the Lihua dynasty, if you want to find something, just say the word. Why do you have to go in such a big circle?" The earth craftsman seriously replied, "It's very simple. Because the heavenly craftsman will definitely not let this kind of divine material fall into my hands. The Xiantian experts of the Lihua dynasty have to be wary of the existence of the Holy Land and cannot act. Therefore, even if I find blazing sun iron through the power of the dynasty, I will not be able to get it back. I promise you." Ning Chen thought for a while and agreed. Apart from their deal, the earth craftsman had also helped him forge a sword. To him, this was not a small favor, so it was reasonable for him to help. On the other hand, this old man's position in the Lihua dynasty was not low. His promise might be of great help to him in the future. Hearing Ning Chen agree, the earth craftsman's face was unusually gratified. This kid still had a conscience. However, very quickly, the earth craftsman seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on his face quickly froze. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to warn him. "Kid, the eldest princess's personality is a bit strange. You have to be mentally prepared. You have to endure it." The earth craftsman tactfully reminded him. Ning Chen frowned and nodded. He had seen quite a few strange people. In any case, he and the eldest princess only had a cooperative relationship. For the sake of the earth craftsman, he just had to endure it a little. Within the Lihua Imperial Palace, a beautiful woman walked into the main hall. Her appearance was exceptionally outstanding, and her smile was always on her face. However, all the guards, eunuchs, and palace maids immediately lowered their heads when they saw this woman. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, just like mice seeing a cat. The Lihua dynasty's eldest princess was much more famous than her brother, the emperor. Of course, this reputation was not very pleasant to hear. In everyone's eyes, eldest Princess Li Yue was a bandit dressed in a beautiful robe. As long as this eldest princess took a fancy to something, whether it was a person or something else, she would definitely do whatever it took to obtain it. It could be said that as long as someone saw the eldest princess inside or outside the palace, they would immediately take a detour, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Li Yan clearly also knew of his sister's infamy. He helplessly dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids who were almost paralyzed with fear. "May I know why your majesty has summoned me?" Li Yue casually found a chair and sat down. Li Yan bitterly smiled and personally walked out of the main hall, handing over the Holy Land's order. Li Yue received it and looked at it for a moment. A faint coldness flashed in her eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. "Yue, what do you think?" asked Li Yan. "Go ahead and find him. Who would dare to go against the Holy Land's orders?" Li Yue indifferently said, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. If you really find him, bring him here for me to see just what is so special about this young Xiantian expert that he dares to challenge the Holy Land's prestige," said Li Yan. "I will naturally obey elder brother's orders." Li Yue stood up, bowed, and then left. Li Yan helplessly shook his head. His sister's intelligence and ability were indisputable, but her conduct were truly unworthy of praise. Ning Chen had only come to the Lihua dynasty not long ago, so he naturally didn't know that Li Yue didn't use an ordinary name. Otherwise, he would have to seriously consider whether or not he would agree to the Earth Craftsman's conditions. At this time, the old fox had already returned to forging. In the words of the child, the old man would feel uncomfortable if he didn't hammer at least a few times a day. Ning Chen knew that a strange old man like the Earth Craftsman would always have some strange habits, so it wasn't strange. The child was dragged away to do manual labor, so Ning Chen was free. He took out the inky sword he had just obtained and waved it around a few times. It was quite handy, enough for a fight. In truth, he didn't have such strict requirements for swords. Of course, that was only relative to Mu Bai and his senior. At the very least, he didn't care about the swords in the heavenly craftsman manner. The words he had said to the Earth Craftsman that day weren't all just flattery. With this sword, the next time he faced a Xiantian like the Four Extreme, Holy Emissary, he wouldn't have to put in so much effort. The only unfortunate thing was that he couldn't use the sword in his body in the short term. The green jade wood was special and required a long time of maintenance and tempering. He couldn't rush it. In addition, there were still 2 green jade wood in the Blackstone Sea. He had to find a way to get them. The green jade wood contained an extremely large amount of vitality that would be beneficial to his cultivation. Moreover, obtaining these 2 green jade would also be of great help in tempering the sword in his body. However, the Four Extreme Holy Land's protection of the Blackstone Sea would definitely be even tighter now. If he wanted to enter again, it would definitely be difficult. The sound of hammering rang out from the front yard and spread throughout the entire Earth Craftsman Manor. The flickering flames reflected a red light that was extremely dazzling in the dark night. Ning Chen walked towards the front yard and looked at the old man. "Senior Earth Craftsman, this junior is going out to get some fresh air. Clean up after you've caused trouble and come back," said the Earth Craftsman without even raising his head. "Boorish," muttered the little boy. However, he was slapped on the head and didn't dare say anything else. Ning Chen nodded and turned into a ray of light that shot off into the distance. The little boy secretly envied him. When would he be able to cultivate to such a level? 5 kilometers away from the Blackstone Sea, Ning Chen appeared. Looking at the boundless sea of stones, he raised his right hand. Wind and cloud swirled as a ray of sword chi condensed. In an instant, the sword chi shot out, shaking the heavens and earth. The sword chi whistled through the air, leaving behind a terrifying sword scar in the sky before shooting into the sea of stones. Impudent! Two furious roars rang out. In the next moment, two abnormally powerful auras erupted. Dazzling light soared into the sky, chasing after the source of the sword chi. When Ningchen saw this, he didn't say anything and immediately fled. Chapter 231. The cold moon hung high in the sky. Under the night sky, 3 streaks of light sped through the sky, 1 in front and 2 behind. They were extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ning Chen led the 2 of them around for most of the night, and they only managed to shake them off when the sun was about to rise. The 2 experts from the Holy Lands were worried that this was a trick to lure them away, so they didn't dare to continue chasing. They quickly returned to the Blackstone Sea. Ning Chen appeared and looked at the 2 experts from the Holy Lands, then turned and rushed back to Qingli City. As expected, the 4 extreme Holy Lands were on guard. It seemed that he had to think of another way to obtain the green jade wood. In the Earth Craftsman manner, the boy had just woken up. He glanced at Ning Chen in a daze, but he didn't react. He rubbed his eyes and walked over. "You're back? I've already sent someone to deliver a letter to the eldest princess. I'm sure someone will be here soon," said the Earth Craftsman. Ning Chen nodded. "I will definitely do my best to fulfill my promise." In the evening, the eldest princess sent someone over. It was a pretty palace maid who came to invite Ning Chen over. The Earth Craftsman was still busy forging and didn't have time to bother with the 2 of them. Ning Chen casually greeted the old man and left with the palace maid. In the eldest princess manner, Li Yue, who was wearing a beautiful palace dress, looked at the young man walking over with an incomprehensible smile on her beautiful face. "Young Master Ning, please sit." Li Yue got up and dismissed the palace maid beside her. She personally poured tea for Ning Chen. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. His intuition told him that this woman wasn't easy to deal with. Fortunately, the Earth Craftsman didn't reveal his identity. Otherwise, this woman might really sell him off. "Eldest princess is too polite," said Ning Chen slowly. "This is what Yue should do." Li Yue smiled and continued. From the Earth Craftsman's letter, it can be seen that young master is deeply trusted by him. Yue is a bit curious. "I don't think I've heard of young Master Ning's name before." "Eldest princess is busy, so you naturally wouldn't pay attention to an ordinary person like me," replied Ning Chen with a smile. Li Yue snorted inwardly. What a slippery brat. When did the Earth Craftsman manor have such a person? No one knew the Earth Craftsman's temper better than her. Not only was he strange, but he also didn't trust others. "Princess, dinner is ready." At this moment, a palace maid walked over and said respectfully, "Young Master Ning, please," Li Yue said. Ning Chen followed behind the 2 of them as his mind raced. This grand princess was the person with the best information network in the entire Lihua dynasty. She had many sources of information and was extremely important to him right now. From the old man's tone, he could more or less feel that the relationship between the entire Lihua dynasty and the 4 extreme Holy Lands was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. Actually, this was a very normal thing. In the world, there wasn't a single dynasty that was willing to be controlled by another. This was good news for him. Li Yue's identity was extraordinary. If he could build a good relationship with her, it would definitely be of great help to him in the future. However, this woman was not easy to deal with. It would definitely not be easy to get her help. During dinner, there were only 2 people in the spacious hall. Li Yue dismissed all the maids and personally served them. Li Yue was too close. Their clothes touched, and her warm body fragrance lingered between the 2 of them. Ning Chen felt uncomfortable all over. If he didn't want to build a good relationship with her, he would have already left. It had to be said that although Ning Qin had always been excessively rational, possessing a calmness that far surpassed his peers, he was still not even 20 years old. When it came to matters between men and women, he really didn't know how to handle them. If it was before, he would have been able to just leave. But now he couldn't do that. The reason why Li Yue was called the dynasty's bandit in beautiful clothing wasn't just because of her outstanding methods. Her eyes were also exceptionally sinister. She immediately saw that the previously calm young man had become a bit unnatural. Li Yue's lips curved dangerously. It was good that he had a weakness. As long as he had a weakness, she could use it. Although the young man in front of her didn't seem too extraordinary, she had a feeling that he definitely wasn't as simple as he seemed. Her intuition had never been wrong, and this time was no different. Ning Chen moved away without leaving a trace, slightly increasing the distance between the two of them. However, how could Li Yue give up on this prey that was sent to her mouth? She leaned forward slightly and pressed herself against him again. Unknowingly, the two of them had already moved half the table. The smile on Li Yue's lips also became more and more dangerous. Seeing that the former still wanted to run, Li Yue's fair arms wrapped around him. She leaned lightly behind him and said softly, "Young Master Ning, you seem to be very afraid of me. What's wrong? Yue won't eat you." Feeling the moist breath beside his ear, Ning Chen unnaturally wanted to dodge. However, he found that this pair of seemingly weak and boneless arms wrapped around his body like a snake. He couldn't break free, even if he wanted to. "Princess, you're drunk." Ning Chen tried his best to lean forward and avoid contact. The next moment, Li Yue's entire body leaned forward. Her fine black hair hung down and floated between Ning Chen's breaths. There was no longer any possibility of escape. Ning Chen's body stiffened for a long time before gradually relaxing. His expression returned to normal. He drank when he should, ate when he should, and did whatever he wanted. Li Yue was slightly surprised. It seemed that she had underestimated him. "Princess!" A little Palace maid hurriedly ran over. When she saw the ambiguous posture of the two in the hall, she immediately turned pale with fright and knelt down while trembling. Li Yue straightened her body, and the smile on her face disappeared. She said calmly, "What's the matter?" "Reporting to Princess. Duke Muyang is here." The little princess trembled. Hearing this name, Li Yue unconsciously frowned. She clearly didn't like this person. "Tell him that I'm already resting," Li Yue said. "Haha, Yue, why are you so unreasonable?" Amidst the hearty laughter, a young and handsome figure appeared. There were 9 python patterns on his gorgeous clothes. He was dignified and noble, showing that the person's identity was extraordinary. Duke Muyang, the youngest duke in the Lihua dynasty. He was also the person in the younger generation who was most likely to step into the Xiantian realm. On the seats, Ning Qin finally got rid of Li Yue's entanglement with great difficulty and relaxed a lot. He didn't care who the person was at all and focused on eating his food. He was only at the 5th grade of the Hotian realm. How could he not eat? However, just because he didn't want to cause trouble didn't mean that no one would. Duke Muyang's expression immediately turned cold when he saw Ning Qin in the hall. He had never seen Li Yue eat alone with a man. Just who was this young man? Duke Muyang turned his head and asked, "Yue, who is this?" "Do I have to report to you about my matters?" Li Yue's usual smile disappeared, and she didn't even try to hide it. Ning Qin glanced at Li Yue in astonishment. According to his impression, even if this woman didn't like Duke Muyang, she shouldn't make it so obvious. "Kid, why are you here?" Duke Muyang's eyes were cold. Ning Qin wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart. How could he not see why Duke Muyang was so hostile towards him? However, it was useless to say anything to this kind of person. It would only be a waste of energy. Ning Qin lowered his head and continued eating, ignoring him. Killing intent rose in Duke Muyang's eyes. "Duke Muyang, don't go too far." Li Yue warned coldly. Duke Muyang didn't want to do anything to Li Yue, but he couldn't hide the anger in his heart. His feet moved, and he arrived in front of the young man he loathed in a single step. Impudent! Li Yue was furious. She stepped forward and blocked the attack. She flipped her hand and met it head-on. There was a loud explosion, and the two of them both took half a step back. They were actually evenly matched. Duke Muyang, this is my place. It's not your place to behave atrociously, Li Yue said sternly. Duke Muyang glared at Ningchen, who was still sitting quietly in his seat, and said coldly, Kid, you'd better never leave the princess' residence. With that, Duke Muyang flung his sleeve and left angrily. The table was a mess. It was full of shattered plates and cups from the fight just now. Ningchen, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, looked at his right hand that had been cut by a wine cup fragment. An almost imperceptible coldness flashed through the depths of his eyes. He didn't want to cause trouble, but someone had provoked him. Li Yue walked forward and took out a silk handkerchief. She bent down and carefully wrapped it around his injured hand. Young Master Ning, I frightened you. Li Yue gently smiled. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him, who had a face full of anger just now, but was now acting as gentle as water, and said very seriously, Princess, I'm here to complete the task that Senior Earthly Craftsman gave me. To you, I have no value to be used, nor am I a threat. You don't have to waste so much energy on me. Young Master Ning must be joking. You're someone Elder D trusts, so you're naturally Yue's friend. How could friends use each other or threaten each other? Li Yue gently smiled. Young Master, Duke Muyang is narrow-minded and definitely won't let this go. You should rest in the residence tonight, continued Li Yue. Ningchen thought about it and nodded. If he didn't want to expose his strength, he really wouldn't be able to return tonight. Young Master, please come with me. Li Yue stood up. Ningchen stood up and followed her. They walked towards the back of the hall. The guest room of the princess residence was also very spacious and clean. It wasn't much better than the Earth Craftsman Manor. Li Yue's residence was practically the most luxurious residence in Qingli City. It could be seen just how much importance the Lihua dynasty's emperor placed on his younger sister. Young Master Ning, are you satisfied? If you're not, there are many more rooms in the residence, asked Li Yue. Chen wasn't dissatisfied with the room at all. Instead, he felt awkward with Li Yue here. He said, Princess, you've also been tired. Please go back and rest early. Li Yue's lips curled up. Her beautiful face was exceptionally beautiful under the candlelight. She softly said, Young Master Ning, you seem to really be afraid of me. Chapter 232. 3 Xiantian experts from the Four Extreme Holy Land flew out, their powerful auras covering the sky. Each of them was at least at the 4th tribulation level. At the same time, the Disaster King personally flew out of the Longevity Palace, heading southwest. The pressure of the 3 disasters was so obvious that the Xiantian experts from the various large sects all sensed it. They walked out of their palaces and looked at the distant horizon in shock. The Disaster King had personally come out. What was his purpose this time? In the southwest, Prince Yan brought Amon along as they walked through the wilderness, heading toward the southern polar region. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds in the void roiled as a terrifying pressure descended. Light flashed as the Disaster King, along with Xiantian, Xiankong, and Xianlai, the 3 Holy Lands experts, appeared. It really is you, said the Disaster King with boundless killing intent. They hadn't expected to meet in the divine Great Land, but in the Four Extreme region. Prince Yan calmly looked at the experts in front of him. What was supposed to come had come. There was no way the Four Extreme region's master hadn't noticed the changes in the Four Extreme region. Hand over the 4 extreme sources and help me and the Realm Master open the passage between the 2 realms. Then I'll spare your life today, threatened the Disaster King coldly. Amen. Prince Yen did not answer. He turned his head and said softly, "Oh." Aman obediently replied. She placed her sword on the ground and took 2 steps back. Prince Yen waved his hand, and the sword rack trembled slightly. The 2 swords flew out, turning into 2 streaks of light that streaked through the night and entered his hands. "Come." He stepped forward, and the ground shook. His black hair danced in the moonlight. "You don't know what's good for you," sneered the Disaster King. His aura erupted and light soared. When the 2 kings met, heaven and earth trembled. Their auras collided, destroying the earth and sky. Xian Tian, Xian Kong, and Xian Lai surrounded them, unleashing their full power. Light soared into the sky. "Kill!" The 3 of them led the charge. Xian Tian's hand moved, and his clear sword shone brightly. Xian Kong and Xian Lai followed behind. Their halberd and axe slashed down. Prince Yan's azure sword flashed, and the space condensed. The clear sword was obstructed and trembled violently. The halberd and the axe arrived at the same time, and the red sword was like lightning. The 3 weapons connected, avoiding the main force and attacking the weak. Qing Hong defended while one attacked. One was slow while the other was fast. There were no openings at all. The 3 of them clashed and were quickly sent flying. The Disaster King coldly snorted. He condensed true essence in his palm and rushed over. The green sword in Prince Yan's hand met the attack head-on, and the sky shook violently. "Drink!" When Xian Tian saw the situation, his figure flashed, and the bright sword instantly entered the battle. It was a sword strike that was extremely fast. Its sword intent was unparalleled and rarely seen in the world. A hint of admiration flashed past Prince Yan's eyes as he felt the urge to fight with his sword. He waved his green sword and knocked away the Disaster King. The red sword in his left hand was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the 2 swords had already exchanged over 10 moves. In the blink of an eye, Xian Tian flew out. His right shoulder was injured, and half of his body was dyed in blood. Xian Kong and Xian Lai pressed forward once again. Their halberd and axe were as heavy as Mount Tai, slamming down. Prince Yen waved his hand, and the green sword returned to its scabbard. The jigao flew out, and the thick earth qi condensed into a sword. It forcefully resisted the halberd and axe. There was a shocking explosion. The ground beneath the 3 of them cracked, and a huge, bottomless ravine appeared. The 2 of them stepped back. Their blood qi surged, and the corners of their mouths were dyed red. The biting cold wind was bone-chilling. The legendary battle pet warrior in the middle of the battle looked calm. The 3 saints of the sacred lands looked solemn. The person in front of them was so powerful. 1 disaster, 3 disasters, 5 disasters, 2 disasters, and 4 disasters. It was rare in the world, but they couldn't gain the upper hand in front of 1 person. The Disaster King couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. His true qi rose rapidly, and he unleashed all of his techniques. In the blink of an eye, the ground began to tremble violently, and cracks began to appear one after another. Under the guidance of the surging Jinqi, the cracks slowly rose into the air, and the fearsome might emanating from them caused the color of the night sky to change. Prince Yan's eyes moved. His red sword returned to its scabbard, and a black light spread, swallowing the sky and the earth. 1 sword forbidden martial arts, no Tao in the world. When the 2 ultimate moves clashed, the world was hit by another catastrophe. The ground was torn apart in a crazy explosion. Strands of sand surrounded Aman, blocking all of the aftershocks. The 3 of them pressed forward again. Prince Yen fought against the 3 of them by himself. His swords shone with light, and his sword intent was shocking. Seeing that the sword of bravery was unshakable, Xian Kong's and Xian Lai's faces flashed. They took out their halberds and axes and flashed toward Aman. Prince Yan's expression changed slightly. He wanted to help Aman. The Disaster King sneered and stepped in front of Prince Yen. Although Xian Tian didn't agree, the opportunity was fleeting. He couldn't waste any time. He had no choice but to block Prince Yen with his sword. Xian Kong and Xian Lai's halberds and axes attacked together. The sand around Man shook violently and almost scattered. Man tasted something sweet in her throat. She was injured by a trace of aftershock, but she still smiled sweetly and swallowed the blood in her mouth. In the Princess Royal's residence, Ning Qin, who was trying to get rid of Li Youwei's teasing, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and fell down. Li Youwei's expression changed. She stepped forward and supported him. Her eyes were filled with shock. What happened? In the wilderness of the Southwest Territory, the battle had reached its climax. Xian Kong and Xian Lai surrounded Man. The halberds and axes were merciless as they slashed down again. Not far away, the Disaster King and Xian Tian were fighting a legendary battle pet warrior. Prince Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. The abyss condensation in his left hand spun, and sword intent spread out. The two people around him were forced back several steps. In that instant, the halberd left his hand and flew toward Xian Kong and Xian Lai. With a clang, the halberd shattered. Xian Kong was sent flying, blood splashing everywhere. However, he was still half a step too late. Xian Lai's axe fell in the end. The shield formed by the sand sword shattered. Xian Lai suffered a backlash from the sword intent and was sent flying 10 zhang away. Man, who was already injured, couldn't hide it anymore. She staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing her dress red. Seeing that Man was injured, Prince Yen, who hadn't used his full strength, was finally enraged. Boundless killing intent surged from his body. The legendary battle pet warrior, who had lost his calm, was no longer merciful. The abyss condensation in his hand flew into the sky. At the same time, green and red light shot out from the sword rack, stunning the 9 heavens. 3 swords sharing the heavens, life and death pact. A terrifying whirlpool appeared in the sky. In the next moment, an endless rain of swords flew out and crashed down. The Disaster King, Xian Tian, Xian Kong, and Xian Lai's expressions changed. They used all their strength to block this shocking attack. With a loud explosion, the rain of swords destroyed the surroundings. There was no place left unscathed. At this moment, Prince Yan's body moved. He flew past them at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 4 afterimages flickered. Sword light appeared in front of the 4 of them, cold and threatening. The Disaster King and Xian Tian blocked this sword in a sorry state. The other 2 were weaker and couldn't react in time. A sword slit their throats, and they fell to the ground. Retreat! The Disaster King had lost the battle, so he quickly retreated after giving the order. Looking at his fallen companions, a trace of helplessness flashed in Xian Tian's eyes. He also left. Prince Yen didn't chase after them. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Man, condensing qi. He poured it into her body. Within the Princess Royal residence, Ning Chun endured the pain in his chest and looked into the distance in shock. There was only one possibility for this feeling. Something had happened to Man. Why? With his senior by her side, who could possibly injure her? Li Youwei stood to the side, looking at Ning Qin, who had never lost his composure like this. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Just what had happened to make this fox-like youth so flustered? "Young Master Ning, are you all right?" softly asked Li Youwei. Ning Chen returned to his senses and suppressed his pounding heart. He forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired." "Then rest well. Youwei will leave first." Li Youwei knew that she couldn't continue provoking this person at this time. Smiling, she left. Within the silent room, the lanterns flickered. Ning Chen was filled with unprecedented panic. Just what had happened? In the southeastern region of the 4 extreme regions, there was an unknown region that seemed like a paradise on Earth. It was spring all year round, and all kinds of strange flowers and plants were in full bloom. In the distance, powerful auras were faintly discernible. Even the weakest of them was at the Xiantian realm. This was a legendary place, the holy land of the four extreme experts. Within a large palace surrounded by many other palaces, an illusory figure appeared. Through a secret technique, he looked into the distance. After a long time, Xiantian returned and half knelt in front of the palace. He was silent. "You can leave." A dignified voice rang out from the palace. Xiantian stood and left. In the distance, within the dusky Long Life Palace, the Disaster King returned with injuries. His blood-stained armor had been cut open by a sword wound. Even someone as strong as you was defeated so miserably. As expected, this divine continence expert is truly worthy of respect. Within the Longevity Hall, the void swirled, and a dignified voice rang out from within, lamenting. "His sword is inconceivably powerful, just in terms of sword cultivation. There's probably no one in the entire Four Extreme realm who can match him," said the Disaster King with a gloomy expression. "It's hard to injure this tiger for now. Rest well. Once I come out of seclusion, we'll discuss further." "Yes." The Disaster King nodded. Then he thought of something and said, "How should we handle the matter of the golden feather centipede? After the last battle, the Long Life Palace suffered heavy losses. It's almost impossible for us to deal with both 9 Firmament Mountain and the Cherishing Flower Palace. I will send you Yang Tian, Xingyun, and Buyu to you. As for that young Xiantian, don't waste too much energy on him for now. Focus on the greater cause," instructed the master of the Four Extreme realm. "Understood." The Disaster King nodded and replied, "If possible, do your best to keep Meng Xuanji alive. Her talent is exceptional, and she might be able to help us in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the whirlpool in the sky slowly dissipated. Everything returned to normal. The Disaster King's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't think Meng Xuanji would help them. The Long Life Palace's current situation was all thanks to her. Of course, there was also that young Xiantian. He even suspected that the 9 Firmament Mountain and that young Xiantian definitely had some sort of relationship. Otherwise, why would something have happened to the emissary of a holy land right after he had made plans to attack the 9 Firmament Mountain? It was too much of a coincidence. Chapter 233. The sky gradually brightened. Ningqian hadn't slept the entire night. He sat in his room, doing his best to feel his own heartbeat. Only when the sun rose did Ningqian let out a sigh of relief. That extremely bad feeling had vanished. Wild should be fine. That girl had truly frightened him. Li Yue walked over. Seeing that Ningqian's complexion was much better than yesterday, she sweetly smiled. "Young master, did you rest well last night?" "Not bad." Ningqian's eyes were completely red. Li Yue walked forward and gently rubbed his face. She softly said, "Young master, your face is dirty." Female rogue. Ningqian disdained her inside, but since Wild was fine and her mood wasn't bad, he didn't bicker with her. "Princess, have you found the location of the blazing sun iron?" asked Ningqian. "How could it be so fast?" Li Yue shook her head. Ningqian also felt that he had been a bit too hasty, but it was best to find it quickly. He couldn't guarantee how much longer he could endure this woman. "Let's go. Royal brother wants to see you," said Li Yue. Ningqian was startled, but he quickly reacted. Wasn't the eldest princess's royal brother the Li Hua dynasty's emperor? The two of them left the princess's residence, one after the other, maintaining a distance of 10 steps the entire time. Li Yue slowed down, and Ningqian immediately slowed down as well, slowly following behind her. He was very clear that this eldest princess was definitely a problematic person in the Li Hua dynasty. It was best for him to keep his distance. Right now, the 4 extreme holy lands were still looking for him. Keeping a low profile wasn't a bad thing. Li Yue frowned and stopped. Behind her, Ning Chen also stopped and looked left and right with a curious look on his face. On the streets, when the commoners saw that this woman was the eldest princess, they lowered their heads like mice seeing a cat. Those that couldn't avoid her hastily bowed and immediately left. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyelids jumped. Just how bad was the reputation of the Lihua dynasty's eldest princess for the commoners to be so scared? Li Yue turned and walked over to him, her right arm naturally wrapped around his, and then she tightly held onto his arm. "Young Master Ning, we should hurry up and leave." Li Yue gently smiled and threatened. Ning Chen struggled, but he was unable to break free. He lowered his head and increased his speed. The corners of Li Yue's mouth curled up without leaving a trace, looking dangerous and unfathomable. The citizens not far away revealed looks of surprise. They looked at each other and wanted to whisper to each other, but when they saw the eldest princess' smiling eyes, they quickly lowered their heads and left. "Why are they so afraid of you?" Ning Chen asked in a low voice. This was the first time he had seen someone with such a bad reputation. It was comparable to when he was in Grand Xia. However, the people of Grand Xia were valiant. Although they hated him to the core, they didn't fear him too much. "You don't know." This time, it was Li Yue's turn to be puzzled. Her reputation in the Lihua dynasty was known even by children. Yet he had actually never heard of her? Haha. Ning Chen rubbed his nose. The old earth craftsman had never mentioned it to him, so he really knew nothing about it. "You'll know soon enough." Li Yue smiled and said softly. Ta-ta, galloping horses galloped like the wind. More than 10 generals in red armor galloped over. The one in the lead was handsome and extraordinary. It was none other than Duke Muyang, who had wantonly fought in the Princess Royal's residence yesterday. Nay, more than 10 war horses stopped in front of the two of them. Duke Muyang looked at the youth Li Yue was holding on to. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. "Brat, cherish your little life that doesn't have many days left." With a flick of his whip, the war horse neighed and immediately galloped away. The 12 generals behind him quickly followed. Li Yue's eyes flashed coldly as she reminded. "Duke Muyang controls 40% of the Lihua dynasty's military power. He is arrogant and unruly. Most importantly, he is the spokesperson chosen by the sacred ground. No one in the imperial court dares to provoke him. Young master, be careful." "Oh," Ning Chen absent-mindedly replied as he looked at the fiery figure that was following them. "You don't seem to be afraid." Li Yue's beautiful eyes narrowed as she slowly said. Ning Chen recovered from his thoughts. A trace of fear flashed across his face. Clearly it was done on purpose. Li Yue snorted in dissatisfaction. She cursed the little fox in her heart, but did not show it. She pulled the person beside her and walked toward the imperial palace. Ning Chen's mind was not here. Just now, he felt a Xiantian expert spying on him. It should be related to this Duke Muyang. The imperial palace of the Lihua dynasty was very grand. As one of the strongest rank 4 dynasties, it had a history of nearly 700 years. It was already unimaginably long. In the Lihua palace, Li Yan stood quietly as he looked at the 2 people walking over. A trace of surprise flashed across his calm face. It seemed that the person recommended by Elder D was much younger than he had imagined. When the 2 entered the palace, Li Yue bowed. Ning Chen stood and did not have any intention to kneel down. In his life, he had only kneeled to 2 people. One was his eldest grandson, and the other was his senior. It was impossible for him to kneel to anyone else. Li Yan was waiting. Li Yue frowned slightly. She admired confident people, but she did not like people who did not know what was good for them. Ning Chen cupped his hands politely and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Yan stared at him without saying anything. After a long time he smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Men, give me a seat." Li Yue's eyes flickered. Where did this young man's confidence come from? Until now, she had not seen it. If this was not the person personally appointed by Elder D, she would really suspect that her intuition was wrong. A little eunuch came over and brought 3 chairs. Ning Chen and Li Yue sat down. Li Yan did not return to the dragon throne. Instead, he chose to sit opposite them and said, I heard from Yue that Elder D handed the matter of finding the blazing sun iron to Brother Ning. I will not beat around the bush and ask directly. Does Brother Ning have a way to deal with the Xiantian experts beside the heavenly blacksmith? Ning Chen nodded and said, If we find the whereabouts of the blazing sun iron, my master will take action and bring it back. Master? Li Yan frowned and looked at Li Yue. Li Yue also shook her head without leaving a trace, indicating that she did not know about this matter. Li Yan's expression became serious, and he asked, Brother Ning, can you introduce me to your master? After all, this matter is of great importance. Not only is it important to Elder D, but it also concerns the fate of the Lihua dynasty in the future. There cannot be any negligence. Ning Chen thought for a moment and replied, Yes, Your Majesty, please set a time and place. I will invite my master over. How about tomorrow at Elder D's residence? Li Yan said. Ning Chen nodded and said, All right. Li Yan stood up and said, Then it's settled. Young master, go back and invite your master today. We will meet at Elder D's residence at noon tomorrow. Okay. Ning Chen replied and then stood up, cupped his hands and left. Li Yue bowed and left with him. On the way out of the palace, Li Yue's attitude was clearly much colder. It was not intentional, but it was involuntary. Ning Chen's calmness and experience gave her a misconception. It made her think that he was a young man who concealed his strength. She never expected that he was just an ordinary disciple sent by a Xiantian expert. This time, she had really misjudged him. What she did not understand was why Elder D had not mentioned anything about this person's master. Unknowingly, the 2 of them had already arrived at the princess residence. Ning Chen glanced at Li Yue and said, Your Highness, let's part here. I will go and invite my master. Be careful on the way. Li Yue smiled gently and instructed. Ning Chen thanked her and then turned around and left. Li Yue walked into the princess residence and clapped her hands. A black figure appeared and respectfully knelt in front of her. Go and keep an eye on that young man who was with me just now. See where he went. Be careful and don't give yourself away, Li Yue said coldly. Yes, the black figure replied and disappeared. After taking a few steps on the street, Ning Chen immediately felt that someone was watching him. He did not need to think to know that it was someone sent by the eldest princess. After walking for a while, a new, unfamiliar aura appeared. Ning Chen was helpless. It should be Duke Muyang's people this time. Fortunately, the eldest princess residence was not too far from the Earth Craftsman Manor. Ning Chen did not want to have a conflict with Duke Muyang's people during the day, so he walked very quickly. Not long after, the Earth Craftsman Manor was in front of him. Ning Chen pushed open the door and walked in. In the courtyard, the old Earth Craftsman who was still forging looked up and then ignored him, continuing to forge his iron. Hello, Big Brother Ning. The little boy was very polite, not forgetting to greet him while pulling the bellows. Good little fish. I'll teach you a few moves in 2 days. Ning Chen smiled. Thank you, Big Brother Ning. The little boy was extremely happy and grinned. It was an honor for a venerable to be willing to give him pointers. That's all. The Earth Craftsman patted the little boy, but this time the little boy did not look at him with dissatisfaction. His little face was still smiling brightly like a flower. Senior Earthly Craftsman, the eldest princess, and the Emperor will be coming tomorrow. I found an excuse to say that I have a Xiantian realm master. Please take it easy and don't let it slip. Little you don't always smile. Don't forget, Ning Chen reminded her worriedly. It was better to have fewer people who knew about this matter. That eldest princess and the emperor were not easy to deal with. He really did not want to spend the effort to deal with them. All right. The little boy was the most cooperative and immediately nodded. That's your matter. I don't care. As long as you help me get back the blazing sun iron, it's fine. The earth craftsman slammed the hammer in his hand. Late at night, in the eldest princess residence, an urgent secret report was sent to Liu Wei through a secret technique. When she opened it, her expression changed slightly. The contents of the report were shocking. A new 3-disaster expert had appeared in the 4 extremities. The disaster king had led people to surround and kill them, but the result was that he had been defeated. Of the 3 peak experts he had brought with him, 2 had died and 1 was injured. It was extremely miserable. When the disaster king had gone out, he had not concealed his aura in the slightest. That had drawn the attention of many Xiantian experts. That was why they had seen such a shocking battle. This matter had already spread through the southwest's large sections. It wouldn't be long before it spread here. Liu Wei clenched her fist, crushing the secret report. The light in her eyes flickered unceasingly. This was truly a major matter. What did it mean for a new 3 calamities expert to appear? She was clearer than anyone else. If the Liefire dynasty had a new 3 calamities expert, they would truly be able to break free from the control of the holy grounds. Chapter 234. At noon the next day, Li Yan and Liu Wei appeared in the earthly craftsman manner in plain clothes. Beside them was an old man who had concealed his aura and was no different from an ordinary person. The little boy ran back and forth, serving tea and water by himself. He was extremely busy. The earthly craftsman stood in the courtyard and looked at the half-finished sword. He frowned and was somewhat dissatisfied. Just as everyone was waiting, the pressure in the world suddenly dropped and a vast aura appeared. It floated in the void and was surrounded by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was hazy and powerful. Beside Li Yan, the old man's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. He stared at the figure in the void and couldn't help but be on guard. "Your Majesty, eldest princess, I greet you." An ethereal voice rang out from the sky. Li Yan stood up and cupped his fists. "Supremacy, you're too polite. May I know your title?" "Mortal." A word came from the void. "Mortal." Li Yan muttered softly. He thought for a moment and was sure that he had never heard of this name. Beside him, Liu Wei and the old man also shook their heads gently, indicating that they didn't know. The little boy wanted to laugh, but it was very difficult to hold it in. Soon, he felt that he couldn't hold it in anymore and hurriedly ran out. "Come and work." The earthly craftsman glanced at the little boy and said. The little boy responded and ran to the bellows to continue working. However, he looked back from time to time and then quickly turned back. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. It was very difficult to hold it in. In the front hall, the 3 of them talked for a long time, but the figure in the void didn't appear. Li Yan didn't mind and wasn't surprised. Many Kane experts in this world had strange habits and didn't want to appear. He didn't care about these trivial matters. What he needed to confirm was that such an expert really existed and was strong enough. The old man beside him secretly said a few words to Li Yan through voice transmission. Only then did Li Yan nod in relief. An expert who had surpassed the 2nd tribulation of the Khanate stage and was close to the 3rd tribulation was enough. In the world, most Khanate experts were generally stuck at the 1st tribulation of the Khanate stage. There were not many who had undergone the 2nd tribulation and above, and even fewer who had undergone the 3rd tribulation. In the hall, the 3 of them conversed for an entire afternoon. In the end, Li Yan left with Liu Wei and the old man in satisfaction. After the emperor left, the little boy finally couldn't take it anymore. He stopped pulling the bellows and ran back into the front hall, laughing heartlessly. The void swirled and Ning Qin walked out. Looking at the little fellow who was about to burst out laughing, he helplessly stroked his head. "Big brother Ning, you promised to teach me 2 moves." The little boy stopped laughing with great difficulty and said with an eager look on his face, What do you want to learn? Ning Chen asked. Sword. The little boy rolled his big eyes and said excitedly. Ning Chen laughed softly. This little guy was quite smart. Seeing that he had come to ask for a sword, he asked to learn the sword. Senior earthly blacksmith, I'll lend you another sword. Ning Chen walked out of the front hall and looked at the old earthly blacksmith who was in the middle of tempering his sword. Get it yourself. The craftsman waved his hand impatiently. Ning Chen glanced at the row of weapons in the hall. With a wave of his hand, a 3-foot-long sword flew out. The sword had no blade and the tip was blunt. Little Yu looked carefully. Ning Chen casually extended the sword in front of him, then tossed it in front of the little fellow. Go ahead and practice. The little boy's mouth curled up in dissatisfaction. This was too much of a trick, bullying a child. Boom! At this moment, the very small part of the courtyard in front of him began to crack open. When the little fellow heard the sound and looked over, it collapsed with a loud bang. The little boy was dumbfounded. What was going on? I don't have money. Seeing the old earthly blacksmith look over, Ning Chen very consciously said, Little Yu, your monthly allowance for this year will be halved. The craftsman turned his gaze to the little boy and said indifferently. The little fellow recovered from his shock. His little face was bitter. He didn't have much monthly allowance to begin with, and with this deduction he didn't even have money to buy new clothes. Ning Chen more or less rejoiced in his misfortune. He didn't feel any guilt as the main culprit. Train well. I'll go out for a walk. Perhaps I'll find a place to fight. With that, Ning Chen's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The little boy raised the sword in front of him and swung it just like Ning Chen had. Looking at the completely still wall, he couldn't help but curl his lips. The teachings of an expert were just like the legends. What the little boy didn't know was that Ning Chen had the same feeling as him. Whether it was Zhen Consecrator, Yan Qinwang, or Mu Bai, they all just swung their swords without explaining anything. At the beginning, Ning Chen didn't understand. Later on, he learned that some principles had to be comprehended by oneself. The true meaning of the sword was fast, accurate, and focused. It wasn't a difficult principle to understand. However, there were very few people in the world who could truly do it. Only when you swung your sword enough times would your sword cultivation increase accordingly. Of course, the number of times varied from person to person. The most legendary person was Grand Xia's Yan Qinwang. He had studied the sword for 27 years, and his sword path was naturally formed. The most stunning person was Desolate City's sword. He had been obsessed with the sword his entire life. His comprehension of the sword was unparalleled under the heavens. He could ignore the barriers of the martial path. On this path, the accomplishments of the two of them had long since looked down upon the world, and they had left others far behind. The black rock sea was peaceful under the moonlight. 10 miles away, Ning Chen wielded the cyan ink sword in his hand. From 10 miles away, he waved his sword and immediately turned around to run. In the next moment, 2 furious roars rang out. 2 figures soared into the air, chasing after him. In just a moment, the 3 of them had already lost track of how many miles they had chased. The 2 Sacred Lands experts hesitated as they chased. They didn't dare to go all out, worried that this was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The 2 of them quickly stopped chasing and returned to the Blackstone Sea. Ning Chen also returned. His sword danced in the Blackstone Sea's direction, creating a wild gale. The 2 Sacred Lands experts couldn't hold back their fury. They once more flew out, chasing after him with all their might. Ning Chen had long since been prepared. Before the 2 of them could chase after him, he had already disappeared without a trace. After chasing for 700 miles, the 2 Sacred Lands experts paused for a moment before returning. Then Ning Chen came again. Sword light rained down from the sky above the Blackstone Sea, creating a miserable scene of dust and sand everywhere. You go kill him. I'll guard here. Okay. The figure that soared into the sky was filled with murderous intent as he quickly flew away. A wisp of an icy cold arc flashed past the corners of Ning Chen's mouth as he swiftly left. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In the wilderness, the two of them sped past each other, one in front and one behind. The chase was extremely intense. Once they were far enough away, Ning Chen stopped and turned to face the sacred land's experts. His figure flashed, and his sword swept out. With a loud clang, the sword and saber collided. Dust and sand rose up, covering the two figures. "Ha!" Go Yuan roared furiously. His saber pressed forward, adding some ruthlessness. Ning Chen swung his sword, pushing the former away. He stepped forward, and his sword swept out again. In a battle of speed against strength, the saber and sword constantly clashed. Sparks flew everywhere. The sword in Ning Chen's hand glowed brighter and brighter. His figure was like an illusion. In the blink of an eye, several afterimages were destroyed. Expert. The killing intent in Go Yuan's eyes grew even stronger. His saber was as heavy as a mountain, capable of splitting mountains. Earth Scroll, 1,000 Earth Revolutions. With a wave of his hand, the Earth Scroll appeared once more. The ground shook, and large chunks of earth flew towards the center, trapping the sacred land's experts. Go Yuan's eyes turned cold. His saber danced in the air, and saber light flew out, shattering the earth and rocks around him. However, a sword appeared in front of him amidst the sandstorm. It was silent, like the grim reaper's scythe. Go Yuan's body trembled, and his saber blocked in front of him. An instant later, his saber broke and his soul returned. Ning Chen didn't stop. He quickly rushed in the direction of the Blackstone Sea. When he arrived, he charged straight in. 2 green jade trees were quietly growing in the Blackstone Sea. A black-robed expert was guarding them. When he saw the figure that appeared, his killing intent surged like the sea. Go Yuan hadn't returned, but this person had. There was no suspense about the result. He hadn't expected that Go Yuan would be the one to be defeated. This young expert had surprised him. Ning Chen's expression was also very serious. This person in front of him was the real trouble, an expert infinitely close to the third tribulation of the Xiantian realm was a big challenge for him. Yuan Xiao waved his hand and set up a restriction around the 2 green jade trees. Then he clenched his hands, and a pair of golden and silver swords flew out from behind him and landed in his hands. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Mother-child swords. He had met many experts who used swords, but this was the first time he met someone who used mother-child swords. This fight wouldn't be easy. He took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ning Chen. Ning Chen attacked first, wanting to personally test the mysteries of the alphabet sword. With a loud bang, countless black rocks flew up around the two of them. They were instantly cut into pieces by the sword wills that spread out in all directions. The moment the swords clashed, the golden short sword streaked across the air. It took a small risk and went for Ning Chen's throat. Ning Chen hurriedly retreated, and his black hair fell to the ground in front of him. Yuan Zhao's feet moved, and the silver sword slashed out with a sharp edge, creating a dazzling radiance. Ning Chen's ink-green sword blocked the silver sword's edge. The moment the two of them clashed, another dazzling radiance appeared, aiming for a vital point. With a tearing sound, his clothes were torn apart, and the sword wind brought out a bloody wound. It was extremely dangerous. Ning Chen's right hand touched his chest. A silver radiance flashed, and the wound quickly froze. Again, Ning Chen waved his left hand, and frost surged. A waterfall of wind and snow rapidly gathered, and in the blink of an eye, a snow-colored sword appeared. He rarely used dual swords, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to use them. He had followed his senior for so long, and he had to learn some things. imitating someone else's footsteps. How foolish! Yuan Shao sneered and once again pressed forward. The long sword chased after the soul, and the short sword took the life. Ning Chen's cyan ink long sword blocked the attack of the silver long sword. When the short sword was about to take his life, Ning Chen didn't dodge, and the snow-colored sword in his hand directly swept out. As the saying went, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. However, there was another saying, an inch longer, an inch more powerful. The long sword and the short sword competed between life and death. In the next moment, the winner would live and the loser would die. Chapter 235. The snow sword gathered the cold chi, adding another 3 inches of cold edge. In a battle of swords, there was no winner or loser, only life or death. The golden sword light was flexible and fast. However, the snow sword was not a battle of swords. It was a battle of life and death. The 3 feet and 3 inches of sword light entered the body first, breaking the meridians and bones. It was extremely ear-piercing. The golden sword light arrived at the same time. Ning Qin used the sword as the axis, borrowing the force to spin. In an instant, the 3 feet distance was like the difference between heaven and earth. The disadvantage of the short sword was obvious. Blood ice mixed with broken bones flew out. At the most critical moment, Yuan Shao turned his short sword around and cut the snow sword in half. His body flashed quickly, retreating before the door of death. Is it that easy? Ning Chen waved his hand, and the snow sword that was cut in the former's body exploded. Blood spurted out. In the rain of blood, a huge hole appeared on Yuan Zhao's left chest. The white bones were exposed, and even the beating of his heart could be faintly seen. A painful groan was heard. The black battlesuit was bleeding like rain. It was extremely miserable. Ning Chen moved his body and moved forward again. The green ink sword shone brightly as it danced several times in a row. Yuan Shao tried to block the attack, but his body was heavily injured. His moves were restricted. For the first time since the battle started, he was at a disadvantage. Ning Chen did not use the 2 swords for the second time. He used the long sword to deal with the sharp letters. When the swords collided, he immediately moved away without any delay. The clanging sounds of swords clashing against each other rang out incessantly under the night sky. Sparks flew in all directions, and the remnants of the battle vibrated. One move decided the winner. After losing the first move, Yuan Shao was in a very strange situation. Facing the endless sword light of the green ink sword, he had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. Right at this moment, a black light flew out of Yuan Zhao's sleeve, turning into a deadly light and rushing toward the person in front of him. Ning Chen's body shivered. He subconsciously leaned to the side. The sword light brushed past his left shoulder and right arm, bringing out 2 streams of black and red blood. The extremely poisonous dark feather was extremely poisonous. Although it had just brushed past his shoulder, the poison still spread quickly. Your man is already dead. Ning Chen was furious. His left shoulder was quickly frozen. The next moment, the dark yellow light around him shone brightly, dyeing the entire sky into the color of the earth. Earth scroll, earth destruction, and mountains destruction. The earth shook violently. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of yellow sword lights flew out from the ground and soared into the sky. The sword rain was like a heaven-defying torrent, shocking the world. Yuan Shao was greatly shaken. He endured his injuries and shifted his feet, dodging again and again. However, the sword rain that flew backwards was untraceable and disorderly. In the blink of an eye, it had already dyed the yellow earth red with blood. Ning Chen's figure moved in a flash. His green ink was stained with frost. His sword of innocence took away the soul. Green frost flashed past the sword and blood filled the sky. Blood gushed out high into the air, dyeing the night sky red. It was bleak and glaring. Unwillingness and regret were all too late. Yuan Shao fell to the ground, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment as he left. Ning Chun waved his hand and the earth rumbled, burying all the figures on the ground and the traces of the battle under the yellow soil. Around the green jade wood, the restrictions that had been temporarily set up were no longer maintained by its owner. With a loud bang, they shattered and dissipated from the world. Ning Chun walked forward and activated the life scroll with a flip of his hand. The spiritual chi of the world stirred, and the two green jade wood slowly rose up. Afterwards, they turned into a wisp of green light and disappeared into his sleeve. Now that he had achieved his goal, Ning Chun did not stay any longer. With a flash, he quickly left. The sky gradually brightened, and a white figure appeared in the earthly craftsman manner. When the little boy who had woken up early to practice his sword saw Ning Chun in such a sorry state, he was shocked and hurried over to support him. "Big brother Ning, what's wrong?" the little boy asked worriedly. "I'm fine. I fought with someone and got a few injuries. I'll be fine in a while." Ning Chun patted the little boy's head tiredly. "I'll help you back to your room to rest," said the little boy. "All right." Ning Chun did not refuse. He was supported by Xiao Yu to the back courtyard. The little boy brought Ning Chun back to his room and did not dare disturb him again. He carefully retreated. "Don't worry. His life is tougher than anyone else's," said the earthly craftsman indifferently as he walked past. The little boy nodded. The worry in his eyes was still clearly visible. Big brother Ning was so powerful. Who could injure him to such an extent? Inside the room, Ning Chun circulated his body. A silver brilliance rose, driving the surrounding spiritual chi to continuously cleanse the poison on his body. The Tarsus poison continuously corroded his left shoulder. Black bubbles rolled and rolled into his flesh and bones. Every time a little was removed, it would cause a terrifying pain that reached deep into his bones. Ugh! There was a long, painful groan. Chi waves shook the room. The black poison dripped onto the floor, bit by bit along with his clothes. The sizzling sound of corrosion did not stop. Not long after, the area in front of him was a mess. The little boy trembled with fear as he listened outside the door. Even the earthly craftsman could not help but frown. It seemed that this kid's injuries were not light. "The eldest princess has arrived." At this moment, a loud announcement came from outside the front hall. The little boy's expression immediately changed. He looked at his master at a loss. Big brother Ning had said that he had to hide his identity from the princess first. "What are you panicking for? Follow me to the front hall." The earthly craftsman scolded, then turned and walked towards the front hall. The little boy quickly followed. Before he left, he looked at the room worriedly, his eyes filled with worry. In the front hall, Li Yue, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress, was waiting quietly. There was a faint smile on her charming face from beginning to end. The little boy was still in charge of serving tea. There were pitifully few people in the earthly craftsman manor, other than 3 to 5 guards given by the royal family to look after the house. Everything else was done by Xiao Yu. "Little boy, where's your big brother Ning?" Li Yue smiled at Xiao Yu and asked, "He's changing his clothes." The little boy was quick-witted and answered, "The earthly craftsman never liked these things." He continued to tidy up his pile of metal lumps and turned a deaf ear to what was going on in the hall. He let Xiao Yu deal with it however she wanted. Cup after cup of tea. The little boy was very diligent, afraid that Li Yue's cup would be empty. After drinking 3 cups of tea, Li Yue began to have some doubts. She looked at the little boy and smiled. "Xiao Yu, tell me the truth. Where did your big brother Ning go?" The little boy was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He put down the teapot and said, "Your Highness, don't be anxious. I'll go and rush him." With that, the little boy turned and ran towards the backyard. Li Yue drank the tea in her cup, and a thoughtful look flashed through her eyes. No matter how she looked at it, something was wrong. This little boy was not good at lying. There were too many loopholes. Ning Chen was either not in the manor or something had happened to him. In the backyard, the little boy paced around in front of Ning Chen's door anxiously. However, he did not dare to knock on the door and disturb him. A moment later, Li Yuwei walked over slowly. She looked at the little boy who was pacing in front of the door and looked at the room behind him. She scanned with her spirit consciousness. Just as she was about to see what was going on, the door creaked open and a young figure walked out with a gentle smile on his face. "I'm sorry to have made you wait, Your Highness." "It's fine." Li Yuwei narrowed her eyes and looked at the former. Something was wrong. Ning Chen walked up and pinched Xiaoyu's cheeks. This little fellow was quite clever and had helped him stall for quite a bit of time. The little boy grinned and then secretly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He had been scared to death. Li Yuwei carefully observed him. After a long time, she finally saw what was wrong. The current Ning Chen gave people an illusory and distant feeling. It was too unreal. Perhaps Ning Chen had been too careless. After going through 2 big battles and using all his strength to force out the poison, he was unable to completely conceal his aura. That was why he did not feel like his usual self. "Xiaoyu, it seems your big brother Ning's clothes are pretty much tattered. No matter how you change them, they're still tattered." Li Yuwei looked at Ning Chen's tattered clothes and chuckled. There was a hidden meaning in her words. The little boy's face reddened, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. Ning Chen looked at the tattered parts of his clothes and felt helpless. He could use his true qi to shake off the blood and dirt, but there was nothing he could do about the tattered parts. "Xiaoyu, go get a needle and thread." "I'll mend your big brother Ning's clothes," said Li Yuwei. "Yes." Surprise flashed across the little boy's face, but he still obediently nodded and quickly ran to a nearby room. Ning Chen did not want Li Yuwei to see the abnormality in his room. He extended his hand and politely said, "Your Highness, let's go to the front hall." "Yes." Li Yuwei nodded and turned to walk to the front hall. In the front hall, the 2 of them walked over and sat on either side of the tea table. The little boy also ran back and handed the needle and thread to Li Yuwei. "Young master, take off your outer clothes," said Li Yuwei softly. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still took off his outermost clothes and handed them over. "Thank you, Your Highness." Ning Chen sincerely thanked her. "It's nothing." Li Yuwei smiled and took the clothes. No matter what, this person was someone she wanted to rope in. Furthermore, just now, she once again felt that she might have really underestimated this young man. The sword qi on his clothes had already been dispelled, but Li Yuwei could still tell that it was caused by a sword. When she saw the same tears on his clothes, she more or less understood what had happened. Since Ning Chen didn't say anything, Li Yuwei didn't ask. Asking too much would only increase the distance between them. There was no need for that. If she wanted to know something, her subordinates would investigate it for her. As long as it was in the Lihua dynasty, there were very few things that could escape her eyes. "Young master, have you heard of a matter? A few days ago, a sword user appeared in the southwest," said Li Yuwei. Bang! The teacup that Ning Chen had just picked up shattered. The tea splashed all over his body, and the broken pieces cut his palm, causing blood to gush out. Li Yuwei raised her head and saw the unconcealable shock in Ning Chen's eyes. She frowned slightly. "Young master, be careful." Li Yuwei put down the clothes in her hand and walked forward. She took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the tea and blood off his hand before carefully bandaging the wound. "Princess, please continue." Ning Chen suppressed the fluctuations in his heart. Chapter 236. To Ning Chen, the appearance of a 3rd expert from the 3 disasters was the most terrifying news. In order to prevent the appearance of a 3rd expert, he even wanted to kill Meng Xuanji, who he didn't have much enmity with. The location of the Ascension Valley was the place where the boundary between the 2 realms was the weakest. Only 3 disaster-level powerhouses were needed to open a passage. There were currently 2 experts in the 4 realms. One was the master of the 4 realms, and the other was the master of the longevity hull. If a third one really appeared, it would be a disaster for the divine continent. Li Yue was surprised by the former's reaction, but she continued. There was no information about this person in the four realms. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He was dressed in luxurious green robes, and his face was young and handsome. Behind him was a 17 or 18-year-old girl. There was a sword rack on his back, and there were at least 5 swords on it, each one different. Just 2 nights ago, the Disaster King and 3 peerless experts worked together to kill this person in the Southwest Territory. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat, and the Disaster King was injured. Of the other 3, 2 died and 1 was injured. Li Yue turned around and was surprised to find that Ning Qin had stood up at some point. His face was filled with shock, and it was even more intense than before. Your Highness, I have to leave first. My apologies. Ning Chen took the clothes that hadn't been mended and quickly walked out. The little boy was at a loss when he saw the Princess Royal's gaze, but he didn't know how to explain. Outside the front hall, the Earth Craftsman sighed softly. He walked into the hall and said, Your Highness, please go back. I'll have him visit the Princess Royal's residence another day. The craftsman didn't say anything else. This matter needed Ning Chen to come back and personally resolve it. Li Yue nodded and left with a grave expression. This Sir Ning's reaction to what had happened in the Southwest Territory was too strong. Li Yue returned to her residence with a heart full of questions. Today's events were unusual, and she needed to properly sort them out. At night, a report was sent to the princess residence. Li Yue's expression changed again after reading it. The Blackstone Sea was destroyed, and the last 2 plants had been stolen. Even the experts guarding the sacred land had perished. Li Yue immediately thought of the many sword and saber wounds on Ning Chen's clothes, and a trace of doubt flashed through her eyes. However, there was something that didn't make sense. This young Master Ning was obviously only a 5th grade prenatal stage cultivator and couldn't be faked. Li Yue leaned against the back of the chair and closed her eyes. The questions in her heart became more and more difficult to answer. What did she not think of? She kept feeling that she had overlooked the most important point. In the Southwestern Territory, a white figure sped along, constantly searching for traces of the great battle that had taken place that day. Ning Chen's footsteps never stopped. He was extremely anxious. Senior and a man had come. No wonder he had such a strong feeling the night before. A man must have been affected by the battle and was injured. Ning Qin searched back and forth in the wilderness. Finally, when it was past midnight, he found a piece of land that was destroyed and riddled with holes. There wasn't a single spot on the ground that was still intact. All that could be seen was a scene of devastation. Ning Qin walked on the ground and felt the sword intent that hadn't dissipated yet. His last bit of doubt disappeared. The vast wilderness was boundless. Ning Chen looked left and right, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't know where he should go. At this moment, the earth trembled as a dark, golden heavy sword slowly rose from the ground and landed in front of Ning Chen. Jiga. Ning Chen's heart sank as he looked at that familiar ancient sword. He knew that Senior had left it for him. In other words, Senior still had some matters to attend to and couldn't leave. He had told him to take care of himself. Ning Chen walked up and pulled out Jiga. He tore a strip of cloth from his robes and wrapped it around it. Then he placed it on his back and left. He had always been worried that something had happened to a man, but now he could relax. With Senior by his side, a man wouldn't be in any danger. Before he could see Senior and a man, he had his own matters to attend to. He couldn't just keep waiting. Within the earthly craftsman manor, the earthly craftsman wasn't forging in front of his furnace. Instead, he was calmly waiting for Ning Chen to return. When the sun shone down from the east, the spiritual qi in the air swirled in the front yard. A silhouette in plain clothes walked out and returned to the residence. The eldest princess sent news that the blazing sun iron has been found. The earthly craftsman gravely reported. "Where is it?" asked Ningqin. "The sudden lightning dynasty's Xianling Pavilion," replied the earthly craftsman. Ningqin frowned. He seemed to have seen that name before. When he was in the continent of the Nine Clouds, he had seen records of the sudden thunder dynasty's several large powers. The Xianling Pavilion was one of them, but at that time he had only glanced over it hastily and hadn't studied it carefully. The eldest princess will tell you the details later. You should prepare yourself. The princess's manor will soon send someone else, continued the earthly craftsman. Yes. Ningqin nodded and walked to the rear courtyard. As expected, not long after, the eldest princess once more sent someone to invite him. Ningqin quickly tidied himself up and left the earthly craftsman manor with 2 swords on his back. Within the eldest princess's manor, Li Yuwei was dressed in casual robes. Her hair was tied up simply, and she had removed her extravagant hair ornaments. Ningqin walked over. Looking at Li Yuwei's outfit, he frowned. She was going too? Let's go. We can talk on the way, said Li Yuwei. I can go by myself. Princess, you don't need to go on a long journey with me, said Ningqin. If he went alone, he could quickly reach the sudden Thunder Dynasty. If Li Yuwei wanted to go with him, they would have to waste a lot of time on the road. It's a bit troublesome. Besides, I have other things to do in the sudden Thunder Dynasty. Let's go. I'll tell you the details on the way, said Li Yuwei before quickly walking away. When Ningqin saw that, he sighed inwardly. He could only follow her and hope that this trip would go smoothly. Not long after, an ordinary-looking carriage rushed out of the royal city and headed towards the south at high speed. The 4 dynasties of the 4 extremes. To the north is clear water, to the south is sudden thunder, to the west is Changfeng, and to the east is Lihua. The Lihua dynasty is called the first dynasty because of the existence of the Holy Land. In reality, the sudden thunder dynasty is the strongest of the 4 dynasties. Our target this time is the Xianling Pavilion. It was founded by a member of the sudden thunder dynasty's royal family. After 200 years, no one knows how many experts they have. However, the Xianling Pavilion is an e-pavilion. Normally, they only talk about business and don't care about anything else. The news of the blazing sun iron was intentionally released by the Xianling Pavilion. Other than that, there are also several other treasures of the same level or even more precious. This news was released 2 days ago. There should be many people moving out by now. Our goal is just the blazing sun iron. As for the other things, we won't fight over them for now. Li Yuwei quickly explained the situation. This time, their mission was extremely difficult. If too many people knew about this, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Understood. Ningqin nodded. When can the mortal sovereign come? Asked Li Yuwei. I have the mark my master left on me. I can catch up at any time, replied Ningqin. Li Yuwei relaxed a bit. With a powerful Xiantian overseeing them, the situation would be much better. This time, the Xianling Pavilion had released these treasures in such a high-profile manner. It would definitely attract countless experts, especially heavenly blacksmiths. They would very likely borrow the power of the Holy Lands to fight for these treasures. The carriage rumbled through the wilderness. In order to not attract attention and save time, Li Yuwei did not choose to take the official road. Instead, she went southwest. On the first night, the 2 of them were lucky enough to pass by a small town. They changed horses and found an inn to stay for the night. However, on the second night, the 2 of them were not so lucky. They stopped in the wilderness. It wasn't that they couldn't continue their journey. They were both martial artists, so traveling at night wasn't a big deal. But the horses couldn't. The horses had already been running for a day. If they continued to run, they definitely wouldn't be able to last. Let's rest here for the night. Li Yuwei made her decision. Yes. Ningqin replied in an unconcerned manner. The 2 of them got off the carriage. They lit a fire beside the carriage and sat down. Ning Chen looked at the flickering flames, and a smile, unconsciously, flashed across his face. He seemed to have thought of something. "What are you smiling about?" Li Yue asked curiously. Ever since she knew him, this was the first time she saw a real smile. It was no longer those polite and meaningless expressions. Ning Chen came back to his senses. He retracted his smile and shook his head. "Nothing. I just remembered some things from the past." Ning Chen stood up and said, "I'll walk around for a bit. I'll be back in a while." Li Yue was about to speak, but she found that the former had already turned and walked far away. She had no choice but to swallow her words. She wanted to say that she would also go with him. The longer she interacted with him, the more she felt that this young Master Ning really didn't understand romance. Leaving a girl alone in the wilderness was not something an ordinary man could do. Sometimes she even wondered what kind of girl could make him shift his gaze away from other places. Or perhaps he had some emotional fluctuations that ordinary people would have. Ning Chen, who was far away, didn't know what Li Yue was thinking. He also didn't care. From the latter's palm that day when she fought with Duke Miang, as long as she wasn't an innate stage expert, he shouldn't be able to hurt her. Other than that, he didn't need to care about anything else. After leaving Li Yue's sight, Ning Chen moved his feet and disappeared. A small river from the east flowed rapidly towards the west. Ning Chen appeared. With a wave of his hand, a fish flew out and landed in his hand. In the wilderness, beside the carriage, Li Yue saw Ning Chen walking back from afar with a fish in his hand. A hint of surprise flashed across her brows, but it was soon replaced by splendor. Ning Chen returned to the bonfire. He skewered the fish with branches and carefully roasted it. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who was picky about her food. She didn't eat properly and always clamored for him to roast fish for her. At that time, he thought that he had obtained a hostage that he could use to threaten Fan Lingyue. He didn't expect that he would kidnap a little ancestor. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. He wondered if little Mingyu was more obedient now. Was she still as naughty as before? The aroma of the fish gradually drifted out, spreading in the dark night with the breeze. It was so alluring. At this moment, a fair hand reached out. Ning Chen raised his head and was stunned. Chapter 237. Her hand was as white as jade without the slightest blemish. It was so dazzling in the firelight of the night. Ning Chen was an extremely intelligent person. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly reacted. "Be careful, it's hot." Ning Chen concealed his astonished expression without leaving a trace. He handed over the roasted fish and warned. In reality, he had only roasted this fish because he thought of little Mingyue. However, since Li Yue had misunderstood, there was no need to point it out. He did not understand a woman's thoughts, but he was not an idiot. This misunderstanding could not be explained. Li Yue ate the fish in small bites. She was elegant and refined, very pleasing to the eye. Although this eldest princess reputation was not good, she had received strict court etiquette training since she was young. No one could find any fault with her behavior. Ning Chen looked at her and thought of little Mingyue. He found it funny. The little girl was also born as a princess and later became an emperor. However, when she ate, she was like a little tiger, afraid that others would steal her food. "It's delicious." Li Yue revealed a smile. It was less charming and more realistic. She did not think that Ning Chen would have such a skill. She had thought that he was just a block of wood. Ning Chen smiled and did not say anything. Back then, in order to let little Mingyue eat, he had worried a lot. This was all from training. "Oh, right, is there a river nearby?" "How come I don't hear the sound of flowing water?" Li Yue asked curiously. "A very small river." Ning Chen replied. "Oh." Li Yue nodded and continued to focus on eating the fish in her hand. She did not ask any more questions. The moonlight was slightly cool, and a light breeze rustled. The light of the fire and the fragrance of the fish spread out. In the distance, Pairs of green eyes appeared and stared at the two people beside the carriage. Their greedy wolf eyes continuously jumped. Awoo! The howls of the wolves rose and fell, coming from all directions. Even from far away, one could feel the gloomy and cold aura that made one's hair stand on end. In front of the carriage, the horse immediately became restless. It kept moving around nervously. Ning Chin stood up and gently stroked the horse's back, gradually calming it down. Speaking of which, this was already the second time he had encountered a pack of wolves. His luck was really bad. Seeing the dark mass of figures in the distance, Li Yue's eyes flashed with worry. She warned, "Be careful." No matter what the former was hiding, his 5th grade natal realm cultivation could not be faked. "Don't worry, I can protect myself," Ning Chin replied. The wrapped strips of cloth dispersed. Zhiga and Qingma appeared. The two swords danced side by side. Li Yue frowned when she saw the dark, golden sword in the former's hand. She felt that it was somewhat similar to one of the several swords of the 3 disasters expert described in the intelligence report sent by the spies a few days ago. However, this thought was quickly dispelled. There were many similar swords in the world, and the 3 disasters expert was far away in the southwest. His sword couldn't have appeared here. The pack of wolves howled at the sky. Soon after, they rushed out like a flood. Numerous grayish-black wolf shadows rushed by under the moonlight. Very quickly, they were less than 100 meters away from the two of them. Snowflakes appeared on the cyan ink sword in Ning Chen's right hand. In the next moment, the sword moved rhythmically and made a soft sound. The flood rushed over and green ink was dyed red. The instant the blood had yet to fall, several dozen streaks of sword light appeared between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 wild wolves flew out with a bang. Not far away, Li Yue sent 4 or 5 wild wolves flying with a palm strike. She glanced at the figure beside the carriage, and her mind was greatly shaken. A single sword without any other moves. Every time the sword was brandished, a wild wolf would fall down, unable to stand up again. Fast and accurate. These were the only things reflected in Li Yue's eyes. The instant she was absent-minded, a shadow pounced over, and a sharp wolf claw descended. "Don't get distracted." Ning Chen's left hand sent Zhiga flying, shaking away the shadow pouncing towards Li Yue. His right hand waved and chopped, and another 3 wild wolves fell down. Li Yue quickly returned to her senses. She fully activated her martial arts, and a dazzling radiance soared in the dark night. The surrounding wild wolves were immediately torn apart, and blood sprinkled all over the sky. No matter when, a woman cared a lot about her appearance. Moreover, the Lihua dynasty's eldest princess had never been a soft-hearted person. Once she got angry, it made people fearful. Ning Chan waved his hand and withdrew Zhiga. He swung his sword and chopped apart a few wolves that were pouncing towards the horse. At the same time, Qing Emo condensed into frost, and a sword split open the sky. The sword intent rumbled and shook, and a path of blood immediately opened up 10 meters in front of him. In the blink of an eye, not a single wolf could stand on the 10 meters in front of him. Ayo! Within the pack of wolves, a terrified wolf howl was transmitted. Immediately, the pack of wolves that surrounded the two people turned around and quickly retreated. In less than half a quarter of an hour, wolf corpses were already everywhere within a circumference of 10 meters. Blood flowed in pools and dyed the wilderness red. Li Yue restrained her aura. Her eyes still flickered with an unimaginable radiance as she looked at the former. So it turned out that a 5th grade natal stage could also be this powerful. Today, she finally experienced what a true martial arts powerhouse was. Your master is truly a genius. Li Yue lightly sighed. To be able to teach such an outstanding disciple, it truly made people exclaim in admiration. A 5th grade natal stage disciple had such accomplishments, so it could be imagined how powerful his master was. Ning Chin didn't mind and smiled. He picked up the cloth strips on the ground and rewrapped Jiga and Ching Mo. Soon after, he carried them on his back. He didn't have a master. If he had to name one, the sword consecrator had taught him a move, Mubai had taught him a sword move, and the senior had shown him what a sword was. It's not safe here, let's go. Ning Chin said. N. Li Yue nodded and replied. Wolves were very vengeful animals. Once they seized the opportunity, it was very likely that they would come again. The carriage rumbled forward and soon disappeared into the wilderness. 7 days later, after traveling day and night, the two finally arrived at the capital of the Hulei dynasty, Yunming City. In the Xianling Pavilion, there were more and more people secretly visiting in the past few days. The stewards were extremely busy. Most of the people came for rare treasures like the blazing sun iron. There were even Xiantian powerhouses who personally appeared, giving the stewards a lot of pressure. However, the consecrator of the imperial family had already said that before everyone arrived, they couldn't relent even a little bit. Li Yue and Ning Chin also stayed in an inn not far from the Xianling Pavilion, waiting for the Xianling Pavilion's next move. In Yunming City, there were more and more people. People from all the major forces gathered in the city, quietly waiting for an opportunity. Ning Chin saw familiar figures. It was the sword consecrator of the 9 Clouds Mountain and Worryless of the Cherishing Flower Palace. Beside Worryless was a young woman in her prime. Her aura was very powerful. She was at least at the peak of the 2nd tribulation of the Xiantian realm, close to the 3rd tribulation. The 3rd tribulation of the Xiantian realm was a watershed. Under normal circumstances, even major sects like the 9 Clouds Mountain and the Cherishing Flower Palace only had 1 or 2 powerhouses who had surpassed the 3rd tribulation of the Xiantian realm. When Li Yue saw the people from the 9 Clouds Mountain and the Cherishing Flower Palace, a trace of worry flashed across her charming face. The Cherishing Flower Palace and the 9 Clouds Mountain were far to the west of the 4 extremes. It could be said that they were the furthest from the Lihua dynasty. She didn't have much information about these 2 major sects, but there was no doubt that these 2 sects were powerful, especially in terms of peak battle power. Even the 4 dynasties couldn't compare to them. The Palace Lord of the Cherishing Flower Palace and Venerable Dream of the 9 Clouds Mountain were among the few powerhouses of the 4 extremes. They could be said to be the strongest people in the world besides the 2 powerhouses of the Sacred Land and the Hall of Eternal Life. This time, even people from these 2 sects had come, and 2 of them were Xiantian cultivators. To her, this wasn't good news. Ning Chin looked at the 3 of them and narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't worried about the other 2. Instead, he was more wary of Worryless. This woman could be said to be one of the strongest people in the world. Once she got serious, she would definitely be very terrifying. In many ancient books, the growth of the great path physique was accompanied by an absolutely invincible battle record. They were born with the ability to control the power of heaven and earth. To a certain extent, they were like gods living in the human world. The only good news was that his relationship with Worryless wasn't bad, but it was only good. On the street, Worryless felt the gaze from afar. She turned around and smiled gently. Her smile was peaceful and made people feel relaxed and happy. Seeing this smile, Ning Chin sighed inwardly. This was what he was worried about. As long as they were in this world, the perception of the great path physique was unparalleled. You know people from the Cherishing Flower Palace? Li Yue saw that Ning Chin had been paying attention to the 2 people from the Cherishing Flower Palace. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes. Ning Chin nodded. He didn't deny it. Li Yue's expression was strange, but she quickly understood. She had almost forgotten that he had a powerful Xiantian master. It wouldn't be strange even if he had seen venerables from some large sections. Be careful of that green-clothed woman, warned Ning Chin. Li Yue was surprised. She didn't understand what he meant. If he said to be careful of the Cherishing Flower Palace, she could understand. After all, a Xiantian cultivator had come. But to be careful of that green-clothed woman was too strange. A disciple of the cherishing flower palace, who was at most at the 6th rank. Even if she was like Ning Chen beside her, whose martial path was extraordinary, she still couldn't escape the Hotian realm. She wasn't much of a threat to her. However, since Ning Chen had warned her, she just had to be careful. For days later, in Cloud Cry City, almost all the powers that should have come had arrived. In the depths of the Sudden Thunder Imperial Palace, a powerful aura rose up. In the next moment, it appeared in Xianling Pavilion. "Let's go and take a look," said Ning Chen. "Yes." Li Yue nodded. Then they walked towards Xianling Pavilion. Within Xianling Pavilion, in the private rooms, the people from the various powers were gathered. Through the gauze curtains, they looked at the rippling mirror in front of them. Their expressions were grave. "Everyone, what do you think?" asked a middle-aged man beside the mirror. In a private room on the west side, Li Yue was silent. After a long time, she said, "You can refuse. We'll wait for another chance. After all, there are too many unknowns. Even a mortal sovereign might not succeed." "I'll give it a try," replied Ning Chen calmly. He wasn't unfamiliar with the unknown lands, but this was the first time he had heard of the existence of a phoenix, even if it was only a descendant with an impure bloodline. He had suspected that the reason he had been able to survive was because of that drop of phoenix blood. However, such a matter was too inconceivable. He didn't dare to be certain. It just so happened that this time he could see what the legendary phoenix looked like. Chapter 238. Xianling Pavilion's offer was not complicated. 1 drop of phoenix blood in exchange for all the rare treasures in the world, including the blazing sun iron. However, this seemingly simple offer was extremely dangerous. Even Khanate masters did not dare to try it. There were only 2 places in the world with phoenix blood: Longevity Hall and Phoenix Perch Mountain. The Hall of Longevity was the most ancient force of the 4 extremities, with a legacy so long that it was impossible to trace. Every generation's Hall Master was a peerless expert who was infinitely close to, or even stepping into the 3 disasters realm. For tens of thousands of years, it had never declined because of the phoenix trapped under the pool of longevity. Phoenixes were extremely proud divine beasts. Even though they had few descendants left of their bloodline, they still refused to be enslaved. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Temple of Immortals had paid a great price to trap the phoenix. Even now, they were still treading on thin ice, in case the phoenix broke out of the seal. The phoenix cherished its body very much. Not to mention the precious phoenix blood, it would not even leave a feather for humans. It could be imagined how difficult it was to get a drop of phoenix blood. Back then, generations of Longevity Hall masters and masters of the 4 extremes paid an immeasurable price to win over the Khanate masters of the Divine Land. Only then did they create the Forbidden Land and the Divine Land, Ascension Valley. In these thousands of years, Longevity Hall sent out a total of 5 drops of phoenix blood, which were kept by the 2 strongest Khanate masters of the Ascension Valley. However, the last drop was snatched by Prince Yen. Not long after that, the entire Ascension Valley and all the remaining Khanate masters were killed by Ning Chen. Thus, the only way to contact the 4 extremes and the Divine Land was cut off. Among the 4 extremes, Longevity Hall had phoenix blood. This was known to the world. However, no matter what price the other sects were willing to pay, Longevity Hall was unwilling to relent. The imperial consecrator of Xianling Pavilion did not have much life left and urgently needed things to prolong his life. Phoenix blood was one of them. Other than Longevity Hall, the other place in the world where the phoenix lived was Phoenix Perch Mountain. Among the 4 extremes, it was the most dangerous and unknown place besides the 4 extremes. In the legends, the phoenix only rested on parasol trees. Phoenix Perch Mountain had 3 parasol trees that were more than 10,000 years old. According to ancient records, 3,000 years ago, and Khanate Master accidentally entered and saw traces of the phoenix. However, in the 3,000 years that followed, Feng's Perch Mountain became a forbidden area for human warriors. Even Khanate experts did not dare to set foot inside. Feng Shi Mountain was located in a very secluded place. If someone hadn't discovered it, it might still be a place that no one knew about. In Feng's Perch Mountain, other than the phoenix, there were also innate level giant beasts that were extremely powerful. This was also the reason why innate level experts in the world were unwilling to set foot there. Compared to ordinary people, inborn experts cherished their lives even more. Very few people were willing to take the risk for such dangerous things. Therefore, when the imperial consecrator of Xianling Pavilion stated the conditions, many people gave up this opportunity, including 9 Cloud Mountains, Sword Venerable. The Zun cultivators of the continent of the 9 Clouds were all at the peak of their lives. Even though the blazing sun iron and the other treasures were tempting, they didn't want to risk their lives for it. Following the departure of the 9 Heavens Sword Sovereign, many others left one after another, including a few powerful inborn experts. A hint of regret flashed across the eyes of the Xianling Pavilion's imperial consecrate. He had painstakingly collected the treasures of heaven and earth in order to attract these strong practitioners. Feng Shi Mountain was not so easy to enter. The more people there were, the more chances there were. However, there were still many people who stayed in the end. Among them was Hua Xian from the Cherishing Flower Palace. Yuan Hong also hesitated for a moment, but when she thought of her teacher, the previous palace, Lord of the Cherishing Flower Palace, who also didn't have much lifespan left, she chose to stay. Wang Yu naturally stayed as well. Her gaze peered through the gauze curtain at the box in the distance. A faint smile hung on her beautiful face. Ning Chun returned a smile, but he was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Cherishing Flower Palace to stay in the end. This was the scene he didn't want to see the most. He definitely had to fight for the Phoenix blood, or he could choose to form an alliance with Wang Yu. As for how to split the spoils after obtaining the Phoenix blood, they could discuss it properly. Of course, if they couldn't come to an agreement, it wouldn't be too late to fight then. Thinking of this, Ning Qin looked at the beautiful figure in the distance and transmitted his voice. Wang Yu, why don't we form an alliance and get the Phoenix blood first? Wang Yu didn't answer, but only smiled. She pointed at the venerable of the Cherishing Flower Palace beside her. Her meaning was obvious. I can't make the decision. Ning Chun was speechless. If he dared to reveal his identity, he wouldn't have to be so careful. Since they couldn't form an alliance, Ning Chun didn't force it. When the time came, who knew what would happen? He would just play it by ear. Half a day later, the people of the various factions left Cloud Cry City, one after another, rushing towards the northwest. Although Phoenix Perch Mountain was a forbidden area of the 4 extremities, people would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. The natural treasures provided by the Xianling Pavilion were attractive enough, causing many people to want to take the risk. After all, no one had truly entered Phoenix Perch Mountain. All of their knowledge came from ancient records and rumors. Li Yue stayed in Cloud Cry City as she had other important matters to attend to. The two of them could only temporarily separate and complete their own missions. Ning Qin didn't have any objections. He left alone, feeling much more relaxed. However, Ning Qin wasn't in a hurry. He followed behind the various factions at a leisurely pace, waiting to enter with everyone else. As long as it was an unknown place, there would always be strange things. He had already suffered a lot, and this time he was determined not to be the first one to stand out. He had already seen Tao Tai and Jiawing. Even if a legendary phoenix really appeared this time, it wouldn't be strange. Phoenix Perch Mountain was located in the inner part of the 100,000 mountain range between the western and southern borders. Of course, the 100,000 mountain range was just an empty name. No one had really counted how many mountains there were. The various factions were all on guard against each other. When they were rushing, They would also intentionally avoid each other to prevent being stabbed in the back. The factions that had innate rancors would have more confidence. Although Phoenix Perch Mountain was dangerous, as long as they didn't encounter monsters that were too strong, it shouldn't be a problem for them to protect themselves. The crowd crossed one mountain after another. The lush mountain range seemed to have no end. No matter where they walked, there would always be a new mountain waiting for them. Yuan Hong and the other innate rankers obviously had the same thoughts as Ningchen. They walked at a leisurely pace, waiting to enter with everyone else. 10 days later, after the crowd had crossed the last mountain, they finally saw a different scenery. The scene in front of them was a scene of falling maple leaves and red all over the mountain. It was almost exactly the same as the legendary Phoenix Perch Mountain. Ning Chen leisurely followed behind the crowd, especially far away from Daylily. He didn't want to expose his every move to others. After resting for half a day, the various factions tacitly entered the mountain at the same time. They still maintained a certain distance from each other and moved forward separately. The falling maple leaves dyed the entire Phoenix Perch Mountain red. As the crowd walked, they gradually realized that the distance they had deliberately maintained with others had unknowingly increased. Several innate rankers also realized that something was wrong. This endless maple forest was like a natural maze. The deeper they walked, the harder it was to determine their direction. Daylily, wait here for a while, Yuan Hong instructed. She moved her feet and rose above the maple forest. Looking at the surrounding scenery, she couldn't help but frown. This Phoenix Perch Mountain was much bigger than she had imagined. It took up at least a third of the 100,000 mountain range. The maple forest before her eyes seemed to have no end. At the same time, a few more figures flew into the air. They looked at each other, and a trace of vigilance flashed across their faces. Screech! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing howl resounded in the sky. Shortly after, a black shadow that blotted out the sky and covered the earth appeared, causing the few Xiantian realm experts to be shocked. It was a huge, strange bird with a wingspan of more than 200 feet. The feathers around it were as black as mirrors. A pair of iron claws shone sharply under the sunlight, causing people to feel cold all over. Ning Chen also frowned. It was this thing again. This was already the third time he had seen this strange bird. He had seen it twice in the divine Great Land, but he didn't expect to see the same monster here again. If it was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. Screech! In the blink of an eye, another deep screech sounded from the ninth heaven. A second huge bird appeared. This one was even bigger and more terrifying. It was close to 300 feet long and covered the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. The two strange birds were obviously furious at the intrusion of the humans. Their huge wings flapped and swept towards the people in the air like blades, including Yuan Hong. The 5 innate rankers had no choice but to fight back. However, the two strange birds were unexpectedly difficult to deal with. They were invulnerable and difficult to injure. For a moment, the 5 innate rankers were in a difficult situation. Ning Chen looked at the battle in the sky, his eyes flickering. The strange birds he had encountered in the past were much smaller and weaker than these two. The two monsters he encountered today were really too strong. In the sky, the 5 innate rankers released all their auras. Powerful airwaves rolled continuously. After adapting to the strength of the two birds' bodies, they gradually turned the tables and began to suppress them. However, the 5 innate rankers weren't united after all. The two birds were indeed too strong. It wouldn't be easy for the 5 innate rankers to kill them. Rumble! Just as the crowd was paying attention to the battle in the sky, a terrifying tremor sounded from the ground below. Countless ferocious beasts rushed out from the depths of the maple forest. Although they weren't strong, their numbers were frightening. They trampled towards the intruders. The expressions of the 5 innate rankers changed. They flipped their palms and shook off the strange birds. Then they quickly rushed down. They didn't come alone. They had brought their disciples with them. Although they wanted to broaden their horizons and test them, they didn't want these disciples to die in vain. After the 5 innate rankers landed, they immediately attacked. The surging tide of beasts suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Blood flowed like a river. The 2 strange birds swooped down. This time, they didn't choose the 5 innate rankers that they couldn't afford to provoke. Instead, they rushed towards some of the weaker disciples. In the next moment, miserable cries rose and fell one after another, causing one's hair to stand on end. Beside Yi Wanhong, Forgotten Sorrow's eyes flashed with a touch of pity. She raised her hand without leaving a trace. Not far away, a strange bird swooped down towards the west and crashed down with a bang, crushing a large patch of maple forest. Chapter 239. The 4 Kane experts were shocked when they saw the strange bird fall to the ground. They were puzzled and did not understand what had happened. Yuan Hong did not know either. Even though she was beside worryless, she did not sense anything out of the ordinary. Not far from where the strange bird fell, Ning Chen was stunned for a moment. He quickly guessed what had happened and could not help but feel even more shocked. He did not sense anything out of the ordinary just now. He only saw the strange bird fall directly from the sky. He had only read about the records of Taoism physique in ancient books. Seeing it with his own eyes today was really unbelievable. In the southwest, another strange bird cried anxiously and flew quickly. However, just as it was about to approach, its body was directly sealed by an irresistible force, and it could not move at all. Below the maple forest, due to the presence of the 5 Kane experts, the beast tide quickly retreated. Except for the few disciples who were swallowed by the 2 strange birds, the rest of the people did not suffer many casualties. Worryless waved its hand and dispersed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that was pressing on the 2 strange birds. After 2 frightened cries, the 2 strange birds immediately flapped their wings and flew away, not daring to stay for a second longer. Not far from the 2 strange birds, Ning Chen had been carefully watching. Finally, he noticed a trace of spiritual qi fluctuation at this moment. It was very weak. If one did not sense it carefully, it would be difficult to detect. The 5 Xiantian lords had also guessed that there was an expert helping them in the dark. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel a little fearful. For someone to be able to attack them without them noticing, it meant that the person's cultivation was either much higher than theirs, or he had some kind of special skill. No one guessed that it was a Taoism physique because it was too far away. The last time a Taoism physique appeared in the 4 extremes was thousands of years ago. The crowd continued to walk deeper into Feng Chi Mountain. They were even more careful as they walked. Feng Chi Mountain was more dangerous than they had imagined. They had only entered for a short while, and they had already encountered big trouble. There was no telling what would happen inside. After walking for a long time, the sky gradually darkened. The sun set and the moon rose. The crowd was about to face their first night in Feng Chi Mountain. The 5 Khanate experts were also fully focused. They knew very well that in such an unknown place, night was the most dangerous time. As the bonfire rose, the scorching flames danced in the dark night, adding some confidence to the people who had been nervous all day. Although martial arts had reached the level of everyone present and they no longer needed to make a fire for warmth or to drive away ferocious beasts, as one of the symbols of human civilization, the appearance of fire would always give people a sense of comfort. Ning Chen stood on top of a maple tree and looked into the distance. He estimated that with their current speed, it would take them at least a day and a night to reach the deepest part of Feng Chi Mountain. The phoenix was a mythical beast that lived in legends. It could not be seen in the mortal world. If it were not recorded in ancient books, and he had seen a drop of phoenix blood with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe that something like the phoenix really existed. It was rumored that the 3 wudong trees were located in the deepest part of the Phoenix Perch Mountain, and the phoenix was resting on one of them. Everyone seized the time to rest and reorganize. After the disturbance during the day, the people from the various large sects finally began to consciously draw closer to each other. Half of them rested while the other half was on guard. Ning Chen was relatively far away. His cultivation was only at the 5th grade of the acquired realm. He was usually inconspicuous, but he was too eye-catching here. Among those who dared to enter, the one with the lowest cultivation was the daylily, but it was also at the 6th grade. Moreover, there was a Xiantian expert beside it to protect it. The night was lonely and cold. In the depths of Fengshi Mountain, there were constant roars of beasts. Every sound was deeply intimidating, as if it came from a ferocious beast from the primordial era. The 5 Xiantian experts looked more and more serious. They were even more alert. Looking at the depths of the maple forest, the aura around them circulated, ready to attack at any time. Behind Ningqin, a terrifying giant snake more than 200 feet long appeared. Its body was black and red, and it had legs. There was also a bulge on its head. It was gradually turning into a dragon. The giant snake's sword and its mouth was like a basin, trying to swallow the human in front of it. In an instant, the wind howled and the smell of blood filled the air. Ning Qin frowned slightly. His feet moved and his figure disappeared, retreating hundreds of feet away. However, the giant snake did not give up. Its tail pushed against the ground and its body soared into the air, quickly sweeping forward. "You don't know what's good for you." Ning Chen snorted and stopped retreating. With a wave of his hand, the green ink sword behind him flew out and turned into a ray of light, falling into his hand. The giant snake hissed, and its eyes were cold and merciless. As its huge body swung, the surrounding trees collapsed. The sword in Ning Chen's hand moved, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, the sword radiance extended and reached 10 feet away. With a loud bang, the earth collapsed and the mountains collapsed. In the midst of the flying sand and stones, a shrill cry rang throughout Fengshi Mountain, shaking people's hearts. "There's another Xiantian expert." At that moment, the 5 Xiantian experts also felt the powerful sword intent that exploded in the distance. Their figures flashed and followed the scream to the battlefield. There was no one in sight. The remaining half of the giant snake's body was still bleeding on the ground. The maple leaves were red, but the blood was even redder. It was frightening. The 5 Xiantian experts looked at each other and became more alert. There was no doubt that this was done by another Xiantian expert. Such an extraordinary sword cultivation was rare even among Xiantian experts. Including the expert who secretly attacked during the day, there were at least 2 Xiantian experts who had not shown up yet. It seemed that there were more people who wanted the phoenix blood than they had imagined. The 5 of them quickly returned. They did not dare to leave for too long. This place was full of danger. It was not something that the disciples who had not reached the Xiantian realm could handle. Ning Qin appeared from far away with the other half of the snake's body in his hand. With a casual swing, he threw it on the ground with a bang. "There won't be a next time," Ning Qin warned coldly. The eyes of the giant snake were full of fear. After gaining freedom, the snake wriggled its body and quickly left with its injured body. The roaring in the middle of the night was still going on. The people of the major sects were terrified, afraid that these monsters would appear. Fortunately, after a frightening night, nothing terrible happened. As the sky brightened, the roaring gradually quieted down. After dawn, everyone continued their journey. However, some people decided to leave. After a day and night of fear, many people could not bear it anymore. The 5 Xiantian experts were still determined and did not waver. They sped up and tried to reach their destination as soon as possible. However, everything went against one's wishes. In the remaining day and night, all the major sects were in big trouble, and the casualties of their disciples began to increase. The deeper they went into Feng's Perch Mountain, the more territorial giant beasts there were. Some were even at the level of human Sciention experts. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Among the 5 Sciention experts, Yuan Hong was the strongest. She had reached the peak of the second tribulation. The other 4 were either at the early stage of the second tribulation or at the peak of the first tribulation. The giant beasts were stronger than expected, forcing the 5 of them into a difficult situation. However, humans were the wisest of all creatures. Even if their Sciention conditions were not as good as these giant beasts, they still had a big advantage after adapting with their cultivation and divine weapons. However, the disciples with weaker cultivation were not so lucky. The Sciention experts could not help in time every time. By the time the group reached the deepest part of Feng's Perch Mountain, the number of people had decreased by more than half. Ning Chen walked behind the group. He did not encounter any trouble along the way and arrived at the destination smoothly. There were no more maple trees in a radius of 3,000 feet in front of them. On the lush grass, 3 towering sycamore trees appeared in front of everyone. They formed a line horizontally and looked very majestic. On the sycamore tree in the middle, a red divine bird lay quietly on the tree. Its perfect body and dazzling fiery red tail feathers all indicated the identity of its owner. A faint flame burned around the phoenix. It was as bright as blood, but the sycamore tree was not affected at all. It was not damaged at all. Elegant, noble, and perfect. This was everyone's first impression. The phoenix was the creator's favorite. It was perfect and deserved almost all the praise in the world. Even in myths and legends, it was an existence that was on par with the gods. The 5 Sciention experts looked at the unusually quiet phoenix on the sycamore tree. At this moment, they were a little hesitant. The phoenix was equally famous for its elegance and strength. This phoenix looked calm now, but who knew how terrifying it would be once it felt threatened? Just as the 5 of them were hesitating, the 3 peak rank 9 experts quietly retreated into the maple forest. They circled behind the phoenix's line of sight and were ready to take a gamble. They knew very well that once the 5 Sciention experts took action, they would have no chance. It was better to take action now and escape immediately after obtaining the phoenix blood. In this unknown Feng's Perch Mountain, even Sciention experts might not be able to catch up with a peak rank 9 expert if they wanted to escape. 10,000 feet away from the sycamore tree, the 5 of them were still thinking about how to deal with it. Suddenly, 3 rays of sword light lit up the sky and rushed toward the phoenix on the sycamore tree. At this moment, the 5 of them changed their expressions. They knew that they were in trouble. Sure enough, the phoenix's eyes, which were calm and peaceful just a moment ago, suddenly flashed with a trace of hostility. The next moment, a phoenix cry resounded through the world. The phoenix spread its wings, and a sea of fire lit up the sky. The terrifying flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. Before the 3 figures could get close, they were surrounded by the sea of fire and turned into ashes in a painful struggle. The infuriated phoenix displayed unparalleled strength and instantly killed 3 peak rank 9 powerhouses, shocking the 5 innate stage powerhouses. Retreat! Without any hesitation, the 5 of them quickly retreated with their disciples, temporarily avoiding the phoenix's sharp edge. However, how could a human Sciention expert compare with a phoenix's speed? Yuan Hong had not escaped far with Daylily when the phoenix's cry sounded behind them. Daylily sighed softly when she saw this. She broke free from Yuan Hong's hand and stood in the void. Her blue and green dress fluttered. She raised her delicate hand, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around her gathered crazily, forming a huge cage to trap the angry phoenix. Everyone was shocked, including Yuan Hong. No one would have thought that this gentle and delicate woman was actually the Sciention expert who had secretly attacked. Chapter 240. The phoenix was trapped. After a short moment of astonishment, The 5 people reacted quickly. Their cold blades glinted and instantly arrived in front of the phoenix. Clang! Clang! A few ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding rang out. The blades were blocked by the phoenix's feathers and couldn't move forward even half an inch. The phoenix's shrill cry resounded through the 9 heavens. The angry phoenix flapped its wings and raging flames burned the heaven and earth. Even the surrounding spiritual energy was burning. Daylily waved her hand, and the spiritual energy in all directions gathered again, trying to stop the phoenix from breaking through. In the distance, Ning Chen was shocked by Daylily's strength. At the same time, there was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. The Jiga sword flew out and the cloth scattered, revealing the dark golden blade. Perhaps he was the only one here who could break the phoenix's feathers and obtain the phoenix blood. With the Jiga sword, he could temporarily borrow the sword intent left by his predecessor. However, if he wanted to obtain the phoenix blood now, he would undoubtedly have to face the competition of the 5 innate masters. Moreover, there was also Daylily, who could control the power of heaven and earth. He wasn't very confident that he could take the phoenix blood away. However, this was the best time to make a move. He had already seen the phoenix's strength clearly. If he faced it alone, he wouldn't have much of a chance. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, Ning Chen no longer hesitated. His figure moved and turned into a streak of white light, rushing towards the phoenix in the sea of fire. The dazzling light flashed in everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the burning flames. However, at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. The phoenix that was still in the cage of heaven and earth suddenly went crazy. The phoenix's shrill cry made the world tremble. The cage collapsed and the phoenix flew out. Its long and narrow phoenix eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Ning Chen was shocked. He quickly turned back and ran for his life. The phoenix flapped its wings and flew out, chasing after the figures in front of it. Before anyone could react to what was going on, the 2 figures had already flown far away and disappeared without a trace. A strange look flashed in Daylily's eyes. She had never seen a phoenix before and hadn't noticed that Ning Chen's body had an aura very similar to that of a phoenix. Chase! The phoenix blood was more important. Yuan Hong and the others didn't have time to care about him and quickly chased after him. The phoenix seemed to be targeting Ning Chen. It was filled with hatred and no longer cared about the others. It only followed the latter and chased after him. While fleeing, Ning Chen's mind spun quickly, and he quickly figured out the reason. He guessed that it was very likely that it was caused by the drop of phoenix blood. In the past, he used his phoenix blood to protect his spiritual sense. Today, he finally tasted bitterness. Phoenixes pressed for life, flames of hatred and fury devouring the heavens and destroying the earth. Even the sun was covered, terrifying and shocking. Up ahead, Ning Chen was running for his life, not daring to stay for even a moment. This phoenix was ridiculously powerful, and there was no way he could fight it. Behind them, the 5 innate rankers chased after them. The distance between them was getting wider and wider. The crazy phoenix's speed was frighteningly fast. It was not something that a human innate ranker could match. Ning Chen was running for his life, but the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. He had no choice but to move his hand. The Jiga sword flew into the air, and the sword intent on the sword spread out. The sword will surged, and the space split apart. The phoenix was obstructed and stopped in its tracks. In this instant, Ning Chen had already fled far away and vanished without a trace. The people behind caught up. The phoenix roared angrily and opened its phoenix mouth. Blue flames covered the sky and locked down the earth. The 5 innate rankers were immediately trapped in the endless sea of flames, unable to advance or retreat. The raging flames devoured everything around them. Trapped in the sea of flames, the 5 innate rankers' bodies were restrained. They were in an extremely sorry state. Forgotten Sorrow rushed over and raised her delicate hand. In an instant, The spiritual energy within a radius of 10 miles gathered rapidly. She forcefully suppressed the phoenix fire and helped the 5 innate rancors to escape. Yuan Hong escaped, seeing that the phoenix had already disappeared. A trace of anxiety flashed across her face. "Respected Yuan Hong, I'll go after it," Forgotten Sorrow said softly. Then she took a step forward and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the sky above the Sherwan Mountains, a white flowing light flashed and disappeared. Behind them, far away, the flames were spreading at an extremely fast speed. If one looked carefully, a perfect and noble figure could be vaguely seen in the flames. Its powerful aura made one's heart palpitate. The chase between life and death continued from Feng Chi Mountain to the outside of the Sherwan Mountains. After the phoenix felt the familiar aura from the human, its hatred reached its peak. It chased after him crazily. The phoenix did not like the filth between humans, so it never left Feng Chi Mountain. But this time was an exception. The burning hatred had already swallowed the phoenix's heart. No matter what, it had to make the human in front of it pay the price. Ning Chen was never a person who would give up without a fight. After thinking about it, he immediately rushed towards the northeast. If this continued, he would definitely not be able to escape. Since this phoenix was so obsessed with the aura of the phoenix blood on him, then he would give the immortal hall a big gift. Above the 4 extremes, the chase became more and more intense. The phoenix's speed was astonishing. Ning Chen was caught several times and was surrounded by danger. He relied on Zhiga to block it and barely managed to pull away. The sky was getting darker and darker. The sun was setting in the west and gradually dimming. 1 man and 1 phoenix chased after half of the 4 extremes. Everywhere they passed, half of the sky burned. It was a spectacular sight. No one knew what was happening. With the eyes of mortals, they could only see the flames flashing across the sky and nothing else. When some of the innate rancors saw the flowing light at the end of the sky, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They clearly saw the phoenix that only appeared in legends. Could it be that the rumors of Feng Chi Mountain were all true? Black stone, black wood, black soil. In a quiet place, a forbidden palace stood on the ground. It was majestic and heavy. Around it, ancient wood and black stone formed a city. Countless strong cultivators guarded it. For thousands of years, no one dared to enter. The Immortal Hall was one of the oldest inheritances in the world. Its history was so long that it could not be traced. It was as if the Immortal Hall existed as long as there were records. On this day, the phoenix cried out in the sky and flew towards the most mysterious inheritance in the world. In front of him, white clothes flashed past and rushed into the silent place. After landing, Ning Chen did not stop and directly flew towards the Immortal City. In front of the Immortal Hall, 18 iron chains appeared from the void in the sky and were tightly tied to the floating altar. The iron chains were in the sky, and there was no end in sight. It was very eye-catching and shocking. It was said that in ancient times the blood of gods was shed here. Therefore, it was called the Parish God Platform. The legend was too vague to be verified. However, the miracle of the 18 iron chains was real. No one knew where it came from. Below the Parish God Platform, there was still a thick white fog. It was impossible to see what was inside. Even the moonlight was blocked outside. It was extremely mysterious. This white fog would only disappear for a short period of time at midnight and noon every day. It would only last for a quarter of an hour before it would be covered by the fog again. The coldness of the night was even more obvious in front of the Immortal Hall. The silence and coldness of the ancient times were the eternal theme. At this moment, under the white fog, the phoenix cried out. After tens of thousands of years, it still resisted day after day and never gave in. When midnight arrived, the white fog dispersed. Below, a huge pool appeared. The pool water was light red and emitted a strong vitality. The Immortal Pool was the place where the Immortal Hall trapped the phoenix. Every drop of the pool water contained the blood of the phoenix at the bottom of the pool. When the pool water turned completely red, it would condense into a complete drop of phoenix blood. When midnight was about to pass, Ning Qin arrived. The phoenix also chased after him. The scene in front of him was shocking. The fire phoenix seemed to have sensed it. The flames around its body soared into the sky. In the next moment, an extremely vicious phoenix cry rang out. The flames of hatred that had been separated for tens of thousands of years erupted in an instant, shaking the heaven and earth. Ning Qin immediately dodged. He did not want to be implicated by the angry phoenix's flames of hatred. He retreated to the side. The fire phoenix rushed towards the immortal pool. Flames swept out, wanting to break the seal that had suppressed it for tens of thousands of years. Under the immortal pool, the fire phoenix felt the familiar aura outside. It also cried out and struggled fiercely. "Bastard! How dare you act so impudently in the immortal hall?" Right at this moment, the gate of the immortal hall opened. A figure in flowing armor appeared. He took a step forward and pressed down with his palm. With a boom, the fire phoenix was slammed to the ground. The shrill phoenix cry pierced through people's hearts. The fire phoenix flapped its wings and rushed towards the immortal pool again. However, the three disasters were unshakable. The fire phoenix could not take even half a step forward. Only its mournful phoenix cry resounded in the sky. It was unbearable. Although the phoenix was strong, its bloodline inheritance had been depleted a long time ago. It could barely contend against the three disasters. Above the immortal pool, the fog gradually returned to normal, covering the pool water. The phoenix cry also became weaker. The fire phoenix was abnormally anxious. It rushed forward again and again, but it was blocked again and again. Soon midnight was about to pass. The fog had already covered most of the immortal pool. The fire phoenix looked towards the silhouette in the distance. It cried out several times. It was somewhat desolate and somewhat pleading. It no longer had the dignity and pride it had in the past. Ning Qin fell silent. Leave or fight? He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Leaving now might be the best choice. With the Disaster King holding down the Fire Phoenix, he could safely leave. If he fought and chose to help the Fire Phoenix, he would have to face a three disasters expert. With his current strength, this was not a wise choice. Logically speaking, he should leave immediately. He should not be influenced by his emotions. This was what he had always done. But this time, for the first time, his feet didn't listen to him. His hatred for the Disaster King, to a certain extent, far surpassed his hatred for the four extreme realm masters. He was not a saint. Although he did not want the divine continent to be affected by the flames of war and did his best to stop it, what truly angered him was a man's injuries. He had always endured because he knew he was not the Disaster King's match. Now, there was finally an opportunity in front of him. Although it was dangerous, it was a rare opportunity. The silhouette streaked through the night sky, rushing towards the immortal pool. The Fire Phoenix cried out and charged at the Disaster King even more crazily. Impudent! The Disaster King was furious. Looking at the two figures rushing over, he flipped his palms and sent out a wild storm. Chirp! The phoenix cried out mournfully. It used its body as a shield to block all the attacks and protect the young human. The shock waves shook the area, and the Fire Phoenix flew out. Ning Qin was also affected. His lips also turned red, but he endured all the pain and charged towards the Godfall platform. In an instant, intense sword and golden light illuminated the mortal world. Chapter 241. Above the Godfall platform, a dark golden light illuminated the night. Ning Qin wielded Jiga, and his sword intent turned into spiraling sword radiance, shooting into the sky. This was his last chance. He no longer held anything back. His sword intent drew on the power left in Jiga by Prince Yen, and with a slash the world was split open. The most powerful slash was unstoppable. The Godfall platform could not withstand the force, and it collapsed. The 18 chains lost control and fell from the sky, crashing into the pool of life. Nearby, the Disaster King's expression changed. He shot towards the pool of life with a streak of light. However, it was already too late. A phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. The longevity pool's water quickly surged, and the red color receded. Soon after, flames surged into the sky. A scarlet figure spread its wings within the flames. The phoenix fire spread rapidly and dyed the heaven and earth a beautiful red color. You deserve to die. The Disaster King was enraged by the destruction of his 10,000-year foundation. His killing intent reached its peak, and with a flip of his palm, the entire world exploded. Chirp! The 2 phoenixes cried together, resisting the 3 disasters together. They stood in front of Ningchen, giving him a chance to catch his breath. The situation was critical. Ningchen moved 3,000 meters away. With a wave of his hand, 2 green jade trees appeared. Soon after, they absorbed vital energy, and the vast vitality turned into endless energy that was absorbed into his body, rapidly increasing his cultivation. The green jade trees disappeared, and Ningchen roared. His angry hair broke free from the restraints of being in a daze, fluttering in the wind. His cultivation rose rapidly in an instant, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th rank. However, it was forcefully suppressed at the final hurdle. The remaining vitality caused the knowing destiny sword in his body to tremble and hum. It was swallowed up in the blink of an eye, and the sword embryo was refined even further. Blood patterns flickered on the azure sword, but it was still far from the day it emerged. The battle between the 2 phoenixes and the Disaster King had reached its climax. The Disaster King's strength was beyond imagination within the range of the longevity hull. Every time the mirror of reincarnation appeared, the 2 phoenixes would feel extremely fearful. Ningchen held Jiga and rushed into the battle. He slashed down with a single sword, fighting the Disaster King alongside the 2 phoenixes. So you're from the divine prefecture of the eastern region as well. The Disaster King recognized the sword in the former's hand, and his eyes became even colder. Sensing the familiar aura of phoenix blood, he understood what was going on. The phoenix blood of the immortal hull had never appeared in the 4 extremities. The only 5 drops that had been sent out were in Ascension Valley of the eastern divine prefecture. The sword and palm collided, creating a metallic sound. The Disaster King was covered in flowing light armor, and with his 3 disasters level cultivation body, it was difficult to injure him. Under the illumination of the mirror of reincarnation, Ningchen's body quickly turned back, avoiding the terrifying light of the mirror. He had read about the description of this mirror in the ancient books. He knew very well what kind of tragic ending one would have if they were illuminated by the mirror. The cold night wind blew. Sword light, mirror light, and fiery light crisscrossed. The clash between the sword and the palm drew out streaks of brilliant light in the world. Ningchen borrowed the protection of the 2 phoenixes and used Jiga as a weapon. He was barely able to fight against the Disaster King, but it was still very strenuous. On the Jiga sword, golden light flickered, releasing the last of its sword intent. It resisted the 3 disasters, exhausting it greatly. Soon afterwards, there wasn't much power left in the sword. Phoenix cries rang out one after another. Flames covered the sky, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. The 2 phoenixes carried the fury of tens of thousands of years as they continuously crashed into the human before them. However, the huge difference in strength could not be made up for by anger and hatred. The Disaster King in front of the mortal hull was almost invincible. With the mirror of reincarnation, he was unstoppable. 1 man and 2 phoenixes were constantly being injured. Go! Ningchen slashed down with his sword, roaring at the 2 phoenixes. His sword intent spread out 100 jang wide current. The Disaster King waved his hand. With a bang, the current scattered. Within the current, a waterfall of blood splashed out, dyeing the sword red. Chirp! The two phoenixes cried out together. Their wings shook, and blue flames surged out, engulfing the Disaster King. The next moment, the red sea of flames retreated, sweeping up the injured Ning Chen and quickly leaving. The Disaster King snorted angrily. He dispersed the blue flames with a palm. Looking at the two phoenixes that disappeared, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He hadn't thought that so many people would come from the Eastern Divine Prefecture. It was truly a great surprise. The matter of the golden feather centipede had to be resolved as soon as possible. He would make the Eastern Divine Prefecture pay for what happened today 100, 1,000 times over. 1,000 miles away, in a barren land, the two phoenixes put down Ning Chen. They cried out a few times to express their gratitude. Ning Chen leaned on his sword and coughed violently. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and softly said, "I don't understand, but give me a few drops of blood. It's urgent." The two phoenixes cried out. One of their wings suddenly shook, and a drop of golden blood flew out from between their eyebrows, quickly entering Ning Chen's heart. The drop of blood entered his heart, and in an instant, a surge of unparalleled power surged through his limbs and bones. His injured body instantly recovered to its original state. After losing this drop of golden blood, the phoenix's phoenix eyes clearly dimmed. It was abnormally tired. The other phoenix circled around Ning Chen. A crimson, crystalline feather fell from its tail and landed in Ning Chen's hand. 10 drops of blood floated in the air along with the phoenix feather, emitting a powerful energy. After the gift was given, the two phoenixes cried out again. They spread their wings and flew into the sky, never looking back. Ning Chen watched the two phoenixes leave. He lowered his head to look at the scarlet phoenix feather in his hand. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. What was the use of this thing? Unable to figure it out, Ning Chen stopped thinking about it. With a wave of his hand, he put away the phoenix blood and prepared to leave. He could finally complete the task given by the old Earth craftsman. Most importantly, he could make the Calamity King and Long Life Hall lose the phoenix that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. This was his biggest gain. Ning Chen moved and rushed towards the southwest. He needed to hurry to Xianling Pavilion and take back the blazing sun iron. Otherwise, once Long Life Hall made a move, it would be very troublesome for him to do anything. At this moment, on the road ahead, the void swirled. A beautiful green figure appeared, standing in the air. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Looking at the beautiful figure in front of him, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with vigilance. He smiled and said, "Worryless, what a coincidence. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." After speaking, Ning Chen circled around her and hurriedly left. "Young master, can you give Worryless a drop of phoenix blood?" Worryless' figure vanished, and when she reappeared, she was blocking his path. Her smile was still as gentle as before, and her tone was one of negotiation without the slightest threat. "Haha, Miss Worryless, I also don't have any phoenix blood. Right now, I'm just worrying about how to report back to my superiors." Ning Chen laughed as he lied without batting an eyelid. He didn't have any phoenix blood, and he also didn't have his life. He had spent so much effort and almost been killed by the phoenix and the Calamity King to obtain just a few drops of phoenix blood. How could he give it away? If it was Wild Chang Sun, Qingning Mingyue, Gui Nu Sr. Thinking about it, Ning Chen's heart began to pound. How could there be so many people? Would 10 drops of phoenix blood be enough? "Young master, if you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself." Worryless smiled. Ning Chen became even more vigilant. "Worryless, with our friendship, it wouldn't be good to fight. How about you let me pass first? In the future, I'll give you 1 or 2 drops of phoenix blood." Worryless lips curled up slightly, and she didn't say anything else. She raised her slender hand, and wind and clouds gathered, forming invisible chains that wrapped around him. Ning Chen used his sword to cut through the chains, and without another word he began to run. Worryless stepped forward, and her figure was like a willow as she chased after him. Ning Chen ran for his life, but he had no intention of using the Jiga sword. First of all, the sword intent on the sword only had enough power for one strike. Second of all, he and Worryless were still friends, and they were far from fighting to the death. However, friendship was friendship. There was no way someone as petty as him would bleed so easily. Ning Chen thought about how to escape as he fled. This was already the second time in 2 days that he was being chased all over the world, and he felt very helpless in his heart. Who asked him to be so weak? Before he recovered his cultivation, fighting someone with a Dao physique was really no different from looking for a beating. "Young master, you can't escape," Worryless said softly as she followed behind him. Ning Chen wanted to turn around and say something disdainful, but after weighing the difference in their strength, he dismissed the idea. This woman was a ruthless person who could even trap a phoenix for a short period of time. He really couldn't beat her without using the Jiga sword. The two of them chased each other for a long time. Seeing that they were not far from Yunming City, Ning Chen stopped. He had a headache about the stubborn character under Worryless' gentle appearance. If they continued to run like this, there would really be no end. Worryless saw that Ning Chen had stopped, so she also stopped. She stood there with a smile and didn't say anything. "Worryless, you have to be reasonable. There are things that a gentleman should do, and things that he shouldn't do. Do you understand?" Ning Chen advised earnestly. "I'm not a gentleman, I'm a woman," Worryless said softly. Ning Chen's heart stopped, and he wanted to slap himself. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Who had said it to him before? "Worryless, are you really going to rob me?" Ning Chen still didn't give up and asked. Why were women so unreasonable nowadays? What a waste of the friendship between them. "If you give me a drop, I won't rob you," Worryless said with a gentle smile. Ning Chen had no choice. He waved his hand and took out a drop of phoenix blood. His heart ached so much that he wanted to cry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's make a deal. You owe me a favor, so I'll give you a drop of phoenix blood. If you don't agree, I'll swallow it." Worryless thought for a moment, then nodded lightly and said, "Okay, I agree." Ning Chen's sleeve shook, and the phoenix blood was sent out. In this short moment, there were several times when he wanted to go back on his word, take back the phoenix blood, and run again. Worryless put away the phoenix blood, bowed, and said, "Thank you, young master. Worryless will go back first. We'll meet again someday. Take care." Ning Chen still hadn't recovered from his heartache. He squeezed out these 2 words from between his teeth. Worryless smiled and didn't provoke this angry man anymore. With a graceful step, she disappeared. Ning Chen watched Worryless leave, then immediately shook his head hard. He quickly collected his emotions, turned around, and rushed towards Yunming City. He needed to consider his future path. This time, in order to obtain the phoenix blood, many people had seen his appearance, and the Disaster King had also recognized his identity. He would definitely hunt him down with all his strength. Right now, he needed to recover his cultivation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, his future path would be very difficult. Chapter 242. Cloud Cry City, Xianling Pavilion. The old consecrator of the imperial family looked at the phoenix blood floating in Ning Chen's hand. Tears streamed down his face. Although he maintained the appearance of a middle-aged man, his true age was over 350 years old. His lifespan was about to reach its end. This drop of phoenix blood could be said to be a timely help. With this drop of phoenix blood, he could hold on for a few more years and try his best to break through to the next realm. If he was lucky enough, the phoenix blood would return to its ancient state, and he might be able to live another life. "Young Master Ning, I can't thank you enough." This is your reward. From now on, young master will be an eternal friend of Xianling Pavilion." Reverend Zhao Lei calmed himself down and said seriously, "Reverend, you're too polite." Ning Chun waved his hand and accepted all the rewards. He cupped his hands and bowed. "I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. See you again." "See you again," Reverend Zhao Lei replied. Ning Chen left without waiting for Li Yue. It was very dangerous to be by his side right now. He didn't know how many people were looking for him. It would be safer for her to go back by herself. midnight, Ning Chun returned to the imperial city of the Lihua dynasty. He quickly flew towards the earthly craftsman manor. At that moment, a powerful aura appeared above the earthly craftsman manor, blocking his path. Ning Chen looked at the newcomer with a cold glint in his eyes. He recognized this aura. That day, when he entered the heavenly craftsman manor to search for the sword, this Xiantian expert was there. Xian Yang glanced at the bag behind the young man in front of him. He sensed the special aura of the blazing sun iron and other treasures, and his eyes flashed with surprise. "It seems that the heavenly craftsmen were right to have me wait here," Xian Yang said indifferently. Ning Chen's hand moved, and Qing Mo quickly spun. The cloth fell, and a sword flew out. There were no words, no conversation. There was only the sound of swords clashing. The sword and saber collided, and the aftermath shook the surroundings. The battle in the dark night, the sword and saber fighting, one saber fast, the other faster. It alarmed the two consecrators of the imperial family, and they quickly came to the front hall to protect the emperor. Within the palace hall, Lien looked at the battle in the distance and said, "Go back. There's no need to pay attention to it." Yes, the two consecrators retreated and hid their auras within the palace. Li Yan walked to the front of the hall and stared at the battle in the distance without blinking. Light flashed in his eyes. He and Yue had made a mistake. It turned out that the Xiantian expert had been right in front of them all along. Inside the earthly craftsman manor, the earthly craftsman stared at the sky and waited. The little boy was also awakened. His little face was full of nervousness as he prayed that Big Brother Ning was safe and sound. The battle between innate stage experts was earth-shattering. Even though they were high up in the sky, they still brought about an incomparably heavy pressure. Many citizens woke up from their dreams and looked at the two figures in the air. Their faces were filled with fear. "Mom, are the immortals fighting again?" The little boy, who didn't know anything about the world, asked with sleepy eyes. Yes. The little boy's mother held her son tightly in her arms. Her trembling body could not hide the fear in her heart. She knew very well that this was not an immortal, but a legendary innate master who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. In the sky, Ning Chen was sweating profusely as he fought against Xianyang. His sword was covered in frost, and he was fighting against the Xian grade venerables of the Holy Land. "A sword forged by a craftsman is only SOSO, sneered Xianyang. Ning Chen ignored him. His sword moved quickly, and his sword seemed to split the heavens. Xianyang immediately felt the pressure increase. The flame qi on his saber increased by 30%. His figure rapidly flashed, and he fought with speed until the sky lost its color. His illusory figure flickered in and out of existence, making it harder for people to see him clearly. The battle became more and more intense. Xianyang found it difficult to gain the upper hand. His expression also became grave. This person was much stronger than he had imagined. He was not far from the third tribulation. What he didn't know was that after Ningqin had broken through to the innate stage, he had directly reached the peak of the second tribulation. He also didn't know that in the divine continent there had once been a woman who had broken through to the innate stage with 3 tribulations. That woman was called Fan Lingyue. Her talent was unparalleled, and she had single-handedly reversed the situation of the world. She was the true number 1 person under the heavens. No one knew if they were the frog at the bottom of the well who had never seen the heavens above the heavens. Expert, you're worthy of me using my full strength. Seeing that the battle was going on for a long time, Xianyang raised his saber. Waves of fire soared into the sky, and the surrounding 300 meters became a world of fire. Seeing this, Ning Chen's sword condensed into frost, and snow filled the sky. With a single sword dance, the world turned into ice and snow. Saber and sword clashed. Ice and fire collided, and a fierce wind roared. Both of their mouths turned red at the same time. Heavenly scroll, unparalleled under the heavens. Ning Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. Blue light rose around his body, and his sword momentum was like Mount Tai. He slashed down without any regrets, and the heavenly craftsman's sword broke. Blood dyed the sky. The penetrating sword intent forcefully destroyed half of Xianyang's body. The powerful vitality of an innate stage expert saved his life, but he was powerless to attack again. He fell from the sky. Ning Chen didn't bother with the half-crippled Xianyang anymore. His figure flashed, and he returned to the earthly craftsman manner, handing the package to the earthly craftsman. If you don't remove the roots, they'll grow again when the spring wind blows, the earthly craftsman reminded. Huh. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, his cultivation has been crippled by more than half. He can't fight anymore. If I add another strike, I'll be letting down the elders of my family. If he still has the ability to take revenge in the future, I'll be waiting. As long as you don't regret it. The earthly craftsman didn't try to persuade him anymore. He took the package and said softly, Senior earthly craftsman, my identity has been exposed. I have to leave. Thank you for taking care of me these days. I'll remember it in my heart. Ning Chen respectfully bowed. Go. Be careful in the future. The earthly craftsman didn't ask him to stay. Big Brother Ning, the little boy called out. His eyes were filled with reluctance. The feelings of children were always the most sincere, without any other emotions mixed in. Little you, be good. Cultivate well in the future. Ning Chen patted the little boy's head and reminded him. Then he turned and left. After 2 steps, his figure faded away. Master, will Big Brother Ning come back in the future? The little boy raised his head, tears in his eyes. Yes, the earthly craftsman nodded. The little boy believed him. He wiped his tears and cracked a smile that was uglier than crying. 2 days later, the palace of Eternal Life's bounty order was spread across the world. Every major sect in power knew that a young Xiantian had appeared in the 4 Extremities realm, destroying the 10,000 years of foundation of the Palace of Eternal Life and releasing the phoenix that was suppressed under the Longevity Pond. However, the Longevity Hall's reputation in the 4 Extremities wasn't very good to begin with. Many people even cheered inside when they heard this news. However, 2 days later, another piece of news shook everyone's hearts. They were no longer able to sit back and watch the joke. The 4 Extremities Holy Lands had sent out an order to hunt down this young Xiantian expert. If he resisted, he would be killed without mercy. The reason was extremely shocking. This Xiantian expert was a spy sent by another realm. His goal was to one day invade the 4 Extremities Holy Lands. There was also a 3 Calamity expert with him. That was the person who had fought with the Disaster King in the southwest. The 4 Extremities Holy Lands released some information about the Divine Prefecture of the East, including the fact that there were at least 4 3 Calamity experts and dozens of venerables. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake. The large sects began to feel nervous. From the information revealed by the 4 Extremities Holy Lands, the Divine Prefecture of the East was extremely powerful. They were not inferior to the 4 Extremities Holy Lands at all. In terms of the number of 3 Calamity experts, they might even surpass them. Kill. This was what the large sects were thinking. They had to keep this young Xiantian expert and 3 Calamity expert in the 4 Extremities Holy Lands forever, especially that 3-calamity expert. With one less 3-calamity expert, the peak of the two extremities Holy Lands would be pulled to the same level. Several days later, the portraits of Ning Chen, Yen Qinhuang, and Ah Man were spread throughout the world. The most shocked was the 9 Heavens Mountain. From the headmaster to the disciples, they all wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. They were too similar. The headmaster of the 9 Heavens Mountain immediately gave a gag order, forbidding the disciples from speaking nonsense. They were to forget about this matter and continue doing what they were supposed to do. In Qingli City, the earthly craftsman manor was filled with clanking sounds, as usual. They did not encounter any trouble. From the first time Ning Chen appeared to the last time he left, he had always been very careful. He never let anyone see him, just in case this day came. On the other hand, the earthly craftsman manor had an unusual relationship with the Li Hua imperial family. Even if the 4 extremities Holy Lands knew something, they could only turn a blind eye and pretend that they did not know anything without any evidence. After the 4 extremities Holy Lands issued the kill order, all the sects in the world responded enthusiastically. Almost all of them sent people to search everywhere. However, Ning Chen had been keeping a low profile since he came to the 4 extremities Holy Lands. In addition, some people had intentionally or unintentionally concealed information. The 4 extremities Holy Lands and Longevity Hall could not find much information about him. Other than a portrait, there was nothing else. Even so, all the sects in the world still searched very seriously. No one dared to be careless when it concerned their own safety. If the divine prefecture of the East really entered the 4 extremities Holy Lands, they would not be able to escape either. Unlike the Longevity Hall, whose reputation was in disarray, the 4 extremities Holy Lands had a very high status and prestige in the 4 extremities Holy Lands. Therefore, not many people doubted the authenticity of this news. However, there were always exceptions. When the 4 extremities Holy Lands spread this news, a few people became suspicious. Meng Xuanji of Jiu Shao was one of them. On Xuanji Peak, Meng Xuanji stood quietly on the broken wall, looking into the distance. A breeze blew past, and she disappeared. In the depths of Taixian Peak, Meng Xuanji appeared. With a wave of her delicate hand, the mountain shook and golden light shone. A strange weapon slowly flew out. It looked like a sword, but it was not a sword. It looked like a spear, but it was not a spear. The moment the sharp blade appeared, the space trembled violently. Cracks appeared, almost collapsing. In front of them was the sharpest weapon in the world, the gilt feather. The master of Jiu Shao, venerable sword, venerable flower, and venerable medicine all felt the vibration of Taixian Peak and quickly rushed over. Xuanji, what are you doing? The master of Jiu Shao was shocked and asked, I'm going out for a while. I'll take the gilt feather with me. If anyone comes to borrow it during this time, tell them to come to me directly, Meng Xuanji said indifferently as she grabbed the gilt feather. After that, Meng Xuanji did not give them a chance to speak. She moved her feet and left Taixian Peak. The master of Jiu Zhao's face turned red and blue. He was puzzled and angry at the same time. What was this little junior sister thinking? Chapter 243. Meng Xuanji left with the gilded feather to look for Ning Chen. She wanted to know the truth. She did feel that something was wrong about the sacred land. If Ning Chen was a spy, the sword that day should have taken her life instead of leaving behind a great enemy for the so-called divine land of the eastern region. Moreover, the Palace of Eternal Life had always wanted the gilded feather. Others might not know the true power of the gilded feather, but she knew it very well. The gilded feather was the sharpest weapon in the world. It was so sharp that it could even break through space in a very short time. She didn't know how the divine prefecture of the East could invade the 4 extremes. Without breaking through the restrictions, no one could travel between the 2 extremes. In comparison, the King of Disaster's actions were more suspicious. Once they had the gilded feather, breaking through the space barrier between the two extremes was no longer a delusion. She was really confused about who wanted to open the passage between the two extremes. Before she could confirm the truth, she could only leave the gilded feather with her. The four extremes were vast and boundless. Apart from the four extremes, people could hide anywhere. Meng Xuanji searched for a few days, but didn't even see Ning Chen's shadow. Not only Meng Xuanji couldn't find him, but the people sent by the various sects couldn't find him either. Ever since the kill order was issued, Ning Chen seemed to have disappeared from the world. No one had seen him again. Instead, someone found the other two people in the portrait in Nanjiang, the three disasters in green robes and the little girl with a sword on her back. Half a day later, the 6 innate masters of the various sects in Nanjiang joined forces to kill the two people. However, the result couldn't be more obvious. The legendary sword of Xia showed everyone what it meant to be a frog in a well. After this battle, Nanjiang fell silent. No one dared to stop the two people. After hearing the news, Meng Xuanji also went to Nanjiang. However, she was a step too late and didn't see the two people in the rumors. What she didn't know was that Ning Chen had also come. He waved a black folding fan. His appearance didn't change much, but it was still difficult to recognize him from a portrait. After some simple modifications, he looked less delicate and more valiant. Nanjiang of the four extremes was an open place. Ning Chen had fully experienced it in recent days. In just a few days, many good women took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. "Young master, our miss invites you." A little girl dressed as a maid walked over and said crisply. Again, Ning Chen felt helpless. If he had known earlier, he would have stuck a few scars on his face and turned into an ugly monster. That would have saved him a lot of trouble. "Miss, please tell your young miss that I still have some matters to attend to. I will visit another day." After saying that, Ning Chen walked past the little maid and left. Actually, on one hand, he'd come to the Southern Territory for the sake of searching for Senior and a man's tracks, and the other objective was to make a trip to the Jiang clan in the Southern Territory. He realized that the moves in the Scroll of Heaven and Scroll of Earth each had a move. If he used the sword, there would always be a sense of inconsistency. This was also what he felt when he was fighting the innate expert from the heavenly craftsman manner. There was an ancient, aristocratic family in the southern border, the Tianqin family of generals. They had forged sabers for generations, used sabers and were experts in sabers. This was a good opportunity for him to verify whether his intuition was correct. However, before that he had to raise his cultivation to the 9th grade. Only then would it be easier for him to enter the Jiang family. In this world, it was still strength that was respected. Apart from the innate stage that stood at the very top, those at the 9th stage of Heaven's Reach were already rare experts. If he wanted to enter the Jiang family, raising his cultivation to the 9th grade was the best choice. Ning Chen had also thought of swallowing 2 drops of phoenix blood and directly breaking through to the 9th grade. However, he quickly dispelled this idea. He could no longer rely on external objects to raise his cultivation. Otherwise, it would cause his foundation to be unstable, and it would be too late for regrets. Before going to the Jiang family, he had to stabilize his foundation as much as possible. He had to consolidate the cultivation that had been rapidly increasing these days. As for when he would enter the 9th grade, he would just let nature take its course. Tianqin City was located in the southeast of the southern border. According to legend, there was a star that fell from the sky and smashed into the ancient city. The former emperor of the dynasty took this as an auspicious omen and changed the name of the city to Tianqin, which had lasted for thousands of years. The current Tianqin city was under the jurisdiction of the Hulei dynasty. However, it was located at the furthest border, so the imperial power did not have much effect. Ning Chen did not know that Meng Xuanji was in Mingguang City, not far from him. The two of them were only separated by a city. For an innate expert, she was basically right in front of him. Tianqin City's territory was very vast. It was surrounded by a continuous mountain range. Further away, it was a polar region that no one dared to set foot in. After a few days of learning, Ning Chen found that the Jiang family's reputation in Tianjin City was not low. It even surpassed the Hule dynasty's Tianjin City lord. The commoners did not know the Tianjin City lord's name, but they all knew the name of the Jiang family's head. This generation's head of the Jiang family was amazing. At a young age, he had stepped into the innate realm. He had single-handedly supported the declining Jiang family. He was a famous figure in the southern border. Jiang Hua, an ordinary and amazing name. Ning Chen had been in Tianjin City for a few days. He had heard many legends about this Jiang Hua. He had heard so many praises that he could recite them all. Of course, in these praises, there was always a flaw in it. Jiang Hua had a little sister. She was already 16 years old this year, but she could not step into the martial path. This was a great shame to the Jiang family. Girls not being able to practice martial arts was not a big deal in other places. However, in the martial path of the Jiang family, this was an unacceptable shame. When Ning Chen heard this news, his heart was filled with disdain. It was said that famous families were full of strange things. Not being able to practice martial arts was just a fart. Even this was discriminated against. A stunning and dazzling elder brother and a little sister who was ridiculed by others for not having any martial arts talent. This kind of combination was enough to make people talk about it. Ning Chen searched for Prince Yan and Ah Man for a few more days. After confirming that they had left the southern border, he did not continue to search aimlessly. He found a remote place and began to peacefully cultivate. In the vast mountain range, beside a cliff, a waterfall fell from a very high place. It fell into the river below, creating a rumbling sound. Not far from the waterfall, a white figure stood there. His body seemed to blend into the heaven and earth. Sword and tent circled around him, faintly discernible. In front of him, 2 swords were stabbed into the ground. One was dark gold, while the other was dark black. They seemed to have sensed the circling sword intent and trembled slightly. In his heart, strands of golden phoenix blood spread out. It flowed through his entire body along the crisscrossing meridians, tempering his body over and over again. Ning Chen also sensed the abnormality of this drop of phoenix blood. Apart from helping him stabilize his foundation faster, he did not discover any other uses. The 2 phoenixes could understand what he was saying. Unfortunately, he could not understand what they were saying. He could only slowly explore the uses of this drop of golden phoenix blood himself. On the west side of the cliff, a little girl who seemed to be 16 or 17 held a long and slender blade every day. She practiced again and again at the foot of the mountain. Every time she practiced, it would take several hours. Sometimes she would not return for 2 or 3 days. She would rely on some dry rations to fill her stomach. Jiang Xian was a stubborn and strong girl. Although she had no martial arts talent, she still worked hard every day. Ning Chen had long known that there was such a girl practicing her blade not far away. He did not disturb her. Speaking of which, he was the one who came later and occupied someone else's place. Jiang Xian had no cultivation. She did not know that there was an innate master who had been staying here for almost a month, not far from her. When Ning Chen was free, he would sit beside the 2 swords and quietly watch the former practice her blade. In fact, it was not difficult to guess the identity of this girl. There were very few extreme people in the world. For example, there were geniuses and people who had no martial arts talent at all. No matter what, the girl's foundation was still very solid. After practicing for 10 years, every move and style was very precise. There was no deviation. After another half a month, Ning Chen felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. His foundation had not improved for a long time, so he stopped. The progress was much faster than he had imagined. Perhaps it was the effect of the phoenix blood that saved him a lot of time. The girl was still practicing her blade day after day. Sweat had with the long hair on her forehead and stuck to her face. She was tired, but she had an unyielding determination. Ning Chun waved his hand, and the cloth on the ground wrapped around the two swords. Then he walked towards the girl with his back. Jiang Xian. Ning Chen stopped in front of the dense forest on the west side of the cliff. He looked at the girl in front of him and asked. The girl nervously took 2 steps back and said, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" "I'm Ning Fan. I'm here to spar with you," Ning Chen said. Jiang Xian shook her head and said, "Forget it. I'm very weak. Just this once. Please," Ning Chen said in a serious tone. Seeing the serious expression of the person in front of her and knowing that he was not deliberately mocking her, Jiang Xian hesitated for a while. In the end, she nodded gently. "Miss, please." Ning Chen took out his green ink sword and said with a serious expression. Jiang Xian returned greeting. At the next moment, a snow-white blade light flashed past. It was dazzling. Clang! The blade and the sword collided. Without using a trace of cultivation base, the first exchange of blows was on par with each other. However, it was not as overwhelming as expected. She didn't use her sword intent, nor her cultivation base. She didn't use her strength to oppress her opponent. She only used her sword and saber. Gradually, Ning Chen realized that this little girl wasn't completely without merits. At the very least, her talent in combat had far exceeded his expectations. From her inexperience in actual combat to her sharpness in the end, the girl's eyes became brighter and brighter. They were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. What a good seedling! Ning Chen praised her inwardly. He had only felt this kind of feeling from Fan Lingyue. Absolute innate talent in combat was something that could not be exchanged with any cultivation method or experience. The blade light flashed past with a sharp snow-white light. A strand of black hair fell. Ning Chen took half a step back and clamped the blade with 2 of his fingers. He took advantage of the momentum and knocked the girl's wrist with the green ink sword in his right hand. Jiang Xian's hand went numb and she unconsciously loosened her grip. "Let's stop here." Ning Chen handed the blade over and said calmly. Chapter 244. Jiang Xian took back her blade, and her bright eyes dimmed once more. She had indeed lost. She was still as useless as the elders had said. "Jiang Xian, let me ask you seriously. Do you want to learn martial arts?" Ning Chen asked seriously. Jiang Xian was startled. A moment later, her eyes shone brightly and she nodded vigorously. "Master." How could Jiang Xian let go of this rare opportunity? She immediately knelt down. Although she didn't have any cultivation, she could still vaguely sense that the young man in front of her was even stronger than the elders in her clan. There was no need to trick a useless little girl like her. Ning Chen waved his hand, stopping Jiang Xian from kneeling. He calmly said, "Your master is not me. I'm only taking in a disciple on behalf of someone else. Your master's name is Fan Lingyue. The cultivation technique I'm teaching you is also something she left behind." Before Fan Lingyue left, she had left everything she knew in the Chaos volume. That almost invincible white light cultivation technique was one of them. The quiet moon technique was a cultivation technique that Fan Lingyue had created after practicing martial arts. It could only be cultivated by women and was not inferior to any heavenly tomes. In fact, it was even better. Ning Chen had only started to cherish Jiang Xian after witnessing her talent in battle. This cultivation technique would eventually turn into dust in his hands, so he had to find someone to pass it on. In his opinion, Jiang Xian was the best candidate. Aside from her talent in martial arts, her wisdom and willpower were also not bad. Fan Lingyue was no longer able to personally pass on her martial arts, so he could only teach her on her behalf. The ceremony of becoming a disciple was indispensable. Ning Chen used his sword on behalf of others and had Jiang Xan respectfully kowtow 3 times. After that, Ning Chen was rarely generous and took out a drop of phoenix blood as a gift for becoming a disciple. He gave it to Jiang Xan on behalf of Fan Lingyue. "It'll be a bit painful later. You must endure it," Ning Chen said seriously. "Yes." Jiang Xan nodded. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. To embark on the path of martial arts, it was neither easy nor difficult. First and foremost, one had to be able to feel the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This process could take a long time or a short time. A genius might only need 1 or 2 days, but an ordinary person would need 1 or 2 months or even longer. Jiang Xan did not have any talent in martial arts, which meant that she was completely unable to sense the spirit qi between heaven and earth, let alone use it to open up her dantian's qi si and condense her qi vortex. If he could help Jiang Xan cross the most difficult step and allow her to directly step into the first grade of the natal stage, then she would be able to use the vortex in her body to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth on her own. However, this method was easier said than done. Opening the dantian qi si for a person without any martial talent was more difficult than letting a normal person directly step into the 5th grade natal stage. Ning Chen squinted his eyes and raised his fingers. Snowflakes started to swirl around him as he channeled his power into Jiang Jinxin's Sea of Qi. What followed was the rapid loss of his true qi. Only a fraction of his true qi remained. A pained expression appeared on Jiang Xan's face, but she gritted her teeth and persevered, unwilling to let out a single groan. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, Jiang Xan's dantian began to emit a faint glow of Jinqi. It was so faint that it was almost undetectable if one did not pay close attention to it. Ning Chen used up a lot of energy. His face gradually turned pale, showing signs of exhaustion. Even though he was in the connate stage and could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to continuously replenish his true qi, his cultivation had yet to fully recover. There was a limit to the speed at which his body could recover. Such an intense consumption of true qi was truly a little unbearable. Moreover, opening the dantian qi si for someone, especially someone without any martial talent, was not something a human could do. If not for the peerless foundation forged by the life scroll and the heaven and earth scrolls, he would probably be lying on the ground by now. Fan Lingyue, don't forget to return this favor to me in your next life, Ning Chen shouted in his heart. Waves surged around him as he forcefully absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, converting it with his own body before channeling it into Jiang Xan's body. However, it was actually that simple to exceed the limit to absorb spiritual energy. Within Ning Chen's sea of qi, waves of energy surged and battered his body continuously. The next moment, drops of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth, quietly dripping onto the ground. And a suppressed groan was heard, followed by a terrifying pain. The vortex in Jiang Xan's body quickly condensed, forming a silver vortex. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ning Chen flipped his left palm. The red light of the phoenix blood bloomed and poured into Jiang Xan's sea of qi, instantly dyeing it into a dazzling, blood-red color. The silver vortex and the phoenix blood quickly combined and then grew rapidly. Ning Chen did not want to improve his state of mind too quickly and affect his future cultivation, so he quickly sealed the power of the phoenix blood. After doing all this, Ning Chen stopped. Suddenly, he staggered and almost fell down. He barely managed to stabilize his body and laughed bitterly in his heart. He had suffered a huge loss this time. This was the first time he had done such a losing business. It was really not in line with his character. In his dantian qi si, there were almost no more 3 vortices left. The surrounding aura was even more chaotic. Ning Chen calmed himself down and circulated the life scroll. Silver light lit up in his dantian, quickly calming down the true qi that was running all over his body. Jiang Xan had not woken up yet, but the aura around him was gradually stabilizing. There were also faint signs of a breakthrough. It would not be long before he could enter the second grade of the acquired stage. A day later, beside the cliff and waterfall, Jiang Xan was working hard to cultivate the quiet moon technique. Ning Chen watched from the side and guided her wholeheartedly, passing down this once invincible technique on behalf of Fan Lingyue. Master, what kind of person is Master? In her free time, Jiang Xan sat beside Ning Chen and asked curiously. Ning Chen corrected her a few times to no avail for this strange form of address. He did not care anymore and let Jiang Xan call him whatever she wanted. She is the smartest person in the world, Ning Chen replied. Smarter than Master? Jiang Xan asked. Ha! Ning Chen laughed softly and then nodded. Among the smartest people in the world. First it was Fan Lingyue, then it was the rest of the people in the world. He was no exception. Jiang Xan was still a little girl after all. Hearing that her master was so powerful, she could not help but yearn for her. Cultivate well. Do not disgrace your master's name, Ning Chen said softly. Yes. Jiang Xan nodded vigorously. After resting for a while, she stood up again and continued to cultivate. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the leaves in the forest had fallen. Ning Chen carefully taught Jiang Xan by her side for almost 2 months. Jiang Xan went from having no experience in martial arts to being at the peak of the second grade of the acquired stage. The quiet moon technique was indeed an almost invincible technique. At the same level, when Ning Chen was teaching Jiang Xan moves, it was not so easy for him to win. As she stepped onto the path of martial arts, Jiang Xan's blade technique was also rapidly improving these days. Between the blade light, it was beginning to show its brilliance. Ning Chen looked at Jiang Xan's blade that was moving faster and faster. His eyes constantly reflected every move and every style. After images were reflected in his eyes as he quickly deduced in his mind. The distinction between blade and sword became clearer and clearer. Lend me your blade for a while. As he spoke, Ning Chen walked out of the blade light, step by step. His left hand clenched, and the willow wind in Jiang Xan's hand immediately flew out and into his hand. The willow wind was as light as a willow, so light that one could not even feel its weight. Ning Chen's body spun. His blade was fast and heavy. The blue light around him was as dazzling as the 9 heavens. The blade that followed Jiang Xan's had no restrictions. It moved as it pleased. Her plain clothes fluttered in the blade light. The blue and white intersected. In the blink of an eye, it became more and more unclear. A wind mist rose between heaven and earth. 100 feet tall waterfall was attracted and rushed into the 9 heavens. It was shocking. At this moment, the cultivation of the peak of the 8th grade rushed straight to the 9th grade. When the conditions were right, success was achieved. There was no longer any obstruction. Jiang Xan's mouth was slightly open. Her face was filled with shock. For a moment, she could not react. After a long time, the wind stopped and the blue light dissipated. Ning Chen walked back and handed the blade to Jiang Xan. In the end, he taught her. The blade is the king of all weapons. It is not bound. Don't go down the wrong path and be too stubborn with your moves. Jiang Xan came back to her senses and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your teachings, Master. After saying that, Jiang Xan hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Master, are you an innate venerable? She had seen the 9th grade elders in her clan, but compared to her master, she felt that they were too far apart. It was difficult to even compare them. Ning Chen did not speak. He only raised his hand. Jiang Xan's body immediately floated up like a willow leaf and rose into the air. Jiang Xan was nervous at first, but then she smiled happily. The little girl was only 16 years old after all. Being able to fly was every martial artist's dream. Looking at the endless forest in front of her, She felt an unprecedented happiness in her heart. Ning Qin looked at Jiang Xian's happy smile, and a touch of sadness flashed through his eyes. Fan Lingyue, this is your disciple. I will pass down your martial arts for you. After a long time, Jiang Xian's heart settled down. Her excitement had not yet subsided. She hugged the former and kissed him happily. Thank you, master. All right, stop fooling around. Ning Qin patted the little girl's head and pushed her away. He said softly, I have already taught you everything I can. You must cultivate well in the future, understand? When Jiang Xian heard that something was wrong, a bad thought flashed through her mind. She asked, Master, are you leaving? Ning Qin nodded and said, I still have my own things to do. In a few days, I will go to the general's residence to see you. Jiang Xian's eyes showed reluctance. In this world, only her master treated her the best. If it were not for her master, she would still be a worthless shame of the general's family. Master, come quickly. Jiang Xian's words were full of dependence. Ning Qin did not say anything else. He walked away, and after a few steps he disappeared. Jiang Xian stood in place for a long time. When she could no longer see her master's figure, she quietly picked up her willow wind and continued to practice. Master said that he would come back, so he would definitely come back. She had to cultivate well and not embarrass her master and master. White light shone, rising next to the waterfall on the cliff. It was very weak, but it represented the inheritance of martial arts. Ning Qin and Fan Lingyue, from the moment they met until the last moment of their lives, had suppressed all of their emotions. There was only their standpoint and calculations and nothing else. But in the end, they were still the only confidants in their lives. Putting aside their standpoint, they were perhaps the ones who wished the best for the other. Just like how Fan Lingyue entrusted everything to Ning Qin before he left, Ning Qin also hoped that Fan Lingyue's martial arts could be passed down in the most perfect way. Chapter 245. The southern border was vast and boundless. Ning Qin walked past city after city, looking for Man and Prince Yan. 3 months had passed. In the southern border, there were fewer and fewer legends about the powerhouses of the 3 disasters and the little girl with a sword on her back. Ning Qin could not figure it out. 3 months ago, the 2 of them suddenly disappeared without a trace. With Senior's personality, he would not deliberately avoid anyone, and there was no need for that. He originally thought that there would at least be some new information after 3 months, but he didn't expect that there would still be no news this time. On the other side, Meng Xuanji had also searched more than half of southern border, but to no avail. When the 2 of them were at their closest, the distance between them was less than a city. In the end, they still brushed past each other and went their separate ways. To the east of the 4 extremes, the Hall of Eternal Life made a move again. The Disaster King, Yu Yangtian, Xingyan, and Buyu walked out. They crossed more than half of their cultivation level and joined hands to force their way to the 9 Heavens Mountain. They wanted to borrow the golden feathered drake by force. The terrifying aura that came together shook the entire Taishan Peak. Yu Yangtian, Xingyan, and Buyu were all experts of the 3rd tribulation. Every one of them was stronger than Venerable Sword and the others. With the addition of a 3 disasters realm existence, 9 Heavens Mountain, which had lost Meng Xuanji, was almost powerless to resist. Surrounded by powerful enemies, the 9 Firmaments sect master could only pass on Meng Xuanji's words to the Disaster King. On the side, Yu Yangtian and the others immediately frowned. The Disaster King did not say anything. He went straight into the depths of Taishan Peak. When he saw that the gilded feather centipede had been taken away, his face turned green. He always had a feeling that this Meng Xuanji would ruin his plans sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to come true so quickly. In this world, only the gilded feather centipede could help them open the passage between the 2 realms and send one person out. Now that it had been taken away by Meng Xuanji, it would be more than 10 times harder to find it again. Disaster King, You can use the safety of the entire Nine Heavens mountain to threaten Meng Xuanji into handing over the golden feather centipede, Xing Yun suggested. That's not appropriate. We've also come along this time. If we do that, it will seriously affect the Holy Land's reputation. Yu Yangtian shook his head. Then what should we do? The Realm Master has already ordered us to obtain the golden feather centipede as soon as possible. But you said worriedly, "Wait." The Disaster King's expression was gloomy. Send people to search for Meng Xuanji's whereabouts. If there's any movement, immediately report back. This king will personally take it. Then what about the people from Nine Heavens Mountain? Xing Yun asked. Ignore them. If it really comes down to it, none of them will be able to escape. Let's go. We'll return to the Longevity Hall and wait for news, the King of Disaster said coldly before flying away. Yu, Yangtian, Xing Yin, and Buyu nodded and left with the Disaster King. On the southern border, Ning Qin followed the path Prince Yan and Man had taken, going from the southwest to the south. However, no matter how he tried, the final result was that he couldn't go any further after reaching Heavenly Stellar City. Further south was the polar region. Ning Qin had never thought that the two of them would enter the polar regions. Now that he thought about it carefully, this was the only explanation. The 4 polar regions were forbidden areas of the 4 extreme realms. No one was willing to approach them, let alone enter them. Ning Chen arrived at the southern polar region, looking at the boundless sea of lightning before him. His eyes flashed continuously. Raising his hand, the frost condensed into a snow-colored sword. A moment later, the snow-colored sword entered the Sea of Thunder and collided with the lightning in the sky. The snow-colored sword quickly scattered, and before long, it was completely swallowed by the lightning and disappeared from this world. Ning Qin frowned slightly. It was said that the 4 polar regions were the most dangerous of all. Even experts of the 3 calamities would find it difficult to enter. Now that he had seen it, it really was true. If the senior and Man had already entered, then he could only wait for them to come out. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed slowly as he waited. Half a month later, the Sea of Lightning suddenly began to violently rumble. Ning Chen waved his hand, dispelling his disguise and returning to his original appearance. He stared at the Sea of Lightning, waiting to welcome the newcomer. At the same time, outside the Sea of Lightning, the wind and clouds began to rapidly change. A terrifying whirlpool appeared, accompanied by a heavy pressure. Ning Chen's expression immediately changed. Staring at the whirlpool, even breathing became difficult. The figure that stepped out was wearing bright armor that sparkled with multicolored light. His face was filled with a domineering majesty, filled with an oppressive pressure. Ning Chen's heart was filled with waves. He wanted to move, but he found that he was unable to move. So it's you. Since we've run into each other, there's no need for you to leave. The master of the 4 extremities raised his hand and stopped the world. Ning Chen had never been someone who would allow himself to be captured without a fight. Silver light soared from his body, transforming into strands of sword intent. The Jiga sword flew out from his back. The cloth wrapped around is shattered, revealing a dark golden blade. The sword was extremely fast, instantly arriving in front of him. 2 strands of sword intent erupted, releasing a resplendent light. Oh! With a sigh of praise, the master of the 4 extremities waved his hand, and a protective barrier appeared, blocking the Jiga sword. For your cultivation to reach this level at such a young age, I admire you. The master of the 4 extremities calmly spoke. With a flip of his palm, powerful true yuan exploded and shot toward Ningchen. Just at this moment, a calm voice rang out from within the Sea of Lightning, causing both of their expressions to change at the same time. Master of the 4 extremities, making things difficult for a junior is beneath your status as an expert. The casual words were accompanied by sword intent that filled the sky. The Jiga sword, which had already used up all of its energy, immediately turned into a dazzling light, scattering the vast power of the palm with one strike. The sea of lightning opened up, and a mournful cry rang out. In front of the brilliant sword intent, the endless lightning could only submit. Faintly, his blue robes and black hair danced in the wind, making him look like an immortal. Behind him, a little girl walked out with a sword on her back. When she saw Ning Chen, a brilliant smile immediately appeared on her pretty face. "Ning Chen, take care of man," said the Yan Imperial Prince calmly. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and didn't waste any more words. He pulled Man to the side. "Expert from the Divine Prefecture, you've come to a place you shouldn't have." The master of the four extremities aura sword and multicolored light shone brightly. The ground rapidly churned and cracked. The Yan Imperial Prince walked to the sword rack and pulled out his red and azure swords, facing the enemy coldly. "Man, why have you been here for so long?" asked Ning Chen softly. "Senior is undergoing the first calamity inside," answered Man softly. "Is he done?" continued Ning Chen. "I don't know," said Man honestly. Ning Chen pretended that he didn't ask anything. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He took out a drop of phoenix blood and secretly gave it to Man. He whispered, "Here, this is for you." "What is this?" asked Man curiously. "Phoenix blood," answered Ning Chen. "What's the use of it?" Man reached out and touched it. It was soft, as if it was wrapped in a layer of something. Ning Chen thought hard. He really didn't know what this thing was for. Increasing cultivation? Man didn't care at all. Prolonging life? Man was only 16 or 17 years old. It was too early to think about this. As for other uses, the two phoenixes didn't tell him. Or rather, he didn't understand. "I don't know either," said Ning Chen somewhat dejectedly. This phoenix blood was precious to others, but it seemed to be useless to Man. "Oh." A Man was just asking. She took the phoenix blood and stuffed it into her small pouch. She revealed a smile that was beautiful and bright. She was just as lovable as before. Ning Chen was also infected by that smile, and his mood improved. He immediately forgot about all the annoying things he had been worrying about for a long time. "Senior, do you have another sword?" "Where did you get it?" asked Ning Chen curiously. He had never seen a light blue sword on a sword rack before. "That's mine," said Man softly. "Did you learn the sword from Senior?" asked Ning Chen. "I didn't," replied Man. "Then how did you get this sword?" asked Ning Chen. "It was given to me by the Confucian sect." "I can't refuse it," whispered Man. Ning Chen wanted to bang his head against a wall. How could the difference between people be so great? In order to get a sword, he had gone thousands of miles to help a blacksmith cheat green jade wood. But look at Man, the two of you stand back. On the other side, the battle had reached its climax. The Yan Imperial Prince knocked aside the four extreme realm masters with a sword. He looked at the two people who had been chatting for a long time. "All right." Ning Chen pulled Man back another 300 meters, hiding as far away as possible. Perhaps it was because the Yan Imperial Prince's battle accomplishments had always been too amazing. But even if he was facing the four extreme realm masters, Ning Chen still couldn't get nervous. It was even more impossible for Man to be nervous. So the two of them were able to reminisce about the past in this intense atmosphere as if no one else was present. The battle grew more and more intense. Different swords slashed through the air in the Yan Imperial Prince's hands, dazzling the world. The four extreme realm masters had already surpassed the second calamity of the Xiantian realm. However, in front of the Grand Xia's legend, who had yet to pass the first calamity, they still couldn't gain the slightest advantage. The clouds were constantly falling, and they were scattered by the palm energy and sword intent. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a blood soldier that shone with ominous light appeared. In an instant, the space distorted violently, and blood chi filled the air, covering the heaven and earth. Flame calamity. Ning Chen's expression changed. Looking at the weapon in the sky, he cried out, This was the legendary weapon of the four extreme realm masters. The blood flame saber could destroy the world. It was a peerless weapon that was above hundreds of weapons. In the scripture pavilion of the Nine Heavens Mountain, there were only a few records regarding this weapon. However, in these few records, the words were filled with the most bone-piercing fear. The Yen Imperial Prince squinted, but his expression didn't change much. He waved his hand, and the green and red swords entered the sword rack. Ningyuan flew out and faced the strongest enemy with one sword. In the sky full of fierce light, the flame calamity slowly descended and entered the hands of the four extreme realm masters. Instantly, the ground couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and cracked open. In the next moment, the four extreme realm masters disappeared. The weapon slashed down and appeared in the sky amidst the violent waves. The Yen Imperial Prince blocked it with one sword. With a loud boom, the ground around him crumbled. Oh! Feeling the true chi on his sword being consumed quickly, the Yen Imperial Prince turned his sword and slashed at the four extreme realm masters. Chapter 246. The ink light flashed with the coldest light. The sword in front of him was extremely fast. The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms' expression changed. He turned his palm and blocked the sword. The sword and palm clashed. True chi and sword intent spread out, drawing streaks of dazzling light around the two. A few hundred meters away, a streak of light flew towards the two. Seeing this, Ning Qin blocked in front of Man Qing. Mo blocked the incoming shockwave. The powerful aura was not something anyone below the Khanate stage could handle. Ning Qin only blocked one sword and felt the true chi in his body churn. Blood flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. "Ah, man, let's retreat." Ning Qin wiped the blood from his mouth with his back facing Man. Then he pulled Man up and retreated another 300 meters. The battle was so intense that it was speechless. After holding the fire calamity, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms' strength had increased a lot. However, Prince Yen, who had the profound condensation in his hand, was also unshakable. The cracked ground was already full of holes. There was not a single spot that was intact. The two were surrounded by dazzling light. It was fast, it was fast. The divine weapons were extremely fast. The moment they clashed, the sky and earth trembled violently. Large areas of space collapsed. Although they were extremely fast, they were also extremely powerful. This was a battle between the top experts. It was not something the first calamity of the Khanate stage, like the Disaster King, could handle. Completely different battle souls bloomed in the sky. As Ning Chen watched the battle, his attention was gradually drawn in. As a martial artist, his instincts were hard to resist at this moment. A man saw that Ning Chen had stopped talking. Although she did not know why, she stood to the side obediently and did not say anything. The battle between the two experts went from dusk to night. Ning Chen also saw the night from dusk. His aura quietly changed. Prince Yen noticed Ning Chen's change in the battle and frowned. He had to suppress his desire to compete and end this battle as soon as possible. He waved his left hand and the sand sword flew out. The light yellow sand condensed into a sword, sharp and threatening. With two swords in hand, Prince Yan's sword intent spread out. His body spun rapidly, and a huge sword intent storm appeared. The sand sword scattered, and the profound condensation also flew out, stirring up the sandstorm. The storm of sword intent was unstoppable, and the rising earth was instantly stirred into yellow sand, adding to the power of the storm. The master of the four extremities clashed head-on with the two moves, but he felt that the boundless sword intent was unstoppable. Terrifying sword marks appeared on his battle armor. Retreat! The Lord of the Four Reaches frowned and retreated a few dozen meters. He waved his hand to smooth out the sword wound, and his eyes glittered. He now understood more than half of what the person in front of him was capable of, so he didn't continue to fight. Instead, he made his decision and retreated. After the opponent left, the storm dissipated. Prince Yan's body rushed out, and he sheathed his swords. He walked in front of Ningchen and flipped his palms. 3 lights of different colors appeared in his hands. Ice, wind, and lightning. The 3 types of origin energies roared and roared. As soon as they left the suppression, they quickly recovered their original violent state, causing the surrounding wind and clouds to constantly change. The best moment could not be missed. Prince Yan forced the origins of the 4 extremities into Ning Chen's body. However, the moment it entered his body, a green sword with blood patterns on it started to tremble violently, attracting Prince Yan's attention. "Ah, man, you back away first." Prince Yan yelled softly. His sword finger activated his shocking cultivation and transferred most of the 4 extremities' origin into the sword. Boom! At that moment, thunder roared in the sky, lighting up the night. Then an extremely painful groan sounded, adding a heavy pressure to the silent night. Ordinary people couldn't endure the foreign powers. 3 different types of violent origin energies entered Ning Chen's body. A waterfall of blood surged around Ning Chen, completely dyeing his clothes red. The 3rd Khanate tribulation finally appeared and descended. Prince Yan's body flashed, and he quickly left the area of the tribulation with man. Lightning descended and covered Ning Chen, who hadn't woken up yet. It was difficult for a rank 9 cultivator to resist the tribulation. Immediately, another waterfall of blood gushed out. It was the first time in history that there was such a huge difference between cultivations and realms. What Ning Chen had been worried about finally happened today. His cultivation hadn't fully recovered yet, but he broke through again and entered the 3rd Khanate tribulation. Prince Yan watched from afar and didn't do anything. Every tribulation of the Khanate level had to be passed by oneself. Other people's help wouldn't be of any use. This was the test and punishment of the world for cultivators. Every cultivator who entered the Khanate level would obtain a portion of the world's luck. As punishment, there would be continuous tribulations until death. "Senior, I'll learn the sword from you." Sadness flashed across Man's eyes as she looked at Ning Chen, who was covered in blood within the lightning tribulation. Immediately, she looked at King Yen beside her and softly said, "Have you decided?" Prince Yen turned his head and asked, "Yes." A man nodded seriously and replied, "The phoenix blood he gave you is pretty good. It doesn't contain the phoenix's violent will. It's most suitable for tempering your foundation." Prince Yen waved his hand and took out the phoenix blood from Man's pouch. Releasing a layer of spiritual qi, he sealed the phoenix blood into Man's sea of qi. It went without saying that Man's talent on the martial path was extremely shocking. Despite not cultivating at all, he had still reached the 6th rank of the natal realm. At his age, that was inconceivable. With the phoenix blood sealed, it could only leak out a bit at a time. It slowly tempered Man's foundation and cultivation base. "Once he finishes his tribulation, you can continue with me," said Prince Yen calmly. "Yes." Man glanced at the figure in the tribulation. No matter how unwilling he was, he still nodded. Boom! The dazzling lightning illuminated the faces of the 3 people present. Under the lightning tribulation, Ning Chen finally woke up. 3 different lights flashed in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. When the furious lightning arrived 30 feet above him, it was blocked by a sudden surge of ice and snow. Layers of snow condensed a powerful sword intent. It charged upwards and collided with the descending lightning tribulation. "Let's go. He'll be fine." Prince Yen turned and left. Man glanced at the figure in the lightning tribulation one last time. Tears flashed in his beautiful eyes. Finally, he turned and left with his sword. Under the lightning tribulation, Ning Chen was focused on dealing with it. He didn't know what was happening outside. He also didn't think that a man who had never been willing to practice martial arts would eventually step onto the path of martial arts. The sky, filled with thunder, sent off the people who were gradually leaving. Not long after, the azure figure and the little girl with the sword disappeared under the moonlight. An hour later, the lightning clouds dissipated. Ning Chen had successfully transcended the third tribulation. Although he was injured, his realm had once again crossed a huge chasm. Stepping into the third tribulation was the greatest hurdle for the Khanate fifth tribulation realm. From then on, he could fly freely. Ning Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to share his rare good mood with a man, he discovered that he was the only one left. The scenery before him was filled with desolation after the battle. The people closest to him had left. Ning Chen no longer had the joy of breaking through. He left silently. Ning Chen returned to the cliff next to the waterfall as promised. However, after searching for a long time, he didn't find Jiang Xan. In the past, Jiang Xan would return to the general's family every few days. Ning Chen didn't mind. He waited quietly by the waterfall. The waiting process was calm and long. A broken branch fell from a distant tree. Before it landed on the ground, it flew into Ning Chen's hand. The broken branch danced like the edge of a blade. It was unrestrained and unrestrained. Rays of light rose under the waterfall. The falling waterfall was instantly split into two. The water below fell into the river. However, the water above was blocked by the remnant saber intent. It couldn't fall for a long time. Half a waterfall was a rare sight in the world. At that moment, it was cut by a tree branch. It was shocking. After waiting for another day, the person he was waiting for still didn't come. An ominous feeling rose in Ning Chen's heart. Could something have happened to Jiang Xan? As the only disciple who had inherited Fan Lingyue's martial path, Ning Chen was still very concerned about Jiang Xan. After realizing that something was wrong, he quickly rushed to the general's family in Heavenly Stellar City. The Heavenly Stellar General family was one of the few famous ancient families in the southern border. It had once been extremely glorious. Several peerless experts who were half a step into the three disasters realm had walked out of it. However, as time passed, the general's family gradually declined. In every generation, no one had surpassed the Khanate third tribulation. Just when everyone thought that the Heavenly Stellar General family's reputation would fall forever, the current head of the family, Jiang Hua, appeared out of nowhere. At a young age, he stepped into the Khanate third tribulation with absolute strength, shocking the entire southern border. No one doubted whether Jiang Hua could restore the glory of the ancestors of the general's family. Everyone was waiting to see how far this person could go. Would he bring the Heavenly Stellar General family to the same heights as the Sacred Grounds or the Longevity Hall? However, nothing was perfect. Just when everything in the general's family was developing in a good direction, Jiang Xan, who had no talent in martial arts, appeared. It was also a rare occurrence. The difference was like the difference between heaven and hell. No one could compare to Jiang Xan's hard work. However, it was impossible for people without talent to step onto the martial path. This was common knowledge. At that moment, no one would have thought that the person who shouldn't have stepped onto the martial path would have already reached the third grade natal realm. The moment she broke through, she was noticed by the great elder of the family. He directly appeared in front of Jiang Xan and sealed her cultivation, interrogating her for the reason. Jiang Xan casually made up a reason. She never thought that she would be forced to hand over her cultivation method. This time, Jiang Xan refused to say anything no matter what. Without her master's permission, she definitely could not reveal her master's martial arts. Jiang Hua had gone out and was not in the clan, so the great elder became the head of the family. Faced with Jiang Xan's lack of understanding, he directly ordered her to be locked up and interrogated. In just 3 or 4 days, Jiang Xan, who had been tortured to the point where not a single part of her body was unharmed. Whip scars crisscrossed her body, and even her face was not spared. She looked extremely miserable. Jiang Xan clenched her teeth and refused to say anything. No matter how she was tortured, she refused to say anything. Her master had said that he would come back to see her, so he would definitely come back.